Chapter 1, Godlike Beginning. KKD and Shu Lunyan is the strongest existence. Yes, the strongest, but you don't think your outfit is a bit different? I like the strongest. This is the strongest dress. Forget it, you're stonehead, I can't change it, but it doesn't matter to me that I don't have a photo with a cute girl then. It was a handsome boy who was dressed up as Lelich, also known as cosplay, which is very stylish. Generally speaking, it is a type that attracts girls, at least a popular anime character. His eyes were not far away from a young man who was wearing a Kadai cosmetic contact lens in his left eye and a scribble eye contact lens in his right eye. This boy, whose name is 16 Nights, is participating in a comic show and is currently preparing for character dressing in a dressing room. He wears the engraved Emperor's cosmetic contact lenses on his left eye and the writing wheel eye pupils on his right eye. He wears a black wind shadow with a coat of arms, which makes him quite weird and, to be precise, very unusual. This is the anime exhibition hall. Most people play their favorite anime characters or very popular characters. However, Ikuyo is very different and plays his original role. A character with a left eye engraved with the Emperor and a right eye with a round eye, and a black trench coat with a coat of arms, or a character that does not exist. As for the boy who played Lelouch, he is the best friend of 16 Nights. He knows the interest of 16 Nights very well, that is, he likes the strongest. In general, it is to combine the abilities of multiple anime characters to create a strongest character, which needs to be stronger than any anime character. It can be said that this is 16 Nights' horns, or his alternative ideas. You take your time, then I'll go first. A lot of cute girls are waiting for me. If you don't have cute girls, I can introduce you to some generously. Go away, I will need you to introduce the girl. The boy who played Lelouch ignored Shili Yi's anger. He directly opened the door of the locker room, walked out and then closed it, and walked towards the exhibition hall where the crowds were coming and going with excitement. Ikuyo, watching the loss of your friend, he didn't care. Instead, he looked back and forth at a large mirror erected in the dressing room. A very satisfied look appeared on his face, and finally his eyes fixed on himself in the mirror. The left eye is engraved with the Emperor and the right eye is written on the wheel eye. His eyes are full of love, because he likes KKD and Xiao Lunyan the most, and they are also the strongest eyes, he thinks. As for why I like it so much, in short, what he likes is the strongest. However, KKD with Shulanyan is the strongest power, he thinks. Kakidi is time, and being able to master time is more powerful than any power. Writing round eyes is evolution, and it can evolve to the strongest 6 reincarnation eyes. Of course, there is another important reason why he likes Kakidi, that is, he likes Tokazaki Kakuzo very much. It's time for the strongest me to play. 16 Nights was very satisfied with his look. He felt very powerful after thinking about it, and the scene of cute girls surrounding him appeared in his mind. At this moment, when 16 Nights was about to leave, the large mirror in front of him gradually emitted a silver brilliance, which made the space of the entire dressing room distorted, and a mystery enveloped the entire dressing room. Suddenly, there was a mysterious female voice in Ikuyo's mind, and it was very pleasant to the ears. Do you want to be the strongest? This is not nonsense, of course I want to be the strongest, no, I am the strongest now. Izayoi said this directly without going through his brain. Who the is pranking me? 16 Nights puzzled the female voice just now, looked at the mirror with silver brilliance with puzzled eyes, looked around for a moment, and suddenly he felt that the entire dressing room had become very strange, as if he had encountered a strange spirit event. The road to the god-level powerhouse is open. After getting an accurate answer from Ikuyasu, the mysterious and beautiful female voice sounded again. In an instant, the big mirror gleamed with silver light and filled the entire dressing room. Suddenly, 16 Nights was sucked into the mirror, and then the dressing room returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, 16 Nights entered a certain dimension, and the miracle that was displayed before his eyes was a miracle, something he hadn't seen in his entire life, because what he saw was a universe, but he seemed to be there. In the center of the universe, there are countless stars, beautiful planets, beautiful galaxies, and shining stars all around. All in all, it is a universe. At this moment, 16 Knights looked at the universe, his eyes were shocked, his heart was shocked, his mind was blank, and he lost his thoughts, vaguely knowing that he was involved in a very extraordinary event. Ding! The God-level system is activated, bound to the host, 16 Knights. What? There was a sudden burst of violent pain in Shizue, a large amount of information poured into his mind, and he did not give him any time to think. This lasted for a long time. The binding is completed, and the host is judged to be too weak, and all aspects of the initial stage of reinforcement are started, and the goal is the strength of the first-level fighter. At this time, the colorful stars of the universe fell on 16 Yi's body, instantly strengthening his body, eyes, hands, feet, and all aspects, suddenly causing severe pain in his whole body. Faced with the strengthening of all aspects of the God-level system, the intense pain gradually caused Ikuyo to lose consciousness. At this moment, the blood-colored coat of arms and black windbreaker I wore on Shizue's body turned into black and blood-colored spiritual energy into his body, making him look naked. At this moment, the engraved eye contact lens worn by Ikuyo's left eye gradually turned into a real golden clock pupil. The hour hand inside turned, causing a huge golden clock to appear behind him, and a gorgeous blood color appeared on his body. Heraldic black trench coat. At this moment, the writing wheel eye contact lens worn by Shiliu's right eye has gradually become a real writing wheel eye pupil. The three Go-Jade inside are turning, instantly turning into a kaleidoscope of writing wheel eye, and the body is wrapped up. A huge blood-red skeleton. With the passage of time, the left eye of K-Kadai gradually turned into golden eyes, the writing wheel eye of the right eye became eyes, K-Kadai disappeared, the writing wheel eye disappeared, and the lines on the body Zhang's black windbreaker also disappeared, and it seemed that all had turned into the hidden power of Ikuyo. All aspects of the initial stage have been strengthened, and the host has reached the strength of a first-class fighter, and unexpectedly obtained the potential power of KKD and Shaolunyan. This is the luck of 16 Knights and the result of his persistence, making his left eye engraved with the Emperor. And his right eye writing round eyes became a real existence. The road to the trial of the God-level powerhouse is opened, and the system begins to choose the world for the host, and the first world is determined to be the Scarlet Pupil. In an instant, the door of time and space opened next to Shiliu, and he was sucked in, suddenly crossing into the world of Jean Crimson Eye. At this time, the unconscious 16 Knight appeared above the blue sky and white clouds. In an instant, his whole person fell straight down like a meteor. It is not clear if it was because he was wearing engraved Emperor and writing. Lunyan's cosmetic contact lenses have changed from fake to real existence. It is simply a cheating device in cheating and the relationship between the plug-in king of the plug-in. The punishment given by the God-level system to Shizue made him fall from a super high altitude. If there is no accident, he must have erected the flag of death. It is a pity that the system still escorts him, and an invisible force envelopes him. It is the force that protects him from falling safely. It can only be said that the system is awkward. 16 Knights fell at a rapid speed. However, at this time, there were 5 people on the ground in the area where he landed. They were dressed in simple and plain clothes, just like ordinary civilians. Yes, they were poor people. They risked hunting because they were poor and could not eat meat. Kind. At this moment, they looked nervous, holding a simple spear in their hands, and were facing the first-level dangerous Earth Dragon, but to them, the Earth Dragon 3 or 4 meters tall was no less than a giant monster. Yale, what should we do? Don't panic, the big guy in front of you is just a first-class dragon, and we will be able to deal with it if we work together. Yes, the winner must be us, but the people in the village are waiting for us, and we must not return empty-handed. Then everyone Work harder. We can eat meat tonight. Yes. At this time, one of the 5 was named Yale. He was less sturdy and strong, and had a bit of hunting experience. As the leader, he led the remaining 4 celebrities to face the dangerous dragons. At this time, the earth dragon's sharp claws cut across the ground, leaving deep claw marks, and suddenly roared at the 5 humans in front of him, seeming to laugh at their weakness. In an instant, the earth dragon ran at full speed, opened its fangs, and rushed towards the 5 humans. At this moment, Yale's expression was tense, and his body was very tight. The other 4 were even more nervous and their bodies were tighter. They held the simple spears tightly and raised them forward, their palms were sweaty, aiming and running. The earth dragon coming. At this moment, a dramatic scene suddenly occurred, and the 16 knights falling from a high altitude hit the running earth dragon with great accuracy like a meteor. There was a bang, and suddenly dust billowed all around. The sudden sound made Yale and the others frightened, and then they were completely stunned, their eyes dumbly watching the place where the billowing dust was gradually dissipating, and their expressions were extremely shocking. The circular depression there was more than 1 meter, and the surrounding ground burst open, and a series of pitch-black gaps appeared. In the middle was the earth dragon. Its eyes rolled white and died lying on the ground. However, the earth dragon pressed against it with a naked teenager. Obviously, the earth dragon was killed by a boy who fell from the sky, but the boy was Shiliolye. Juvenile. At this moment, Yale looked at 16 knights, and the other 4 people looked at 16 knights the same. They had different expressions, different eyes, and different thoughts, but the most shocked, yes, shocked. They stared at the dead earth dragon, the sunken ground pit, and the bursting ground. How high would it be to fall to cause such destructive power? However, the teenager seems to have nothing, just falling asleep, so how strong is the teenager's body? At least they can't imagine, or even understand, because they are just ordinary people who are very strenuous to deal with first-level dangerous species. Yale, what are we going to do now? One of them looked at the unconscious 16 knights, with a trace of respect and unknown fear in his eyes. Yale calmed down, looked at the body of the earth dragon and the unconscious boy, and said, "Since the boy killed the earth dragon, then he is our benefactor. Let's take the boy and the earth dragon back to the village." The other 4 heard what Yale said, and they all obeyed Yale. For a time, Yale led the 4 people to use simple tools to load the earth dragon on a wooden cart, and took the young boy 16 knights with him and walked slowly back to the village. At the same time, the world where 16 knights was originally located, as he disappeared, all the footprints and memories of his existence disappeared. All the people he knew and all the people related to him had forgotten his existence. It seems that there is no person like 16 knights in this world. Fortunately, 16 knights in the real world is an orphan, which did not cause much regret. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Fell from Heaven. After 3 or 4 hours of trekking, Yale and others escorted the body of the giant earth dragon back in a cart, and returned to the village with the teenager Shurya. The village of Yale and others is named Shukan, named after a big tree growing at the entrance of the village. It is located in the western part of the empire, surrounded by open plains and towering mountains in the distance. Shukan is a very poor village, and sometimes even needs to worry about food and clothing. The poverty of the village is naturally caused by the corruption of the empire. The tax increase in this area can be said that the income has been drained by the prefect of this area. The villagers had no choice but to make simple weapons for their livelihood. The strongest Yale in the village led a few young adults to carry out simple hunting. After all, the income of hunting dangerous species is very objective. The more advanced dangerous species can make money, and can also solve the problem of food and clothing. It's just that they are ordinary villagers, and it is basically difficult to hunt dangerous species. They can only hunt ordinary animals, because any first-level dangerous species can bring them death threats. Facing Yale and others, they returned with a rewarding experience. "I'm back. A group of women and children who had been waiting for a long time in the village cheered. The anxiety and fear in their hearts disappeared, and they shouted loudly. Abba, and they came back safely. Oh my God, there are dangerous species. It's a rare harvest. The hunt was very successful. There were no casualties and a dangerous species of earth dragon and some small animals were harvested. Of course, the biggest credit came from the sleepy teenager Shirioya. The old people in the village showed surprise, the young people showed admiration, the women showed joy, and the children showed surprise. The dangerous creatures were very difficult for the villagers to deal with, and they could even be called fierce beasts. Today's hunting, it is really unexpected to kill such a big dragon. The claws of the earth dragons are very sharp and can easily tear people into pieces. The back is very strong as iron, and ordinary spears are difficult to pierce. It is really difficult for ordinary people to deal with except capable people and strangers. It was really lucky this time. We returned with a full load, but no one was injured. The hunting team leader Yale laughed openly and said to the village chief and villagers, "We can have such a harvest. First of all, we have to thank a young man." Yale looked at a young man lying on the back of the earth dragon corpse. The villagers looked at the young man lying on the corpse of the earth dragon. He was wearing linen clothes and was sleeping quietly. The people in the village didn't know the boy, didn't understand Yale's words very well, and looked at the boy with some doubts. This is, Yale explained to the village chief and villagers the dangerous process of hunting earth dragons and the process of juveniles falling from the sky to kill earth dragons. The young man fell from the sky and directly killed the dangerous soil dragon. Dust and stones were splashed on the ground, and the surrounding area broke apart, sinking into a pit more than 1 meter. So awesome! The villagers exclaimed, "This is really shocking news." Some young people couldn't help but couldn't believe it. They looked at the teenager 16 Knights, and couldn't believe that a teenager about his age was so powerful. The old man in the village couldn't help but breathe in the air when he heard the words, and looked at the young boy 16 Knights, increasingly believing that the young man was not an ordinary person, and was probably a descended from heaven. Anyway, this is a great harvest, and the young man is a blessing to the tree village. A very elderly old man, who is the village head of the tree village, said, "First put the young man properly. And then dealing with today's prey." At this time, Yale and a young man carefully lifted the young boy 16 Knights from the back of the earth dragon corpse, but handed him over to several women to take care of. Juvenile 16 Knights was placed in the village head's house, which was a house made of wood. After dealing with the juvenile's affairs, the villagers began to deal with the dangerous planting of earth dragons. At this time, many children curiously circled the corpses of earth dragons, full of laughter, and an atmosphere of joy filled the village. Before this, we are grateful to that young man. He has brought gains and blessings to our village. The old village chief said with a serious tone and full of gratitude, because the young man received not only food, but more importantly, there is nothing to protect the hunting team. At this time, under the leadership of the old village chief, the men, women, and children of the tree village expressed gratitude to the teenagers in their hearts. This is a serious gratitude, and this is also a virtue practice of the villagers in Shu village. The grace of dripping water, when the spring is repaying, is exactly that. After thanking the boy in my heart, the villagers smiled with joy, and began to move the body of this beast, earth dragon, to prepare for school and cutting. For a time, the earth dragon was dissected, the dragon skin was peeled off, the leather armor used for defense, and the dragon claws were removed to make the spikes of the spear. Gradually, all the things that are useful are dissected and kept, and all the rest is fresh meat, which is divided into equal portions. The villagers looked at the bulging pieces of dragon meat. They were very happy. The village was too poor, and the villagers who had not eaten meat for a long time were very greedy. Then the representatives of each household came forward to receive their share. Since the village is not very large and there are not many villagers, there are only about 100 people. Soon, the dragon meat was divided and received. The amount is not a lot. Every household received the earth dragon meat, and the villagers gradually dispersed, returning to their homes to enjoy the hard-to-eat earth dragon meat. The old village chief gazed with relief at the villagers who were gradually leaving. He liked the village full of joy. Even though the village was poor, he hoped to see the village full of joy. I really don't know how long these days can last. The old village chief thought about the upcoming tax increase, and couldn't help sighing. Village chief, you are worrying about taxes again. Yale stood beside the old village chief, and he looked very helpless when he thought about taxes. The prefect has repeatedly increased taxes, and today's Shueisha village simply cannot afford it. The above orders have been passed down. If the taxes are not paid this year, the consequences will be considered. The old village chief sighed continuously, his face seemed to be much older again. Yale clenched his fists tightly, feeling very dissatisfied but helpless, and said, I will hunt harder and I will definitely guard the village. Chapter 3, Monster Eyes. In the face of the prefect's fish and corruption, the old village chief and Yale felt powerless and could only constantly find ways to satisfy the prefect's rudeness and increase income, and guard the small tree village bit by bit. There is almost half a year before the taxation. We have always insisted on it. This time we will definitely be able to stick to it. The old village chief thought about the days that have passed over the years, and he firmly believes that the difficulties will pass. Village chief, don't worry, I have Yale in the village. Yale patted his chest, and he was determined to protect the village that he grew up with. Okay, today is a good day. Put all the troublesome things aside. The old village chief smiled comfortedly, looked at Yale kindly, and said, after a day of hunting, you should also rest. Yale bid farewell to the village chief, planning the next hunt in his heart. The old village chief returned to his house, thinking about how to deal with the taxation of the prefect. The people in the village were given the rare earth dragon meat and held a simple family dinner at home. Everyone was filled with joy, especially the smiles on the children's faces. Gradually the night came, and then gradually the morning of the next day came. Time passed so quickly. In the morning in Shuken, the first ray of sunlight fell on Shuken, shining on the old village chief's house, and a young boy who was placed in a room in the house gradually woke up. At this moment, Ikuyasu was lying on the wooden mat. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a ray of golden light from his left eye, and a ray of blood from his right eye. Those were diamond-like eyes, and the left eye was golden, with the right eye revealing a weird aura. It can be said that it is not a normal person's eye. Here is 16 nights set up. He looked around and saw the simple room in his eyes, and it was a bit retro and old. He shook his head, which was a little groggy. It was clear that this was not the dressing room of the exhibition hall. What the is this place? Ikuyo's head memory was a little confused and a little dizzy. He didn't remember the things before crossing. He suddenly stood up and checked his body. The only thing that changed was that he was wearing plain linen clothes instead of custom-made a handsome blood-colored coat of arms black trench coat. I don't care much about it, what he cares about is where he is located. Gradually 16 Night calmed down, and he began to clarify his thoughts. I was in the Manzan dressing room, and then I was in this strange place. Before that, I saw the silver mirror and heard the mysterious female voice. A lot of things sounded in Ikuyo's mind. He remembered that he was sucked into a mysterious universe and bound to a thing called a god-level system. He didn't remember anything after that, only the extremely severe pain in his head. God-level system. Ikuyo murmured to himself. He thought of the golden finger bound by the protagonist in the traversing novel. It was the so-called system. He couldn't help but said in disbelief, "Did I traverse?" At this moment, a mature woman walked in through the door with a simple breakfast. For a while, Shizuya keenly noticed the women who walked in, and he looked at the women quietly. At this time, the woman naturally noticed the teenager who had woke up. However, the woman's sight did not fall on Ikuyo's body, but the two eyes staring at Ikuyo, one with golden eyes and the other with eyes. His eyes are a pair of very strange and crystal clear eyes. But no matter how it looks, it doesn't look like a normal person's eyes. The woman was slightly astonished, her eyes full of surprise. She suddenly thought of what Yale said yesterday, the boy came down from the sky, and instantly she understood that the boy is not an ordinary person. Abba, the young man has woke up. The woman slowly walked to a table, put down the breakfast she was holding, and hurriedly left the room, shouting. At this time, Ikuya looked at the woman who left in a hurry. He didn't have anything to say, but he roughly understood that he should be rescued by the other party, otherwise the other party wouldn't be kind enough to serve all the breakfast. Ikuya's eyes fell on the breakfast table. It was a bowl of meat porridge, and the meat in it was tulong meat. Regarding this, he was unceremonious and drank the meat porridge directly. The taste is very good. This is the evaluation of the 16 nights of the meat porridge. Time passed for a moment, and Shiliuya just wanted to leave the room when an old man and a strong man walked in through the door. The old man is the old village head of Tree Village, and the strong man is the Yale of the hunting team. Izayoi stopped walking, looking directly at the two of them. At this time, both the old village chief and Yale noticed the left and right eyes of Shiliuya. They were not ordinary people's eyes, but golden and blood-colored eyes. They were slightly surprised at this, and then calmed down, because the teenager in front of them was not an ordinary person. Yale knew very well that the boy in front of him was a guy who fell from a super high altitude and killed a dangerous species, and was a monster with nothing at all. Facing the boy's strange place, he was very relieved. From the bottom of his heart, the old village chief believed that young people were not ordinary people, and he quickly became relieved that young people had strange eyes. At this time, the old village chief looked at Shiliuya with a peaceful face, and said, Lao Su is the head of this village, and Lao Yu is very grateful for what you have done for this village. 16 knights could understand what the old man was saying, but he didn't know what the old man was talking about. In fact, what the old man was talking about was the fact that 16 knights fell from the sky and killed the dangerous planting dragon. This matter is a very important matter for the entire tree village. 16 knights heard the words of this world, and he would naturally say the words of this world. Without thinking about it, he pretended and said, I don't remember what happened before. I don't know if you can tell me what happened before. The old village chief, Yale, and the two looked at 16 knights with a blank face, and they couldn't help thinking whether the young man fell from the sky and caused amnesia. The old village chief said, Yale, you brought him back. You can explain to him in detail. At this time, Yale looked serious, and he explained all the previous things in great detail to 16 knights. Chapter 4, Sundara the System. Yale's words are succinct and clear, telling the whole story of 16 knights. For a while, Ikuya understood the reason why he was here, and suddenly his mind seemed to touch the switch, and a large amount of information appeared in an instant, causing severe pain in his head and coldness on his face. 16 knights couldn't help holding his head tightly with his hands, as if he wanted to reduce the pain, but it was of no use at all. When the old village chief and Yale saw 16 knights like this, they couldn't help but worry for a while. After all, the teenagers in front of them were kind to the village, and they didn't want anything to happen to the teenagers. The old village chief looked at Shiliuya, worried and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Ikuya said, holding back the severe pain in his head. He didn't care about the small pain at all, but cared about the information that emerged in his mind. Gradually, 16 knights understood what had happened to her. He understood that he was bound to the god-level system. He understood that he was on the road of trial of a god-level powerhouse. He understands that his body has been strengthened and adjusted, and now he has power beyond ordinary people. He understood that he possessed the potential power of KKD and Shaolunyan. He understood that his first trial world was to cut the scarlet pupil. He understood that his only task was to become the strongest. That's it. Become the strongest. I like this. 16 Nights understands roughly that the world he is in is the world of the Crimson Eye, and the reason why he appeared in this world. Regarding the fact that he had traveled, 16 Nights did not panic, but was very calm, with a kind of eager excitement in his heart. My choice is indeed correct, and the choice of KKD and Xiaolunyan is not wrong. 16 Nights touched his eyes. He likes KKD and Xiaolunyan the most. Because of this, he insisted on choosing KKD and Xiaolunyan, even ignoring the warnings of his friends. Today, his persistence and choice have realized him. One of the wishes of a lifetime is that KKD and Xiaolunyan become real existences. At this time, 16 Nights did not fall into the joy of KKD and Xiaolunyan. He understood that it was only a potential power, and it did not mean that he had completely mastered it. He understands better that he is in the world of the Scarlet Eye. This is not a peaceful world, but a very dangerous world, because there are many perverts, more killers, and more monsters in human skin. All in all, it is a dangerous world. Counting that his current strength is only surpassing ordinary people, he is not enough to survive in this world. 16 Nights chose to calm down. He needs to digest the amount of information in his head well, and then the goal is to embark on the road to the strongest. He likes the strongest, not a normal like, but a super like. At present, he has the ability to be the strongest, then he must be the strongest. At this time, Shizue looked at the old village chief and said sincerely, "My head is a little confused now, can I be alone for a while?" When the old village chief and Yale heard the words of 16 Nights, they probably understood that the situation of the boy in front of them was a bit bad, and they could understand the boy's words very well. At this time, the old village chief said, "It's old and abrupt, this is naturally no problem." 16 Nights heard the village chief's words, he could feel the other party's kindness and enthusiasm, and at the same time he knew that he owed the other party a favor. At this moment, the woman from not long ago hurried in. She looked a little frightened and said in a panic, "Abba, the tax collector of the prefect is here." At this moment, the old village chief, Yale, and the two of them were pale and seemed to have encountered something terrible. For a while, the old village chief and Yale hurriedly left the room of 16 Nights, and the woman followed closely. Did something happen? Shiliuyi looked at the old village chief and the others who hurriedly left, with doubts in his eyes and doubts in his heart. It's just that he is more concerned about the God-level system at the moment, so he didn't go out of the room to understand what happened, but stayed in the room to learn about the system first. "Daddy's system, can you hear it?" 16 Nights said softly, "Answer me if you hear it. This system is absolutely not cheating, please pay attention to the words of the host." Suddenly, there was a beautiful female voice in Ikuya's mind. "This system prompts the host, just call this system to say silently, you don't have to really say it." I think you should remind me sooner. Until the host has made no mistakes, this system cannot be too arrogant. I think you should stop me from making mistakes. This system does not talk to the host, please tell me the point. I'm dizzy, it's an unlovable system." 16 Nights thought about it, he looked very serious, and said, "Wait, your female voice is very cute. Host, you are molesting the system, please tell the host about the important points, otherwise the system will go on strike for a month." 16 Nights heard the words of the God-level system, and he almost spurted blood. It turned out that the system could also go on strike. This is unprecedented. Well, he admits that the system is arrogant. At this time, Shizue looked serious, and muttered silently in his heart, "What is the path of the so-called God-level powerhouse trial? Let the host become the strongest." The God-level system simply replied, "But it was the strongest in the heart of Ikuyo." This word is exactly the pursuit of 16 Nights. Actually, I know that the goal is to be the strongest. I really like this very much, but what I want to ask is what a trial is. There is no accurate answer to this question. The trial is based on the host's various conditions, and then the trial is arranged. The purpose is to make the host the strongest. Faced with this answer from the God-level system, Ikuya understood that the trial was not arranged, but random in nature. This is really the world of slashing the scarlet eyes. 16 Knights asked silently. He wanted to determine the world he was in again. This is very important, very important. The world where the host is located is the world where the Crimson Eye is slashed. This world of the Crimson Eye is exactly the same as the world of the Crimson Eye that I know. Ikuya asked silently. He needs to make sure that the world of the Crimson Eye is the world he knows, so he knows it well. The plot will give him an advantage. Yes. 16 Knights heard the words of the God-level system, and he felt very satisfied in his heart. This was also the answer he wanted. Chapter 5, The Strongest Physical Skills. Ikuya established that the world he was in was the Crimson Eye, so the next step was to think about the future. The thing he wants to do, who is familiar with the plot of Sniper, is nothing more than to become strong, become the strongest, and then save the girl. My goal is to become stronger and save beautiful girls. 16 Knights made clear his goal, which will be his driving force and the direction he is going forward. Suddenly, 16 Knights' expression became serious, as if thinking of very important things. He quickly asked silently in his heart, "The lovely system answered me, has the plot of Sniper Sword started yet?" This is the question he most wants to figure out. If the plot begins, it will be no less than a nuclear bomb explosion for him, because at present he does not have the strength to change the fate of his sister. Please don't use provocative words in the host's words, otherwise the system can choose to remain silent and not answer. It's not cute at all. 16 Knights said, "Well, I was wrong, can you tell me if the plot has started?" The host's questions are not within the scope of the service. This system does not answer. It is recommended that the host use its own ability to collect intelligence information. This is an exercise and trial for the host. I'm dizzy. 16 Knights covered his face with one hand, and he was speechless. It was not that he was molesting the system, but the system was molesting him. Out of service, you should say it earlier, it made me like an idiot. The host is the chosen person, not an idiot. The lovely female voice sounded in Ikuyo's mind, making thick black lines appear all around him. Of course I am not an idiot, please don't take me as an idiot. So that's the case, the host is really difficult. The lovely female voice said in a way that was difficult to understand. Don't bring such a game. 16 Knights said involuntarily, the system is really cheating. The last time I remind the host, please don't mock the system in words. The lovely female voice declared solemnly. Forget it, business matters. 16 Knights didn't plan to continue to care about Eugen's system. Right now he still has a lot to understand. Since you are a god-level system, what functions do you have to help me become the strongest? Currently this system only has inheritance functions. In an instant, information about the inheritance function flooded into Ikuyo's mind. Gradually, he understood the so-called inheritance function. Simply put, this is the inheritance of a certain skill, a certain equipment, a certain ability, a certain power, and even it is a person's life learning, and all the inheritance in it is brought together by various worlds. Whenever the host enters a trial world, he will get a random inheritance, and then the host will use the power of inheritance to survive in the trial world and become the strongest. Even the most trash inheritance power, as a host, you must use it to become the strongest, just as there is no trash power, only the most trash user. If you can't become the strongest, then it means you are nothing more than that. It means survival of the fittest and elimination of the weak. I like it very much, because he believes he is strong. Does the system really have no redemption function? No. What about the mission function? No. Really no other functions. Currently this system only supports the inheritance function. It seems I can't force too much. Originally, as long as 16 Knights was a system, it would have the so-called redemption function. As long as there were enough points to redeem everything, then he only needed to complete various tasks to earn points to become powerful. Unexpectedly, the current God-level system does not have that kind of function at all, so it shows that it needs to rely on him to become stronger step by step. Fortunately I have your presence, KKD and Xiaolunyan. Shiliuyi touched both eyes, and he believed in his heart that as long as KKD and Xiaolunyan, he would become the strongest. By the way, do I still have a chance to pass on? 16 Knights thought of a world to pass on, but he didn't get any inheritance at all. The engraved emperor and Xiaolunyan that the host accidentally obtained is not considered a formal inheritance, so the host can currently obtain an inheritance. Does the host choose to inherit? I choose to inherit. 16 Knights naturally will not give up any opportunity to become stronger, he will seize the opportunity fiercely, and become the strongest with all his strength. Inheritance is selected at random. Currently, the host has selected a skill inheritance. Could the host choose a skill? Suddenly, a large amount of information flooded into the brain of 16 Knights, and a panel appeared in front of him, which reads swordsmanship, martial arts, physique, spearmanship, and so on, countless kinds of skills. Swordsmanship, boxing. Physical skills, spearmanship, there are so many types, dazzling, and so many are really hard to choose. At this time, Ikuyo looked calm, he considered the current situation and carefully thought about what choice would be best for him. He murmured to himself, "You don't need to consider skills that cannot be used for combat. I am currently unarmed. It must be quite difficult to find a suitable weapon, so I don't need to consider skills such as weapons, so I can only the skills of close combat are considered. Then you can choose boxing, leg skills, palm skills, physique, etc. However, martial arts, leg skills, palm skills and other skills are too limited. Only physique is more comprehensive. I choose physical skills." This system determines that the host's choice is physical skills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the strongest physical skills Navy 6 styles. Navy 6 forms. In an instant, Shizuoyi's mind flooded with a lot of knowledge about physiques and Navy 6 forms, and even his mind was deeply imprinted about the cultivation methods of each of the Navy 6 forms. Picture. Originally, the inheritance of skills is not to give skills directly, but to give detailed methods of cultivation. As the saying goes, teaching people how to fish is worse than teaching people how to fish. Ikuyo roughly understands the so-called inheritance. He doesn't hate it, but likes it. He firmly believes that instead of empowering it, it is better to give it away to become stronger. The so-called strong people come up step by step. There is no such thing as a strong person who can reach the sky step by step. Even if you have incomparably powerful power, it does not mean you can master it. However, the power you get step by step represents absolute control over power. At present, the host only obtains the training method of the Navy's 6th form. This system prompts the host to practice the Navy's 6th form to become a strong one. That's natural. Ikuyo thinks that he is really lucky. He is really lucky to have the strongest physical skills of the Navy Type 6. He is very aware of the power of the Navy Type 6. It is a superhuman skill developed by the One Piece Navy. Iron block is defense, shaved is speed, paper drawing is dodge, moon step is air movement, slashing foot is slashing, finger grab is bullet. It can be said that the Navy has 6 types of attack and defense, speed, evasion, flexibility, and maneuverability, and integrates all the capabilities required for combat. Chapter 6, Soldiers of the Empire. At present, 16 Knights has been passed down and possesses the complete training method and use method of the strongest physical skills of the Navy 6 forms. Then the task afterwards is to practice at least the initial stage of mastering the Navy 6 forms, so that he has a certain amount of capital to cut. The world of Crimson Eye is mixed, and then it is to save the girl. Prior to this, he still had the most concern about how to open the eyes of KKD and Xiaolunyan, because KKD and Xiaolunyan would be his strongest abilities. Regardless of whether it is engraved emperor with physical skills and Navy 6 styles, or writing wheel eyes with Navy 6 styles, they can exert unprecedented strength. The system answered me, how can I turn on KKD and Xiaolunyan? This system cannot give the host the correct answer. As for how to open the engraving and writing round eyes, it depends entirely on the host himself. The system cannot give any help in this regard, but it can give the host advice and guidance and help in terms of cultivation. The host grows step by step. 16 Knights heard the answer from the God-level system, and he roughly understood that the opening of the eyes of KKD and Xiaolunyan required his own efforts. Undoubtedly, it is your business to remind him how the power is activated on you, and how the power is used on you is your business. As the saying goes, relying on others is worse than relying on yourself, which is indeed in line with the belief of the strong in the heart of Ikuyasu. This system gives the host a revelation. With the body of a non-god, resist the realm of gods, with a human body, resist the realm of gods, and ultimately surpass the realm of gods. What you mean is that, with the human body, resisting the power of the god-level domain, the so-called non-god body is the human body, the so-called human body is also the human body, but the former represents energy or spirit, and the latter the person represents the real human body. When both the former and the latter resist the realm of gods, they will become the strongest, surpassing the realm of gods, and above it. Almost the same as the host understands. You can't make it easy to understand, because this burned a lot of my brain cells. This system is training the host's thinking and understanding ability. Please, the host understands the work of this system. Okay, I can understand, what you said is showing me a way forward. This is the case. To become the strongest, the host needs to start with 3 powers, essence, chi, and body. The body represents the host's body, the chi represents the host's energy, and the essence represents the host's spirit. When the body reaches the strongest, the host will be able to directly resist the realm of God with the human body, and when the chi or essence reaches the strongest, the host will be able to indirectly resist the realm of God with the human body. All in all, I need to be the strongest in the 3 aspects of essence, chi, and body. Yes. Okay, I like this, and I will become the strongest. 16 Knights wants to know everything. He knows what he wants to do, and he knows where he wants to go. He needs to improve the 3 aspects of essence, chi, and body to the strongest. The so-called essence refers to the aspects of engraving the emperor and writing round eyes, the so-called chi refers to the aspects of spiritual chi and fighting chi, and the so-called body naturally refers to his body. At present, I have got the strongest physique Navy Type 6, so I need to start from the physical aspect if I want to become stronger quickly. 16 Knights knew that the next time was spent cultivating the 6 Navy styles. As for the engraving of the emperor and the writing wheel, they could only be temporarily left behind. At present, what he needs is self-protection strength. In the next time, I will stay here for the time being to practice 6 Navy styles. After I have reached a certain level, I will go to the corrupt imperial capital to have a look. Maybe I can meet the girl from the original book, and maybe it can save the girl I like. 16 Knights is sober-minded, he understands the current situation and what he has to do. He understands the world of the Crimson Eye, knows everything about the plot, and knows everything about the Empire. It is also considered to know what the girl is. Because of his understanding too much, he did not go to the so-called imperial capital stupidly, because he currently does not have the strength to cross the imperial capital. You know, there are many perverts in the imperial capital, many killers, countless corrupt nobles, and demons in human skin, all of which may threaten his life. What's more, his personality is unruly and unconstrained, so if he encounters real evil, he may not help but take action. Speaking of evil, the evil in the Scarlet Eye is the evil he hates most. It belongs to the real evil, extremely cruel, and extremely cruel. During the time of practicing the 6 navy styles, by the way, I will pay back the favors owed to this village. 16 Knights probably planned it in his heart. He saw a large number of villagers gathered outside through the window of the room, and he couldn't help but think of the old village chief's face pale and hurried out. He muttered to himself, did something big really happen? This village is kind to him, because if no one brings him back, then he is likely to become a dangerous kind of food. The place of dripping water shall be reported by the spring. This is one of the principles of Shizui. At present, he is also considered a little bit of strength, a bit of wisdom. Strength at least surpasses ordinary people, wisdom at least has all kinds of insights in the modern world. Not to mention that he is the strongest person. If the village encounters a problem, he will naturally help if he has the ability. 16 Knights left the room, and he walked out quickly. He walked out of the old village chief's house, and finally came to the empty lot of Shu village. There were villagers in the village standing all around, including old people, women, young people, and children. It's just that the villagers in Tree Village didn't even notice the outermost young boy, 16 Knights, and all their eyes fell on the 3 strangers in the middle of the open space. At this time, Shizui's suspicious gaze swept over the 3 non-village people. Among the 3, stood a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. He was bloated and obese, and his expression was full of disgust. Small eyes looked at the villagers around with contempt. 2 young men stood beside the bloated and fat middle-aged man. They were dressed in Imperial Army armor with sharp swords hung from their waists. It was not difficult to see that they were Imperial soldiers. Imperial soldiers! 16 Knights stared at the 3 people, with a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly thought of the corruption and darkness of the Empire. The 3 in front of him belonged to the bad ones. Chapter 7, A Wisp of Killing. Ikuya thought of the Imperial soldiers he had learned from the plot. He didn't have much favor, because absolutely part of the Imperial soldiers obeyed the orders of corrupt officials to oppress the people and allowed the nobles to bully the people arbitrarily. It can be said that they basically ignore the people. Even some soldiers themselves participated in the life and death of the ditch, practicing dark and vomiting corruption like a ditch. However, in the heart of 16 Knights, soldiers should protect their families for the people, not bully the people. In the long run, the country will not be the country. Of course, he also understands that there are no lack of ambitious people in the Empire. He wants to change the corruption of the Empire, but they are like it's a needle in the vast ocean, so helpless. For the current 16 Knights, he didn't think so much at all, let alone think about the righteousness of the country, that is very far away for him, and what he currently thinks is to become stronger, and then to save the girl with all his strength. 16 Knights naturally understood that the 3 were officials and soldiers of the Empire, and the trouble in the village before him probably originated from them. Regarding this, Ikuyo didn't go forward very enthusiastically to help. Instead, he stood quietly on the periphery to see the situation clearly, and then he would make a decision and choice. Recklessness can never do things, this is one of Ikuyo's code of conduct. After 16 Knights has been strengthened by the God-level system, all aspects of him are far superior to ordinary people, especially in the aspects of hearing and vision. As far as eyesight is concerned, he can see clearly about things that are about kilometers away, obviously. The eyes of Emperor and Xiao Lunyan gave him a talent for vision. At this time, Izayoi could clearly see everything in the middle of the Tree Village open space, as well as hear anyone's conversation. In the middle of the open space, the old village chief and Yale, as representatives, stood in front of the bloated and fat middle-aged man. They looked respectful, but there was an anxiety in their hearts, because the 2 Empire soldiers looked majestic. Staring at them sharply, full of coercion. In the face of the Imperial officials and soldiers, they are just ordinary people. They said that the fire is the ants. They dare not have any disrespect and resistance to this, otherwise they will be treated as rebels, and the entire village will be treated by the Empire. Full of copycats. The old village chief probably guessed what the other party was coming from. He respectfully looked at the fat middle-aged man and said, "Master Luther, welcome to visit the village. I wonder what Master Luther did this time." The obese middle-aged man named Luther was the tax collector of the empire and an official directly under the prefects of this area. At this moment, he looked high and looked at the old village chief with contempt, and said in disgust, "I don't bother to visit this kind of ghost place." The old village chief heard Luther's words, his expression became embarrassed. Yale heard Luther's words, he wanted to say something, but he swallowed back helplessly. When the surrounding villagers heard what the other party said, they were dissatisfied, but they dare not say anything, because behind the other party is a huge empire. The tax collector Luther doesn't care about the feelings of the untouchables. In short, even if it is death, he is very direct and immediately issued the previous order. In recent years, the empire has continuously fought to drive out foreign invasions and quell local rebellions. At present, the empire's military supplies and salaries are in short supply. For this, the prefect has worked hard for this, and you are all busy for the empire. You are all citizens of the empire. Strength. The prefect decided that this year's taxation will be advanced by half a year, and all villages, large and small, must pay taxes in 1 month. When Luther talked about taxation, his eyes were shining, and the gold coins reflected in his eyes. To be precise, taxation was the best method for the prefect and his officials to accumulate money. Because taxation is a citizen's obligation, failure to pay taxes will be listed as criminals in the empire, ranging from imprisonment to the death penalty. It is impossible for ordinary people to resist. There is no problem with correct taxation, but random taxation as a means of accumulating money is undoubtedly putting the villagers in dire straits. The old village chief, Yale, and the villagers, when they heard this news, they were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, and their faces instantly turned pale. No. Taxes are going to be paid again. I just paid taxes not long ago, but now I have to pay taxes again. Where is the extra money? This day really passed. The villagers were whispering, their voices were so small that they dared not be heard by the officials and soldiers of the empire. Now everyone has deep distress on their faces, and all the joy of eating meat yesterday has disappeared. Luther understood the distressed expressions of the villagers. He didn't care at all in his heart and said, "By the way, I forgot. The tax will be doubled from the original amount." As soon as this sentence came out, the distressed expressions on all the villagers' faces disappeared. They were only deeply pale, and their eyes were wide and dim, which was a kind of panic. Double the tax. How is this possible? At this moment, Yale clenched his fists tightly and took a step forward. His expression was extremely angry, his eyes were burning with anger, and he looked straight at Luther, as if he was about to explode. "That's right, the tax amount is doubled, it's not killing us." Yale's step forward made many villagers courageous, and they stepped forward to express their dissatisfaction. Luther watched this scene, his expression was gloomy, and in the tone of a superior, he said coldly, "This is an order from the empire. Why do you want to disobey the order and say that you want to rebel?" At this time, the 2 imperial soldiers next to Luther drew the sharp swords from their waists directly at the villagers, as if they were preparing to kill others. At this moment, the old village chief looked helpless. He tried his best and roared, "Stop everything for me! We are citizens of the empire. It is our duty and a matter of course to contribute our strength to the empire. There is nothing questionable." At this moment, Yale and some of the villagers who came forward, they heard what the old village chief said, and they all understood what the old village chief meant. They are citizens of the empire and absolutely cannot do anything against the empire. Regarding this, they were so helpless that they could only retreat one after another. When the 2 imperial soldiers saw this scene, they took the sword back appropriately, and glanced coldly at the surrounding villagers. At this moment, Luther looked at the old village chief with a smile on his face and said, "Sure enough, he is still old and sensible. The old village chief's heart was cut with a knife. He was very tolerant. Everything was for the village. He said, Master Luther, in a month, it's really a bit rushed. I don't know if I can forgive some days. Luther looked at the old village chief coldly. He didn't have any emotion in his eyes, and said, the soldiers in front can't afford to wait. I can only tell you that if the tax is not paid in a month, all men will have to serving prison and labor. As for the women, they all serve as military prostitutes to reward the soldiers in front of them. Hearing Luther's words, the villagers turned pale, especially the women in the village, and the whole people were in deep despair. At this moment, Yale's whole body was violently violent, and his eyes were burning with anger, as if he was about to explode. At this time, the old village chief glanced at him, as if to calm him down, and said, Master Luther, I beg you to help this village. I hope you can be tolerant for a while. That's not impossible. There are just a few maids in my house, and the guy who disrespected me just now wants to be sentenced to death. If all the people treat me like this, it will be very difficult for me to do things. Luther's face greedily scanned several well-looking women in the village. His eyes were full of lewdness, and when his eyes fell on Yale, his eyes were full of cruel murderous intent. When the old village chief heard Luther's words, he immediately understood everything, and suddenly he was more than 10 years old. Yale is deeply desperate about this, and the villages are deeply desperate. At this time, on the outskirts of the villagers' 16 knights, he witnessed all this, and felt deeply in his heart a darkness that was even more nauseating than a stinking ditch. He looked at the officials and soldiers of the empire, and there was a ray in his eyes. Killing intent. At this moment, 16 knights took one step again. Chapter 8, Kin and number 039, Tu let you go wild. At this moment, Shizue decided to stand up for the villagers. The reason is simple. The villagers are kind to him, even if they are very small. The most important thing is that he hates the imperial officials and soldiers in front of him very much. And even a murder intent deep inside. This group of beasts dressed in human skins used the villagers as a tool to accumulate money. They would not hesitate to squeeze the hard-earned money from them, or they would have dispensable livestock, and they would dominate their destiny at will. The so-called darkness, the so-called true evil, is really more vomiting than the smelly water ditch. At this moment, Ikuya took a heavy step. He clenched his fists tightly, bursting with blue veins. His eyes were very scary, his face was very scary, and then his hands relaxed, his eyes became soft and his face showed with a faint smile. However, the 16 knights at this time was the most terrifying existence. He perfectly concealed his anger and killing intent. This seemed to be his natural talent, and his voice suddenly sounded loudly. For the empire, for the prefect, for the village, the tax will be paid in 1 month. The entire open space of Shukin suddenly fell silent, and all eyes were suddenly shifted to the beautiful face in the corner, with a pair of strange eyes, like shining diamonds, one with golden eyes and the other with blood-colored eyes. Youth. The old village chief was shocked, he didn't know what to say. Youth. Yale was shocked, he didn't know what to say. Youth. The villagers were all shocked, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Young. The tax collector Luther naturally noticed 16 knights, and the 2 imperial soldiers also naturally noticed 16 knights. At this time, Shiliu slowly walked towards the official of the empire with a smile on his face. His expression was very calm. It was a kind of quiet and terrible. His eyes were looking directly at the 3 people in the empire, and the killing intent in his eyes was unabated. This was the first time Ichoya wanted to kill someone in his life, and the actions of the imperial officials and soldiers in front of him exceeded the bottom line of his tolerance. Follow your own feelings, follow your own will, repay if you are kind, and help if you can. Now the villagers who are kind to him are in danger of darkness and corruption, so if he is able, he should help the villagers as much as possible, not to mention him he is a traverser, and has a god-level system, engraving the emperor and writing round eyes, and even the strongest physical skill Navy 6 styles. When it's time to stand up, he should stand up like a man. He is not a weak person, let alone a cowardly person. He will not hide behind silently, let alone watch a play, because that is not the style of the strong. Fear and fear are always the enemies of the strong. What's more, he wants to be the strongest man. So Aoi stood up and said it. It's just that he was not so reckless that he wanted to kill the 3 imperial people in front of him. Because he understood the situation, what the 3 empires behind represented the entire Millennium Empire at the moment, he did not have the strength to fight the entire empire. 16 Knights is very calm, not reckless, and has a calm and terrible. All the villagers' eyes fell on Shiliuye. Facing the boys coming, they naturally gave way to the boy. They were deeply shocked by the boy's speech, but they had a hopeful expectation of the boy in their hearts. Because the boy in front of him is not an ordinary boy, he is a boy who descended from the sky, he has a pair of strange eyes. The Empire's official Luther's eyes fell on the young man who came by. He stared straight at the diamond-like eyes of Shizue, one of which was a golden diamond and the other was a blood diamond. Really perfect eyes, presumably Master Taishao absolutely wants to collect such a pair of eyes. Luther muttered in his heart as he watched the 16 knights that came by. At this time, the eyes of the 2 imperial soldiers all fell on the boy, first surprised by the boy's eyes, and finally they deeply felt that the boy had a good breath, like the breath of a dangerous beast. At this time, 16 knights approached Luther step by step. At this moment, the 2 soldiers were very cautious when facing Shizue. They directly pulled up the sharp swords around their waists and slammed them at Shizue. One of the soldiers, with a stern look and sharp eyes, stared at 16 knights, and shouted, "Boldly spoil the people, in front of Lord Luther, how can you be arrogant?" At this moment, the smile on Akuyo's face disappeared, and she changed into a cold and ruthless look. His eyes were very sharp. He stared at the talking soldier, and shouted, "Bold subordinates, no adults have spoken, don't you think a small soldier? Do you want to stand on the head of an adult?" Hearing the shout of Shizue, the soldier was stunned, couldn't help taking a step back, he didn't even know what to say. In an instant, the surrounding villagers were stunned. Even Yale and the old village chief were stunned. The high-ranking soldier was actually drunk by the teenager. Aoi straightforward, staring at the imperial soldier with a ruthless look in his eyes, and shouted, "I am talking to the adults. How can I let you go wild? Don't you know that your walk will bring great losses to the adults? What can you do? Affordable." The 2 soldiers were stunned. They dared not look directly at the young man. When they thought of the terrible tax collector Luther, their entire complexion paled. At this time, Luther looked at this scene, he couldn't help feeling that the young man was a talent, but he also did not allow a young man to call his soldiers. At the moment when Luther wanted to speak, 16 knights did not give him a chance, and directly threw out a huge temptation, saying, "The tax revenue in 1 month will be doubled on the original basis." When 16 knights said these words, Luther's whole expression changed, and his mind was full of words about doubling taxes, because when taxes doubled, money doubled. He likes money very much, and instantly he forgot that the boy called the soldiers, and even more forgot that the boy never called him by his name from beginning to end. At this time, Luther looked at the soldiers on both sides, his gaze fell on the swords of the 2 soldiers, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He suddenly faced the 2 soldiers next to him and shouted, "Bastard stuff, here I am. Call the shots, can you bear the tax loss?" When the 2 soldiers heard Luther's words, their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. They suddenly put away the swords in their hands, did not dare to speak, and silently retreated to the back. The villagers looked at the young boy Shiryi incredulously. They were surprised that the boy wanted to double the tax, and even more surprised that the boy shouted at the 2 soldiers, especially the old village chief and Yale. The young man in front of him was extraordinary. Chapter 9, Invisible Irony. Facing the temptation of money, Luther ignored a lot of things. However, when his eyes fell on the tree village, he only saw dilapidated and old houses. The current situation is difficult to pay normal taxes, let alone in taxes have basically doubled. Luther looked at the boy 16 Nights in disbelief, as if vaguely felt that this boy was deceiving him. Not only Luther's doubts and unbelief, but even the villagers in this village can't believe that the tax doubling is simply unimaginable. The original tax alone is enough to make them sell iron. At this time, Luther figured out a lot of things. He looked gloomy and looked at 16 Nights with anger, and said, "The tax has doubled on the original basis. You want to play me like a monkey, you who do you think you are?" With a confident smile on Lu Yi's face, he looked straight at Luther with unwavering gaze, and said, "I am me. As for whether the taxes will be paid in 1 month, I think adults will understand it in 1 month." Luther looked at the self-confidence of the young 16 Nights, he just wanted to speak something. It's just that 16 Nights didn't give him any chance, and then he said, "By the way, today, the village flew into the village with nauseating worms, but it is impossible to prevent it and almost spread to every household. Your body is noble and you can't stay here for long, troublesome. The adults leave as soon as possible, it will be difficult to handle if the bugs get affected." There was something in his words, and it was a mockery of the 3 imperial people in front of him. The villagers in the village heard the words of 16 Nights, they all did not understand the words of 16 Nights, and even wondering that their village did not seem to fly into the so-called worms. Only the elderly in the village, especially the old village chief, can understand the doubts in Shiliuya talk. The so-called moths are the imperial officials and soldiers in front of them, and the so-called spread is the tax. In this regard, they had to lament the youth's boldness, so satirizing the officials and soldiers of the empire, and at the same time they admired the youth's wisdom and shrewdness even more. Bug. Of course, Luther didn't think of the deep meaning. The first thing he thought of was the disgusting bug, and he quickly said, "The place is not where I should be." At this time, Luther looked at 16 Nights and said, "You are very good. The most annoying thing in my life is the disgusting bug. For your lord, this is what it should be." 16 Nights sneered in her heart and replied. Not far away, the old village chief and others saw this scene, they were laughing in their hearts, and they seemed to let out a sigh of relief. The official came again a month later, remembering that the tax was doubled. If the tax is not paid, the whole village will not be able to escape the imperial punishment. When Luther left such a threatening remark, he took a deep look at Akuyo's eyes, and he seemed to be calculating something in his heart. Then Luther didn't have any nostalgia for this place, or he didn't want to stay here for a minute, so he took 2 soldiers to the gorgeous carriage that stopped at the entrance of the village. "A month from now is your end." 16 Nights looked at their backs in the distance, with a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists with both hands, it was a kind of determination. He is very clear that if the animal in his eyes is not eliminated, then the animal will always threaten him. If you want to become a strong one, then you must have the consciousness of murder, not to mention the scum before him. The reason why he has such self-confidence is because of the 6 perfect training methods of the strongest physical skills. However, when the tax collector left, the entire tree village suddenly exploded, and the villagers talked a lot, and countless light fell on Shiliuya and the old village chief. At this time, their minds are very complicated, and they are deeply concerned about the joy and gratitude that the teenagers can help them. However, the doubling of the tax promised by the teenagers makes them deeply worried. Faced with the current situation, they all chose to be silent, and did not go up to ask the teenager or the village chief, because they understood that the 2 of them had more difficulties than theirs. At this time, Shiliuya looked at the villagers, he just wanted to speak, and suddenly the lovely female voice of the god-level system sounded in his mind. The host just behaved very well, did better, not reckless, not impulsive, very calm, and calm. This is one of the potentials of becoming a strong person. 16 Knights said lightly, "Is that right? I'm just pretending." No matter what, the host beautifully faced the first problem of the trial world. It's useless to face it beautifully, but it's only useful to face it beautifully. 16 Knights knew what she was facing, that is, to solve the tax problem. According to the host's beautiful performance, this system will provide a help for the host to solve the problem perfectly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-day extreme training. In an instant, Shizuya's mind flooded with a lot of information, all about the 7-day extreme training. Simply put, this is the devil training that allows people to quickly improve their strength. There are 4 main focuses on the 7-day extreme training. The first point is that the God level system provides gravity training for the host. The second point is that the God level system provides the host with the best training location in this area. The third point is that the God level system provides overspeed recovery for the host and can complete the 7-day special training without rest. The fourth point is that the God level system provides all-round guidance for the host, mainly physical melee combat guidance. So, what I lack is special training. There was a happy smile on Shizuya's face, and the 7-day extreme special training provided by the God level system was exactly how he quickly became stronger. When it matters, the system is really cute for you. This system promotes the host, please pay attention to the words. Counting I was wrong, your character is really not cute at all. This system prompts that the host rushes to the first training location as soon as possible, and then starts the 7-day extreme training. For a time, Ikuyo's mind poured into a map of information, like a radar, with 2 signs on it, one representing him and the other representing the training location. Shiryu looked at the villagers around him. He didn't want to say too much, because he said empty words, otherwise he would show something real. At this time, Ikuya turned his body, and he ignored the eyes of the villagers and walked to a huge rock. With all the knowledge of physique acquired in his mind, he tried to concentrate his whole body strength on his right hand, and suddenly clenched his fist and blasted directly there. A boulder! With a loud noise, the huge rock shattered and fell to the ground, spattering dust, smoke, and stones. At this moment, all the villagers were shocked. They all paid attention to the fragments of the rock on the ground. There was an unbelievable feeling that it was really human power. I'm too self-assertive. I will come back in 7 days and guide everyone through the difficulties in front of me. If I break my promise, I will be like this rock and broken to pieces. 16 Knights left such a sentence. The young man's back was stretched extremely long under the shining of the sun, looking tall and majestic. The villagers stared blankly at the back of the gradually disappearing young man, with complex expressions in their hearts. Before the boy comes back, we all work harder from today. We must not let down the boy's kindness. The old village chief looked at the back of the boy who left. His eyes were full of trust, and he believed in the boy for some reason. Yes, everyone, work harder. We will definitely get over the difficulties. The boy is the lucky star of our village. Yale looked at the back of the boy who left. He understood the extraordinary nature of the boy. He believed that the boy would fulfill his promise. Oh! The villagers put aside their loss, their expressions became excited, and they regarded the teenager as hope and motivation for hard work. They will try their best to save their village with the teenager. Chapter 10, Girl Kirin Akane. The atmosphere in a tall carriage driving towards the Taishao mansion is full of depression and dullness. Damn untouchables, they dare to have something in their words and satirize the official as a moth. It's really an unforgivable untouchable. There were repeated curses in the carriage, and inside was the tax collector Luther. His expression was distorted with anger and the angry flames in his eyes. He kicked the wooden board with his foot, and slapped the seat with his hand because of him. I remembered what I said in the night. It was not a kind reminder, but an ulterior irony, comparing him to a disgusting moth. What is even more annoying is that he responded to the teenager without knowing it, or that he responded to the untouchables, invisibly admitting that he was a moth. Damn untouchables, in a month I will tear your mouth, I will gouge your eyes, I will hang your body. Luther's expression was distorted, very terrifying, just like a real devil in human skin. He had a cruel laughter, making the two soldiers who were driving the carriage pale, and their bodies were trembling, thinking of Luther. Everything the adults did was deeply frightened. That ghost place, that group of poor people can't pay the doubled tax. After a month, I will dispose of the untouchables at will. Then I will completely make you look good, especially the untouchables who satirize the official. Even if this group of untouchables can pay the doubled tax, they can't even think about the level of the official. Luther's face became distorted as he thought about it. He was very sick, and there was a cruel smile. He couldn't help thinking of the young boy's eyes, those beautiful eyes like diamonds, and muttered, "That has a nice pair of eyes, presumably the prefect will like to collect them." As Luther's carriage drove fast, it gradually drove into a prosperous city. This city was called Lingian City, which was the place where the prefect's mansion was located, and it was also under the administration of the prefect Javens. The prosperous city is located in one of the most prosperous cities in the western part of the empire. It is just that the city is rich. The surrounding areas of the city are basically poor areas, as if all the wealth was concentrated in this city. At this time, Luther's carriage entered the Lingian city, and finally rushed to the magnificent prefect mansion. Luther hurriedly got out of the carriage and walked into the gate of the prefectural mansion. The tall and mighty guards on both sides saluted him. Luther didn't even look at the guard at the gate. He stepped across to the center of the prefect's mansion, where a very luxurious building was built. It was the official office of the prefect Javens. The gate of the prefect's official office was guarded by two soldiers who exuded a dangerous aura and strong strength. They were special guards, only the strongest guards directly belonging to Javens. Luther politely asked them for instructions, and the two good soldiers gave him a cold look and let him in. Luther walked into the prefectural office. There is a large square table in the center of the official government hall. It is a table made of fine wood. There is a map on it, which records in detail the maps of various places in the western part of the empire. Next to the square table, stood a middle-aged man. He had a burly figure and was dressed in military clothes. He exuded the atmosphere of a military man. This man did not look like a civilian at all, but a military officer. However, this person is the prefect of Lingian City. He turned out to be an imperial soldier, and his status is not low. It is just that he is tired of the military career and uses his contacts in the imperial capital to obtain the prefect of the city. His purpose of amassing a lot of money is to continue to contribute money to the upper-class figures of the imperial capital in order to maintain important personal connections. Javens naturally noticed Luther's coming in, but he didn't care very much. He just cast his eyes on the map on the table, his face thoughtful, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, Luther respectfully walked up to Javens and said, "Master Prefect, all matters concerning tax increase have been ordered." "Has the taxation matter been ordered?" "Luther, you did a good job." Javens didn't look at Luther, but quietly looked at the map. His gaze fell on the villages around Lingian City. He said lightly, "The answer will be available in a month, but I want to see how many villages will be eliminated." Luther carefully grasped Javens' thoughts and said, "Master Prefect, are you troubled by the affairs of General Miles?" Javens said, "The affairs of General Miles is not bothersome. The general is kind to me, and I also need to rely on the general. At present, the general just needs to borrow some heads to complete the rebel mission." Luther immediately understood the meaning and said, "It is true, for the sake of General Miles, as many untouchables as you want, you can have as many untouchables." Javens said coldly and ruthlessly, "The untouchables who can't benefit this lord, they sacrificed and sacrificed. It doesn't matter." Luther said, "The prefect is right." Javens didn't care what Luther said, he just looked at the map. Luther thought of the boy's eyes and couldn't help saying, "Master Prefect, I found a very good collection, I think you will like it. Let's talk about it." When Jarvins heard the collection, he showed interest, because his own interest is collecting all kinds of rare things. At this time, Luther told Jarvins all about the 16 Nights' eyes and described it, saying that there is only this thing in the sky, but he naturally did not mention the story of being ridiculed by the boy. Jarvins said, "Eyes like diamonds seem to be a good collection." Luther said, "A month later, I will give those eyes to the prefect as a tax icing on the cake." Jarvins said, "Luther, you really are a very good subordinate. If there is nothing to do, you can go down." "Yes, Lord Prefect." Luther stepped back respectfully. At this moment, the white kitten above Jarvins didn't know when she had been staying. She chose to leave from the beam and accidentally made a little movement. Suddenly, Jarvins, who was originally a soldier, became vigilant, looked at the beams sharply, and shouted, "Who is there? Meow." At this time, she created a static white meow, and she made a meow, and quickly left from the beam of the room, leaving the prefectural office flexibly and cleverly. It turned out to be a cat. Jarvins heard the meow's voice, his expression relaxed, but there was some doubt in his eyes. Why do cats appear here? Jarvins was slightly puzzled, he didn't think much about it, so he let it go. At the same time, the white cat quickly crawled across houses, and she quickly left the prefectural palace. The guards did not pay too much attention to the cat. Finally, Meow came to an ordinary residential area in Linjian City. She followed a window of a house and entered a room, which was full of girlish taste. At this moment, the cat instantly transformed into a beautiful girl. She took a deep breath and said, "I was almost discovered. At present, it is not enough to kill Jarvins. I have to be more proficient in the operation of Transformation Free Gaia Foundation." The talking girl, her name is Chelsea. She came from an ordinary family. Because of her excellent grades, she entered the prefectural office and worked. Gradually she understood the prefect's fish and meat people, which made the people unhappy and deeply felt the darkness of the prefect. Although she wanted to do something about it, she was powerless. Until a month ago, after she accidentally found Taigu's transformed Free Gaia Foundation in the treasure warehouse of the prefect Jarvins, she thought for a while and planned to use this power to assassinate the prefect Jarvins because she believed it. It was the power that God gave her. Chelsea thought about the dialogue between Jarvins and Luther, her expression surfaced endless worries and deep helplessness. She deeply understood that countless civilians would suffer again this time. The boy in Luther's mouth, what kind of eyes does he have? Are they really like diamonds? Even the prefect Jarvins wanted to be included in the collection. I can only hope that the strange boy will be a little lucky at the moment. I hope you don't die before I get rid of the prefect. Chelsea prayed for the strange boy in her heart. That boy was Shizue, but she could only pray because she didn't have much power to help the strange boy. 16 Knights did not know that invisible. One of the girls he wanted to save, Chelsea, had already noticed him. Chapter 11, Cruel Exercise. At noon, the blazing sun shone over the forests of the mountains, the temperature was scorching, and the breeze blew by, as if it brought the sweet refreshment of rain and dew. In a hidden grove in the middle of the mountains, there is a waterfall. It is made up of hundreds of streams. It is 100 meters high and no more than 10 meters wide. Abnormally turbulent worship, enough to crush ordinary people. However, under the 100-meter waterfall, Shiliuya has his feet tied like a tree stump, his toes clasped tightly to the rock, his hands clasped like claws, his fingers clasped the rock tightly, and he clenched his teeth and climbed the 100-meter waterfall. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, muscles all over his body bulged, and the water violently hit his body. Only a pair of shorts was worn on his naked body, and patches of red and swollen bruises were densely covered on it. This is the special training that Azaoi is doing, using the high drop of the waterfall and the water pressure to exercise his body, because he needs to have a superhuman body before practicing the 6 Navy poses. This is what the God-level system said to him. Strong physical skills require a strong body to support. The 7-day extreme training is mainly to strengthen the body's strength, physical fitness, and agility. The waterfall climbing training exactly includes these 3 points. Ordinary waterfall climbing training is useful, but it's far from enough. The host needs to complete waterfall climbing training under 10 times the gravity. When the host adapts to the 10-fold gravity waterfall practice, the host's body will reach the level of the final stage of the 5th stage, and the host will be able to practice the strongest physical skill Navy 6. 16 Nights naturally understands the horror of 10-fold gravity waterfall training. With just 1 fold of gravity, ordinary people can be squeezed to death. It didn't matter to 16 Nights, he just thought about how to complete the training as quickly as possible. At this time, Shiliuyu was under double gravity, constantly climbing to a waterfall of 100 meters in front of the current. The swiftly descending current surging against him, crushing him, he just gritted his teeth and persisted. Climbing continuously along the currents, resisting the forces of nature with the human body. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. 16 Nights constantly surpassed himself, constantly surpassing the critical point that the body bears. He failed time after time, climbed time after time, surpassed the limit time and time again, going forward courageously, going up against the current, more and more difficult, more and more painful. He just clenched his teeth, his face full of persistence and determination. Under the failure and persistence, Shiliuyu gradually adapted to double the gravity, unearthed a lot of hidden potential in the body, and gradually climbed to the 99 meters of the waterfall. At this moment, the female voice of the God-level system sounded. Double gravity. In an instant, invisible power emerged from the body of Ikuya, and finally wore on him like armor, making Ikuya's body extremely heavy, as if it was poured into lead and iron, and the internal organs seemed to be crushed. There was a violent tremor at the corners of his mouth, and a breath of air between his teeth. Ikuya felt that his whole body suddenly became numb, and his body was so heavy that he couldn't support it. He clasped his fingers tightly on the rock and his toes clasped tightly. I stayed on the rock and tried my best to prevent myself from falling, but gradually the skin of my fingers broke, the skin of my toes broke, and blood was spilled. The fiery pain of fingers and toes penetrated my heart. Under this intense pain, Ikuya gritted his teeth and insisted on his face. In the end Ikuya was swallowed by gravity, swallowed by water, and the rocks of the fingers were swallowed. After being crushed, the rock on the toe was crushed, and suddenly the body lost its support and could not hold the whole person and planted. With a loud bang, like a falling meteor, 16 Nights fell directly on the surface of the water under the waterfall, splashing the water waves several meters high. His whole body was affected by the impact, his bones seemed to be shattered, and his heart seemed to stop. Beat. After suffering from inhuman severe pain, the God-level system suddenly injected an invisible super-fast recovery force after the 16 Nights reached the critical point of the limit, which made him gradually eliminate physical injuries and fatigue, and made him more energetic. The invisible power flowed through the veins of his body, a trace of warmth, slowly penetrated into the skeletal muscles, and quietly strengthened. His body is getting stronger and stronger, his strength is getting stronger, his stamina is getting stronger and stronger, his agility is getting stronger. Come again. When the pain in the whole body gradually subsided, Shiliuyu could vaguely feel the changes in his body. He was very happy, his face was full of stubbornness and perseverance, and he gritted his teeth and continued to climb the waterfall. The God-level system is watching the 16 Nights in the spiritual world of the 16 Nights, and feels deeply gratified for his perseverance and stubbornness, and continuously provides the help of the 16 Nights for speeding recovery, and every recovery makes him strengthen. Boom, boom, boom. In the small woods, the sound of falling water and low hum slightly mixed with painful sounds continued to be heard. The speeding recovery of the God level system is extremely measured. Each treatment is exactly when Akuya's body now reaches the critical point it can withstand. That way, it will not let Akuya's body collapse, but it will also give him his body, bringing real reinforcement, making him stronger and stronger. At that time, it will be a humanoid monster, and it can be comparable to a dangerous species, or even a super dangerous species, just with its body. At the same time, every time the God level system adapts to gravity, when the climb is about to succeed, when the body surpasses the critical point and reaches a new level, it doubles the gravity of the 16 nights. The intense pain of gravity crushing the body made the pain on Akuyo's face almost twisted. As the gravity gets heavier and heavier, 16 night falls again from the 99-meter waterfall, but he continues to climb forward regardless of his body's dark injuries and bruises, but the increase in gravity makes him slower and slower and the number of falls more and more. Boom, boom, boom. Time and time again, Izayoi repeated the climb like a machine, reaching the limit he could bear again and again, and then breaking through the limit he could bear again and again. The extreme training that surpasses human beings can even be said to be monster-like training. This kind of training can't be sustained for an hour at all by ordinary people, maybe not for a minute, because gravity will crush it to death. However, 16 Nights Lucky has the help of the God level system and the body that has been strengthened by the God level system, which contains infinite potential. Time gradually passed, it was getting dark, 16 nights were cultivating, dawn, 16 nights were cultivating, it was dark, 16 nights were cultivating, daylight was rising, 16 nights were cultivating. It lasted for 5 days, of which 16 nights did not rest for a minute and a second, all of which was used for training and used to complete the training of climbing the waterfall under 10 times the gravity. Chapter 12, Exercise Achievement. 5 days and 5 nights, from double, to triple, finally to 10 times the gravity, 16 nights again and again, climb again after failure, and climb again after failure, even if the fingers and toes are broken, all the bones are broken. Now, he still has to climb, until he succeeds, he finishes the extreme training. As for why he treats himself like this, the reason is very simple, just for the strongest, and even more for the issue of taxation a month later. Presumably the imperial official who was metaphorically referred to by him as a borer will probably not let him go after a month. For this reason, he needs strength and must first act to get rid of the borer official, because the threat of the borer will never disappear, unless the borer dies. Ns. It can be said that there is too much motivation for Ikuyo to move forward. Whether it is for himself, for the villagers, or to get rid of the imperial officials, his ultimate goal is to be the strongest. Formidable power can override wealth and even power. The imperial officials in front of them just have rights, so it's good for the power to surpass this right. At present, Ikuyo has conquered twice the weight of gravity, and the strength, physical stamina, agility, and intensity of the body have also increased. At present, he has triggered the limit of the infinite potential in his body, making his body from the first level of strength to the second level. Level intensity, then level 3 intensity, then level 4 intensity, and finally level 5 intensity. Each level of strength represents a realm. If it is compared with the power of the world of slashing the scarlet pupil, then the power of the super dangerous species is level 7. A normal super dangerous species has destroyed a town, and one the Lord level super dangerous seeds have destroyed a big city. However, the super dangerous species are rare beasts. Just like the name of the beast, the appearance of each super dangerous species represents the appearance of a fierce disaster. Fortunately, the super dangerous species only inhabit the place where they live. Appearing in the human world, unless the habitat is invaded, or because of some special circumstances, it may take the initiative to provoke humans. All in all, the super dangerous species are monsters among monsters, monsters with special abilities. Today 16 Nights is the power of the 5th level. It has grown to a level equivalent to the high-level dangerous species in just 5 days. The so-called high-level dangerous species generally refer to the 5th and 6th level dangerous species, which are more difficult to see. Its power is enough to threaten a town and easily destroy a village. As for the 3-level and 4-level dangerous species, they belong to the range of intermediate dangerous species, and they are relatively rare dangerous species. As for the primary and secondary dangerous species, they belong to the scope of low-grade dangerous species, and they are relatively common dangerous species. Dealing with low-level dangerous species generally requires 1 to 10 or more Imperial soldiers. Dealing with intermediate-level dangerous types generally requires 10 to 100 or more Imperial soldiers, and dealing with high-level dangerous types generally requires 100 to 1,000 or more Imperial soldiers, and at least 10,000 people in super-dangerous types. Above. Of course, this is not an absolute thing, it is just a power comparison, and it is only the data of the ordinary level realm dangerous species. It should be clear that there is an elite level above the ordinary level, and there is a leader level above, and finally the lord level. In short, the strength of the 16 knights has been improved. With his current strength, the imperial officials need to deal with him from 100 to more than 1,000 imperial soldiers. Therefore, he has absolute confidence in dealing with Luther, a district tax official. Of course, 16 knights can achieve such an achievement, and the help of the god-level system is indispensable. At this time, Shizuya is still adapting to 10 times the gravity, clenching his teeth and insisting on climbing the 100-meter waterfall, 5 days and 5 nights of masochistic exercise. Although it is very painful, it is unspeakable pain, but in contrast to the strength gained, that kind of pain is nothing at all. At this moment, 16 knights is carrying 10 times the gravity, his fingers and toes are skinned and fleshy, and he still clings to the rock, his body is covered with bruises, still clinging to the rock, his hands and feet are full of swollen red wounds. Climbing up against the current. When he reaches the limit, he surpasses the limit, and when he reaches the critical point, he surpasses the critical point. He doesn't want anything, he just wants to become stronger. That's right, he becomes stronger and becomes the strongest. Little by little, drop by drop, step by step, 1 meter, finally climbed to the 97 meters of the 100 meters waterfall, and the distance was only about 3 meters left. However, he had failed no less than 10 times before that. The last 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Ikuyo's body faced the fierce water that could crush ordinary people. The corners of his mouth trembled violently. He stretched out his red and swollen arms to grab the last top rock, raised his red and swollen feet and stepped on the last rock, bursting out the force of smashed directly through the rapids and climbed over the top of the hundreds of meters waterfall. At this moment, between the violent breathing of Shiliuye, he suddenly climbed to the top of the 100-meter waterfall. At this moment, he stood firmly on the waterfall where hundreds of streams converged. At this moment, he couldn't feel the fierceness of the current, only its gentleness. It was not clear whether it was because he became stronger or because the current did not fall. In short, there were 2 reasons. At this moment, his whole body was scarred and exhausted, with a faint smile on his face, he stood up straight, raised his head, looked at the distant place, and saw a different landscape. At this moment, his body became strong and powerful, his face revealed angular perseverance, golden and blood-colored eyes, and a resolute color. The whole person became a lot more mature, and he lost the childishness of a young man. A powerful and reliable feeling. At this moment, he finally completed the special training for climbing waterfalls with 10-fold gravity as explained by the God-level system. Izayoi grinned hardly. System, how about it? Very good. I completed the waterfall 10-fold gravity training in just 5 days, which is a little bit faster than the expected 7 days. The current strength of the body can already be used to practice the 6 navy poses, but currently you only have the strength. And truly master your strength, the remaining time will be used to practice and master your current strength. The female voice of the god-level system sounded in Akuya's mind, and her voice was filled with admiration, even a little amazed. In the 5 days and 5 nights, the resilience and perseverance that Akuya has shown is beyond hers. Unexpectedly, the training that was originally completed in 7 days, but only took 5 days to complete. In an instant, the god-level system injected the power of speeding recovery into the body of Akuyo, instantly eradicating all the wounds on his body. That was the elimination without leaving a trace, and he was restored to the best state. Chapter 13, Skyrocketing Strength. Thanks to the system, now that the waterfall special training is completed, we will start the next one. There should not be many opportunities for this kind of special training. I don't want to waste the remaining time. 16 Nights could clearly feel that his body was healed by the god-level system again. He clenched his fist tightly, his hand bones creaked, and a powerful force burst out invisibly. It's very good for the host to have this consciousness. There are really few opportunities for this special extreme training. The extent to which the host can reach in 7 days depends on the host. Anyway, the system will provide comprehensive help. For the host, this system instills the entire cultivation process into the host's brain, and how much it can accomplish depends on the host. Suddenly, all kinds of information flooded into Shizui's head, all of which were the locations of low, intermediate, and high danger species within a radius of 100 kilometers. As for the super dangerous species, it's not the range that Shizui can deal with. To put it simply, his task is to hunt down these dangerous species under 10 times the gravity, mainly for training the use of one's own power and combat experience. It turns out that hunting dangerous species is indeed the fastest way to master the cultivation method of using power. At least it can make me familiar with the smell of blood, otherwise it will be troublesome to kill people face to face. 16 Nights can understand the training plan designed by the god-level system. He is very satisfied with it. He wants the fastest growth to go through various battles, otherwise it is just a flower in a greenhouse. The strong are all monsters who have experienced battles, not to mention that he himself is an ordinary person and has not experienced any battles. Hunting dangerous species at the moment can increase his experience in this area and enable him to quickly improve his combat experience. And the use of power. Overall it is a very good practice. With the remaining 2 days, he would try his best to use 100%, or even 200%, of his time, because the god-level system had provided him with the best conditions during this period of time. At this time, Shiliuya jumped down the 100-meter-high waterfall, and suddenly he fell heavily into the pool, suddenly splashing more than 10-meter-high water, but he withstood the impact and pressure, and he did not standing up from the water without incident. This fully explained his growth. Jumping from a 100-meter waterfall is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. At this time, Akuya walked from the water to the shore. According to the dangerous species information provided by the god-level system, he first ran to the territory of the low-level dangerous species at full speed. His speed was very fast, just like a normal person sprinting. And there is no slowing down, and it is under 10 times the gravity. In the following time, the figure of 16 Nights swiftly jumped between the forest and the mountain. Even if the woods were densely covered with thorns and the trees were vertical and horizontal, they did not bring him the slightest obstacle, and they continued to hunt down all kinds of dangerous species. Here to exercise yourself. 16 Nights starts with hunting low-level dangerous species. First is the first-level dangerous species, and then is the second-level dangerous species. No low-level dangerous species is an opponent, but facing the gregarious low-level dangerous species, it also caused a lot of heavy losses to Akuyo. Fortunately, there is the existence of the god-level system speeding recovery. During the process of hunting low-level dangerous species, he gradually made him understand the use of physical power, know whether his shots are light or heavy, and understand how to explode strong power and how to produce effective power. In just half a day, 16 Nights began to hunt for the intermediate dangerous species, the third dangerous species first, and then the fourth dangerous species. During the process of hunting intermediate dangerous species, he gradually mastered the use of physical power, knew whether his shots were fast or slow, and understood how to exert the most effective power and the prey more effectively. Also, in only half a day, Ishikawa began to look for some special dangerous species for training, such as hunting power dangerous species to train against power enemies and hunting agile dangerous species to train against agility enemy. Training in this way allows him to effectively master various situations of combat, and deal with the enemy according to different situations, and also makes him know how to use his own advantages to deal with the enemy. Gradually he became proficient in the use of strength, the use of agility, the use of vision, the use of hearing, and the awareness of breath. During the 2 days and 2 nights, the God-level system continuously instilled various knowledge into Shiryu, but the strengthened Shiryu had a huge talent for memory and understanding. It took him a short time to absorb all the knowledge instilled by the God-level system and make use of it. After only 2 days of hunting, 16 nights has gone through the test of life and death no less than 10 times, mainly because it has provoked the dangerous species of one-side overlord, and the dangerous species that live in groups, and even some kind of highly poisonous dangerous species. Fortunately, everything has the existence of a God-level system. At this time, there is only 1 hour left before the 7 days of extreme training. At present, Ikuya is dealing with a high-level dangerous species, a 5th-level saber-toothed tiger, which belongs to the dangerous species of the leader realm, and is also the strongest dangerous species he has encountered. You are the last prey, just to end the last special training. You should be more valuable, because you can be treated as a gift to the village. The blood pupil in the left eye of Shizue, and the golden pupil in the right eye, showed vigilance inside, and the God-level system had told him not to let down his vigilance for any kind of enemy. Ikuyo looked directly at the 5th-level saber-toothed tiger in front of him. He currently belongs to the 5th-level pinnacle level, and currently he belongs to the level of the Master Realm. According to the explanation of the God-level system, human strength is also divided into 10 levels and 4 realms, which are ordinary level, elite level, master level, and boss level, corresponding to the ordinary level, elite level, and leader level of dangerous species. Lord level. At this time, the 5-meter-high saber-toothed tiger stared fiercely at the young man. Its sharp claws cut across the earth and rocky ground, leaving deep claw marks. It is the overlord of this forest, and humans are not allowed to step into it. In the territory, all humans who entered this ground died and became food in its mouth. Being able to face the 5th-level dangerous species, and also the dangerous species of the leader realm, would require at least thousands of Imperial Army talents. However, the current 16 Knights Foot has already dealt with it, and it can be seen that the strength has grown very high. In an instant, Ikuyo's eyes sharpened, surpassing ordinary people's insight, capturing the sharp-toothed tiger in all directions, full of power at the soles of his feet, and stomping heavily on the ground, leaving a burst of cracks. His figure was like an arrow, instantly approaching the sharp-toothed tiger. Tooth Tiger. At this time, the sharp-toothed tiger would not wait for Ikuyo's attack stupidly, its eyes fixed on the human beings, and it rushed towards Ikuyo with all its strength, as if it was about to grind him into food for its stomach. Its slow shave. In an instant, Ikuyo's eyes perfectly caught the sharp-toothed tiger's movements. He kicked the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate a strong rebound force, and directly moved at a high speed, suddenly avoiding the sharp-toothed tiger's pounce. It was incredible. Appears on the left side of it. Shaved. 16 knights and 5 fingers clenched a fist, using the Navy's 6-style shave to accelerate, resulting in high-speed movement. The speed and strength caused the fist to slam down on the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen like a spike, and suddenly sank deeply, shattering the bones inside. Suddenly, the huge body flew directly 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground, leaving deep gaps around, splashing dust and stones. The saber-toothed tiger rolled his eyes and lost his life. The leader of the forest, the dangerous species of sharp-toothed tiger, died in the hands of Ikuyo. If it is known to others, it will be extremely surprised. If it is known by the army, it must be regarded as a plastic talent. Competitions are often a one-shot kill. Fortunately, I have mastered the shave for a long time. It is really an extremely powerful physical skill, and the speed, even the strength, is really right. 16 knights watched the saber-toothed tiger died. He was very fortunate that he could learn one of the 6 navy shaves. It can even be said that his talent is very high. The main reason is that he has a superhuman body. Congratulations to the host for completing the 7-day extreme special training. At present, all aspects of speed have reached the peak level of power at level 5, and the realm of strength is at the boss level. In an instant, Shirleyu's body burdened 10 times as much gravity and disappeared, making Shirley relaxed. It can be said that his current combat effectiveness has doubled. It's just that 16 knights didn't care much about the god level system, because he knew that his strength was all obtained by relying on his own life and death. At this time, Ikuya walked to the side of the saber-toothed tiger, and he directly carried the behemoth up. It didn't seem to be very laborious. Knowing that the saber-toothed tiger has a gravity of more than half a ton, it can be seen that his strength is currently strong. At this time, Ikuya looked towards the village, and then took heavy steps, shaking the stone with every step, as if the ground was shaking, showing how heavy its weight was. This should reduce a lot of the burden on Shu village, and the people in the village should be very happy. 16 knights couldn't help thinking of how he had returned to the village, and walked back to Shu village with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 14, The Return of the Boy. At present, 16 knights is on the way back to Shuken. A lot of things happened in Tree Village during the 7 days of his Aoi's absence, and all of them revolved around the issue of taxation a month later. Everyone in the Tree Village worked hard for taxation, especially the Yale hunting team. During the period, they ignored their lives and deaths for taxation, resulting in the death of 2 of the 5-member hunting team. As the captain, Yale lost his right arm. All of this just for the 2 dangerous cubs waiting to be fed the giant terrifying dog. Cubs of dangerous species are very easy to tame, but tamed dangerous species can be used as a very advantageous weapon. Therefore, dangerous species cubs are very valuable in the market. The higher the level, the more ferocious dangerous species are, the more valuable they are. Trafficking is dangerous. Breeding cubs can even make a person rich overnight. However, the chance of encountering the cubs of the dangerous species waiting to be fed is undoubtedly 1 in 10,000. The hunting team led by Yale encountered such a rare opportunity inadvertently. They desperately got 2 dangerous cubs, but they sacrificed 2 people and Yale lost an arm. The villagers in Shuken were extremely sad and anguished, but the villagers could understand that their sacrifices were all for the sake of Shuken and for the tax revenue a month later. Faced with such a situation, the villagers in Shuken couldn't help thinking of the boy with strange eyes. It was 16 nights, and the villagers all looked forward to the boy's return with good news. As for why they believe in the young boy 16 nights so much, because the rock crushed by the boy is here, that is the boy's promise to them, because the old village chief and Yale have always believed in the boy, that is trust without doubt. The villagers in Shuken believed in Shirley, but Shirley naturally kept their promise. At present, the villagers in Shu village are working hard for taxation, but Shirley is on the way back to Shu village. At this time, 3 strangers came to the entrance of the village of Shuken. They came to buy the cubs of the dangerous species. The old village chief led several young adults and 2 cubs of dangerous species. They went out to the village to meet the merchants who bought them. The 2 sides met each other. The old village chief was very enthusiastic, but the buyer's side was lukewarm, and even a bit superior. The main old village chief and others were poor civilians, while the buying merchants and others were wealthy. The status of the 2 is not equal, and the status of the 2 is not equal, so naturally there is the so-called dog eye to see people inferiorly. Among the 3 strangers is a young man standing in the middle. His name is Ryan. He belongs to the acquisition merchant of the Right Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest chambers of commerce in Linjian City. He is a merchant responsible for the acquisition of dangerous species. As for the remaining two strangers, they were heavily hired bodyguards by the Right Chamber of Commerce. They were born in the Imperial Boxing Temple, the strongest boxing in the imperial capital, mainly to protect the young Ryan, because he was the nephew of the president of the Right Chamber of Commerce, and the Right Chamber of Commerce was offended. Many people. Giant horror dog. The young Ryan did not look at the old village chief and others, but at the two dangerous cubs on the ground. His expression was very surprised and his eyes were inexplicably hot. Sure enough, today I had a big gain. Fortunately, I volunteered to come forward. I suggested that my uncle will definitely look at me with admiration after completing this order. Ryan was very happy when he looked at the terrifying dog. He was very fortunate that he asked to come to this shabby village, but he did not expect that he had picked up the treasure. As a businessman who bought dangerous species, he naturally memorized the illustrations of dangerous species, so he knew at a glance what the cubs of dangerous species were called, and the names of the cubs of dangerous species in front of them were giant terrifying dogs. The giant terrifying dog belongs to the intermediate dangerous species, its level is 4, a very ferocious carnivorous dangerous species. It has the ability to crush steel. The adult body is very large, and the height alone is at least about 2 to 3 meters. Intermediate dangerous species is quite a powerful species. The growing up of the terrifying dog is extremely difficult to tame, but the cub is very easy to tame, and it is the favorite guard dog of all the rich. It's just that the cubs of the giant terrifying dog are very difficult to find, and it can even be said to be extremely rare. The rich person who can have a giant terrible dog to watch the house is a very status symbol, so most wealthy people will ask for money. You must know that there are 4. Class 1 dangerous species is the overlord of dogs. If there is a giant terrifying dog to look after the house, it will be comparable to nearly 100 imperial soldiers. The 2 giant terrifying dogs waiting to be fed right now were obtained by the Yale hunting team accidentally, because they were very lucky to encounter male and female giant terrifying dogs fighting with other dangerous species. Yale knew the value of dangerous cubs, so Yale and others risked their lives to take away 2 giant terrible dog cubs, but they also paid a heavy price for this. At this time, Ryan's expression returned to calm, his gaze pretended to be carefully looking at the 2 cubs of the giant terrifying dog, and then he looked seriously thinking, as if he was very reluctant. To the old village chief, he bluntly said, "I just said that, 2 cubs of the first level dangerous species, I will pay a 10 gold coin." The old village chief looked at the young man in front of him deeply, his expression changed slightly, and his eyes flashed dissatisfaction, because he learned from Yale that one of the dangerous cubs in front of him was worth at least 100 gold coins. However, the villagers who were not far away were very ignorant. They were very surprised when they heard a cub of Ryan pay 10 gold coins. They were very surprised. I couldn't believe that the 2 cubs in front of them were worth so much money. Merchant Lane's cunning eyes noticed the expressions of many villagers around him, and he said in his heart, "It really is a bunch of hillbillies. It's really easy to lie. After all, 1 empire gold coin is enough for them to eat frugally for 100 days, because 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, but 1 silver coin can save for 1 day and eat frugally." At this time, a young man behind the old village chief suddenly came out. He was a member of the Yale hunting team, and he naturally understood the value of the dangerous cubs in front of him. He looked very excited, his eyes were very dissatisfied, and he cursed, "1 is only 10 gold coins. Big brother Yale said that a cub is worth at least 100 gold coins." Ryan heard the young man's words, his whole face was gloomy, his eyes were fixed on the young man, and he said coldly, "Then you are saying that I cheated you?" The young man knew that the 2 cubs were what they desperately got. Not only they sacrificed 2, but also the right arm of Big Brother Yale. It was only 20 gold coins, not even a tenth of the tax. How willingly he was deceived by the profiteers in front of him, said, "Yes, you are indeed deceiving us." At this time, the villagers heard the young man's words, they naturally believed the young man's words, and even more believed in Yale's words. Suddenly, they looked at Lane with doubts and anger. The old village chief did not speak, he stared directly at Ryan to observe the situation. Ryan smiled coldly on his face and said, "Whatever you say, I think you are crazy about money, and the original price remains the same." When the young man heard this, he was very angry. He looked at the old village chief and said, "The village chief, the other party is obviously looking at us and so bullying." The old village chief said lightly, "I understand." When Ryan heard the old village chief's words, his heart suddenly became cold. At this time, the old village chief said directly to him, "This young master, I'm sorry, these 2 cubs, I plan to stay, but I don't plan to sell them." When Ryan heard these words, his expression was very gloomy and terrifying, and he said coldly, "Old man, if you don't want to sell it, you won't sell it, but I came all the way to your broken village, just say something. Just want to send me away?" The old village chief apologized, "This young man, the old man is really sorry, please bear with me." Ryan sneered on his face, with a sinister meaning, and said fiercely, "I will give you 10 gold coins for a cub. You don't even get the bill. You think the right Chamber of Commerce is a bully, and tell you that only the right Chamber of Commerce refuses. For the sake of people, no one has ever dared to refuse the right Chamber of Commerce." When the old village chief heard this, his heart suddenly felt bad. "Now I don't care if you want to sell it or not, because I have already bought it. These are 2 gold coins for you. As for whether you want it or not, it's your business." Ryan directly took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and threw them gently on the ground. His expression was extremely contemptuous, his eyes were extremely contemptuous. And he looked at the old village chief. Ryan gave an order to the 2 bodyguards behind him, saying, "Take me the cubs because I bought them." The villagers in Tree Village heard what Ryan said clearly. They saw 2 sturdy bodyguards stepping forward, and the target of the bodyguards was the 2 cubs. In an instant, the young and middle-aged of Shukin suddenly rushed to stop the 2 bodyguards. However, the opponent was a well-trained warrior from Huangshuan Temple, possessing unmatched strength and martial arts. In just a few rounds, all the young adults fell to the ground, groaning in pain, and at the same time deeply feeling their own powerlessness, and their faces were full of unwillingness. Ryan looked at this scene very proudly and said, "The mere poor people want to fight against me, it's really overwhelming." The old village chief watched this scene, he was trembling with anger, his eyes were full of anger and looked at Ryan, and he yelled, "Do you still have a king of law? If you do this, the prefect will let you go." Ryan looked at the old village chief with an idiotic look. He couldn't help but laugh out proudly and said, "Wang Fa, what is Wang Fa? I tell you that money is Wang Fa. Do you think the prefect will stand on the poor side, or on the rich side? Remember that the prefect will not have trouble with money." When the old village chief heard these words, his eyes widened with anger, but he didn't refute the other party, because the overweight tax came from the prefect, which fully proved that the prefect was a greedy person. Seeing that the cubs bought by Yale and others were forcibly taken by profiteers in this way, is the Tree Village destined to be plagued by disasters? Are civilians destined to be oppressed? At this moment, the stones on the ground around the entrance of the village shook, and the dust shook up, as if a giant beast had arrived. The horizon from the entrance of the village appeared like a shadow of a hill. The young man is carrying a giant beast forward. The young man is 16 knights. Chapter 15, One-Word Roll. At the entrance of the Tree Village, not far from the horizon, the figure of Shilihui appeared on the horizon, that is, Shilihui returned after 7 days of extreme training. Irikuya carried a giant beast several meters high on his shoulders, and moved slowly like a hill, stepping out very heavy step by step, like a huge hammer hitting the ground, accompanied by a slight roar. And the slight vibrations around the ground, he seemed very relaxed in this way. It seemed that he was carrying a balloon of a giant instead of a giant beast on his shoulder. It's just that, in the eyes of ordinary people, the giant beast on the shoulders of 16 knights is actually a dangerous species, and it is not a giant beast that ordinary people can carry. At this moment, Shizue did not take a saber-toothed tiger weighing more than half a ton into his heart, because his current body strength was full of 10,000 catties, and a saber-toothed tiger weighing more than 1,000 catties was really nothing to him. With the deep-rooted roar and the shaking of the ground, 16 knights approached the entrance of the village more and more. At this time, all the people standing at the entrance of the village noticed the muffled roar and the slight vibration of the ground. They couldn't help but stop still, and all their eyes were frozen on the hill-like figure. Gradually they saw the hill-like figure clearly. It was a handsome young man, a dangerous tiger species with long fangs. It was just astonishing that it was a giant beast that was more than 10 times the size of a young man. He was easily carried on his shoulders by the teenager. It seems to be saying that the giant beast is the prey of the teenager, which deeply proves the horror of the teenager. At this time, the villagers of Shu village at the entrance of the village were all dumbfounded, with expressions of excitement and joy on their faces. The teenager they were waiting for returned, and the trust in the teenager from the beginning was finally rewarded. However, the teenager not only responded to their expectations, but also greatly exceeded their expectations. The juvenile hunted a huge dangerous species for the tree village. It seemed that the level was still very high, and the juvenile did not seem to rely on any tools, but only carried the dangerous species back to the village with his bare hands. This kind of power, in the hearts of the villagers, there are only 2 words that can describe it: terror. That boy is really back. The villagers couldn't help but muttered, and they could hunt dangerous species with their bare hands. You can imagine how terrifying it was and what kind of light it would be when the tree village had a boy. Regarding this, the people in the tree village looked at the youth with enthusiasm in their eyes, with respect and surprise in them, and they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. The young man is indeed the lucky star bestowed on the village by God. The old village chief looked at 16 knights, and he was very happy. He was very fortunate that Yale could bring the young boy back to the village. In this way, the tax problem should be overcome in a month. Not everyone present was happy. The 3 members of the Right Chamber of Commerce looked at the appearance of 16 knights, but their hearts were very complicated. Pick up such a huge dangerous species with bare hands. In particular, the 2 Huangchuan temple bodyguards couldn't help taking a breath, and murmured in their hearts. The other party is just a mere young man who wants to carry such a great danger. How much effort does it take to plant? The young Ryan directly ignored Ikuyo himself, but stared at the behemoth on Ikuyo's shoulder with a blazing light. Suddenly, his eyes shrank, his face was full of disbelief, and he said, 5-level dangerous saber-toothed tiger. When the surrounding villagers heard Ryan's words, they suddenly took a breath, and they couldn't believe that they looked at the giant beast on 16 knights' shoulders. It turned out to be a 5th-level dangerous species. They didn't dare to be a single-level dangerous species. Imagine, let alone a 5-level dangerous species. The 2 bodyguards of Huangchuan Temple were even more shocked. They only understood the 5th-level dangerous species. They had to know that they had exhausted their efforts to deal with a 3rd-level dangerous species, not to mention the 5th-level dangerous species. He hunted the saber-toothed tiger. Ryan looked at the young man in disbelief. He deeply suspected that the young man in front of him could hunt down the 5th-level dangerous species, which simply subverted his concept. However, what he cares more about is not the boy, but the saber-toothed tiger on the boy's shoulder, because there is huge commercial value there. He only learned about the saber-toothed tiger from the illustrated book. It was one of the kings of the 5-level dangerous species, a very rare dangerous species, and the most valuable one among the dangerous species. The main thing is that the saber-toothed tiger is full of treasures. The long saber teeth can make very high-quality weapons, and the tiger skin can be made into clothes. The most valuable is the tiger whip. It is the favorite of all male nobles and is a very expensive aphrodisiac in the market. It can be said that the value of a single saber-toothed tiger is about tens of thousands of gold coins. I am so lucky. Not only did I meet 2 cubs of the great terror dog, but also the saber-toothed tiger of the king of the forest. This time my uncle will definitely recognize me, but my status in the Chamber of Commerce will be greatly improved. Ryan thought frantically, staring at the saber-toothed tiger on Ikuyo's shoulder like a wolf, ignoring the danger of Ikuyo. Ignoring Ryan's fiery gaze, Ikuyo looked at the villagers lying on the ground, then on the 2 burly men who knocked down the villagers, and finally on the arrogant young man. All of a sudden, based on the situation at the scene, 16 knights probably guessed that what happened here was nothing more than bullying the weak. After a big one came, there came a small, human-skinned demons and demons in an endless stream. At this moment, Shiliu's expression became cold and terribly cold, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he instantly threw the saber-toothed tiger on his shoulders to the ground. Bang! There was a muffled sound, the stones splashed, and the cobweb-like cracks on the ground spread and spread. After a while, the ground where the saber-toothed tiger was located was partially sunken. When the villagers saw this scene, they were a little shocked. From the moment they fell, they deeply felt the weight of the giant beast. Looking at the young man was like looking at the gods, because how could it not be the gods to have such power? The 2 Huangchuan temple bodyguards watched this scene, and they were deeply shocked. The strength of the young man was veritable. However, when Ryan saw this scene, he did not marvel at the young man's power, but was dissatisfied with the young man's rude methods, and seemed to have regarded the saber-toothed tiger as his possession in his heart. At this time, Ryan immediately stepped forward, looked at Shizue proudly, and said, "I am the nephew of the president of the Right Chamber of Commerce, and I am also a purchaser of dangerous species. I bought the dangerous species of saber-toothed tiger in your hands at a high price." 16 knights exuded a beast-like aura and an icy breath. His eyes were cold and ruthless, with a very fierce and terrifying power, and his eyes looked at Ryan coldly. He said coldly, "Get out." Suddenly, Ryan deeply felt the pressure of the huge aura and the chilly aura. He looked at the boy's weird pupils. They were golden and pupils. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he seemed to want him. Shredded, his gaze was as horrible as hell, as if to swallow him. At this moment, Ryan felt fear in his heart, and he couldn't help moving away from the boy. The 2 Huangchuan temple bodyguards watched this scene, and their figures flashed behind Ryan very sensitively. One of the bodyguards asked, "Master, are you okay?" Ryan's expression recovered, he thought of Shiliu's scribbling, and he felt a kind of humiliation in his heart, and his eyes looked at Liu with a bitter meaning. He shouted at the bodyguard next to him, "No one can ever tell me to get out, but a poor man dares to insult me. You teach him severely and help me abolish his hands." 2 legs. "Yes, master." The 2 bodyguards of Huangchuan Temple heard Ryan's order, and they could only execute it. Although the teenagers looked very powerful on the surface, they were well-trained warriors, and a teenager should be able to deal with them when they joined forces. At this time, the 2 bodyguards were flexible and faster than ordinary people. They suddenly appeared in front of Itokuya, knowing that the teenager has terrifying strength and did not intend to fight at the beginning, but wanted to avoid fighting as much as possible. "Don't fight underneath." One of the bodyguards stepped forward and looked at the teenager, and said, "I know your strength is good, but you shouldn't be rude to Master Ryan. I hope your excellency can accompany him." For an instant, ignoring the words of the bodyguard, Ikuya suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it directly without a trace of emotion in his eyes. For a moment, the bodyguard didn't know what was going on. The big palm of his hand fell directly on his face sunken, his teeth fell, blood was sprayed, and the whole person flew straight out 10 meters away and fell heavily on his face. On the ground, lying on the ground unconscious. At this moment, the only bodyguard left, reacted. The moment he just wanted to attack, he didn't know when he swept over with one leg, like a whip of steel. The bone clicked, the bone in his waist was broken, and the whole person flew out more than 10 meters away, and it was not clear whether he was lying on the ground dead or alive. The whole process took only a few seconds. 16 knights shot swiftly, attacked fiercely, and instantly solved the two Huangchuan temple bodyguards. The 16 knights in front of him is quite a dangerous type of humanoid of level 5, and it is not a monster that can compete with human strength of 2 or 3 levels at all. How is it possible? Ryan looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground with unknown life and death. He couldn't help swallowing deeply. He couldn't imagine that the teenager would knock down the high-priced Huangchuan temple bodyguard in just an instant. NS. Not only Len was surprised, but also the villagers. They were even more surprised, especially those young and middle-aged who were knocked down by 2 bodyguards not long ago. They deeply understood that the 2 bodyguards were so powerful that they couldn't deal with it. Powerful. However, such a powerful bodyguard all knelt in front of the young man in just an instant. Ryan looked terrified and looked at the young man with fear. What he vaguely saw was not a human, but a super dangerous species. He suddenly became deeply afraid, without the arrogance and domineering just now, as if he wanted to step away. If you dare to take a step out of the village, I will kill you. 16 knights naturally noticed the behavior of the young man Ryan, and he only left a murderous sentence. Ryan heard the boy's words, his whole body froze, a cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he understood in his heart that the boy was not joking with him, but would really kill him. At this time, Shiliu Yetia walked up to the old village chief and spoke lightly, "Old village chief, I want to know, what happened during my absence?" When the old village chief heard this, he looked into the eyes of the young man and saw seriousness and determination from inside. He explained the situation in the 7 days and what happened just now to Shiliu in the most concise and clear language. Chapter 16, Control Evil with Evil. 16 knights learned about everything from the old village chief. According to the village chief, the Yale hunting squad died 2 people, and Yale lost his arms. As for the oppression of them, the people from the right chamber of commerce in the construction of the city, the main purpose is come to buy 2 dangerous cubs. Ikuya glanced again at the 2 bodyguards who had lost consciousness and the fearful Ryan. He was very cold and muttered, "This country really has changed. The so-called prosperous 1000-year empire is nothing but darkness. And on earth under the envelope of corruption, there are really many monsters covered in human skins here, and there are even more beasts that are not even scumbags." 16 knights felt deeply moved. At present, the villagers of Tree Village are striving for their lives in order to survive. The best example is the Yale hunting squad. However, the villagers who are working so hard to survive are being oppressed everywhere, and imperial officials plunder them. The imperial soldiers deterred them, the imperial merchants oppressed them, next time it will be the imperial nobles. The so-called poor and common people are tools for extracting money, only pawns used to pave the way for wealth and power. On one side is to live desperately, on the other side is desperate oppression, on the other side is desperate survival, on the other side is desperate enjoyment, although life itself is not equal, but this is no longer a matter of equal inequality. Now the so-called common people are fundamental. They are not regarded as human beings, but domestic animals raised by those in power for rights and wealth. There is an inexplicable anger in Chai Zui's heart. He can understand the villagers of Shu village, the weak and the poor, because if he does not have a god-level system, or he is also a member of the oppressed. Very ironic, but very realistic. 16 knights couldn't help but think of the killer organization Night Attack in the world of Zhan Tong. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand that the killer girls wanted to change the mood of the empire. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence. It was a sentence for the night assassins. "If the sky is incapable of punishing the evil, I will die in the darkness. I will wait for all the members, the professional killer group." 16 knights seemed to like this sentence a little bit, and besides, he liked the Sisters of the Night attack quite a lot. Sure enough, to survive in this world requires strong strength. The weak can't do anything. Only the strong can do whatever they want. There was a firm light in the golden and blood-red eyes of 16 knights, which made him unswervingly march towards the path of the strong. I'm thinking too much right now, so I'm still going to solve the problem at hand first. At this time, Shiliu's eyes fell on the 2 gold coins at the feet of the old village chief, and he knew the origin of the gold coins from the old village chief's mouth. What the villagers can earn to their deaths is worth only 2 gold coins, don't be kidding. Ikuyo bent down and stretched out to pick up the 2 gold coins. At this moment, Ryan witnessed Ikuyo bent down to pick up gold coins. He immediately thought it was a chance to escape and looked at the carriage that stopped not far from the entrance of the village. For a split second, he took advantage of his Aoi's carelessness, and immediately ran to the carriage with all his strength, trying to use the carriage to leave the dangerous place. Whoever accepts the gold coin naturally will be regarded as returning to the original owner. 16 Knight's eyes showed a cold meaning, the 2 gold coins in his hand suddenly projected out, and suddenly, a scream resounded through the village. 2 gold coins shot into Ryan's left leg like a dart, and penetrated through the thigh, but stayed deeply in the thigh. Ah! 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 My legs! My legs! Ryan lay on the ground, his hands tightly covering the wound on his left leg, his face was twisted in pain, he couldn't help rolling around, his body was trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. The blood spilled from his left leg gradually stained his hands red, and he kept crying in pain. In this case, he would bleed and die soon. Even if the bleeding is prevented, the entire leg will be abolished if it is not handled properly. When the villagers around saw this scene and heard the screams, they shuddered all over, and they couldn't think of the delicate and harmonious teenagers being so decisive and scorching. But not many villagers will sympathize with Ryan, because he is not worthy of sympathy. For an instant, Ikuyo resorted to shave, and instantly appeared next to Ryan, coldly said, "You should remember what I said." Ryan's eyes looked at 16 Knights, his entire face was pale, and his eyes were full of deep fear. The young man in front of him would really kill him. At this time, the old village chief looked at the place of Shiliuye, unable to see his only deep footprints, and then couldn't help looking at Shiliuye, who appeared not far from the entrance of the village. In addition to surprise, his eyes were deep. Deeply grateful. Everything the young people in front of me did was for them. For the tree village. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Ryan was deeply terrified, and the pain in his left leg was telling him that the boy would kill him. Ikuyo looked at him blankly, with very cold eyes, and said, "Then you better answer my question." This kind of 16 Knights is really terrible, because he knows that he does not need mercy at all to treat the wicked. He uses violence to control violence and evil to control evil. The enemy is cruel, and I am even more cruel. I said everything. Ryan nodded sharply and looked at the young man in fear. The market price of 2 cubs and 1 saber-toothed tiger? 16 Knights asked. 2 cubs are about 2,000 gold coins, and a saber-toothed tiger is about 10,000 gold coins. Ryan said with a trembling mouth with an expression of pain. When the villagers around heard this, their expressions were very shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes looked at the 2 cubs and the body of the saber-toothed tiger. They were originally worth so much gold. For a while, when they looked at Ryan, there was only deep anger in their eyes. If it weren't for the return of the boy, then the cubs that Yale and others had bought with their lives and hands would almost be taken away by profiteers. With the gold coins sold so far, Kisha village's tax has been paid. Nowadays, one person in the tree village pays 5 gold coins a year. At present, there are 150 people in the tree village, so a total of 750 gold coins are needed, plus the doubled tax is only 1,500 gold coins. For a while, the villagers couldn't help but feel happy. When they looked at Shiliuye, they were deeply grateful, and many people even admired Shiliuye. Which is your hostile chamber of commerce? 16 knights continued to ask. Mead Chamber of Commerce. Ryan slightly puzzled the boy's question, but he didn't dare to answer directly with any hesitation. You did a good job, now your life is temporarily saved. I need you to take me to the Mead Chamber of Commerce later. 16 knights said. He doesn't like the right Chamber of Commerce at the moment, so he plans to sell to the opponent. At present, he needs to dispose of these things in order to prepare gold coins for taxation 1 month later. When Ryan heard it, he understood the meaning of the 16 knights' talk. There was a rare and dangerous species in front of him. It would be a very huge business. Naturally, he didn't want to be acquired by the hostile Chamber of Commerce. For a moment, he couldn't help but said, "Do you want to sell the dangerous species to the Mead Chamber of Commerce?" Ikuya looked at him coldly, and said coldly, "Is there a problem?" Ryan saw those eyes, as if they could swallow him. He swallowed, shook his head abruptly, and said, "No, no." Izayoi thoughtfully on his face, said, "After the Mead Chamber of Commerce has finished dealing with the dangerous kinds of things, I will naturally send you back to the right Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, it's all in the same city, but I have something to ask you about the right Chamber of Commerce. Have a talk with the president of." Ryan shuddered involuntarily when he heard the boy's words. He didn't know what kind of idea the boy in front of him was making, but he knew that the boy in front of him was going to face his terrible uncle. Who is the boy in front of me? The severe pain in his left leg reminded him that the young man in front of him is not an ordinary person. Izayoi understands that the best way to solve a problem is to solve it from the source. Chapter 17, The First Encounter. About an hour later, the village doctor simply bandaged the wound on Ryan's left leg. The 2 gold coins inside were taken out without any conditions. As for the 2 bodyguards who had lost consciousness, they had already woke up, but their injuries were serious and they were unable to fight at all. It's a bit difficult to walk. Faced with the strong threat of the young 16 knights and the terrifying non-human strength, they dare not have any resistance, and very honestly obey the young man's words. Ryan was afraid that the young man would directly fly gold coins or something, and that might end his life. The 2 bodyguards were afraid of being slapped by the boy, which might kill him. For their own lives, they had to obediently succumb to the hands of the young 16 knights. Within an hour, 16 knights and the villagers transformed the carriage that Ryan and the others rode into a simple cart, and loaded the saber-toothed tiger's body on the cart. It was just within the weight-bearing range, and it could only be used by the wealthy. The quality is too good. At the same time, Izayoi used a large piece of burlap to cover up the saber-toothed tiger's body, because it was too conspicuous for such a dangerous species to enter the Linjian city. He didn't want to be too conspicuous. After everything was ready, Shiliuye let the 3 of Ryan squeeze into the cart, and they would drive the horse-drawn cart. As for Shiliuye, he chose to walk, first for his own exercise, and secondly because he didn't want to. Crowded in a cart, the horse-drawn cart is not as fast as him, so there is no need to worry about Ryan and the others playing tricks. Having seen the speed at which the young 16 knights appeared, Ryan and the 3 dared not play tricks at all. What's more, the young man's destination was Linjian City, where they could escape, so it was better to obey the young man's words honestly. At the entrance of the village, the teenager Shiriuya, he faced the people in the village with a faint smile, and made a simple farewell. He turned around and raised his hand and waved. Drive slowly in the direction of Linjian City. Standing at the entrance of the village, the villagers watched the young boy's shadow disappearing into the distant horizon. Only the old village chief sighed slowly. The young man didn't know how he was going to build the city. What kind of danger do you encounter? Moreover, a lot of powerful guys live in the city, and it is a city managed by the prefect, not to mention the young people injured by the juvenile are not ordinary people, but the right Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest chambers of commerce in the city. The chairman's nephew. The old village chief was slightly worried, but after a while, he shook his head and abandoned this idea. The young man is not an ordinary person, but a lucky star from the sky. He will definitely be fine, please come back safely. After standing at the entrance of the village for a long time, the old village chief was worried and calmed down a bit, and then he turned around and walked back to his house, holding the 2 cubs of the giant terrifying dog. As for the 2 cubs of the great dread hound, it was a gift left by the 16 knights to the tree village, because he could not always leave the tree village, so 2 cubs of dangerous species can be the guardians of the tree village in the future. At this time, the horse-drawn cart driven by Lane and others moved forward slowly, at a speed equivalent to the speed of an ordinary person sprinting. However, the speed of 16 knights was not slow and just followed the horse-drawn cart. From time to time, Len and others stared sharply. People, making them shiver all over. After a long period of time, 16 knights remained like this, without any sweat or tiredness at all, so that the 3 of them deeply understood that the boy in front of them was a monster, and might even be a super dangerous species in human form. Gradually, 16 knights is getting closer and closer to Linjian City. One of the large cities in the west of the empire, its scale can be described as prosperity. Counting the overall strength, the strength of Linjian City is among the best in the west of the empire. And the primary purpose of his Aoi's trip was to sell the saber-toothed tiger's body in exchange for a month's tax. Only such a large city can sell more money. The next step is to deal with the Right Chamber of Commerce. After all, he is the nephew of the president of the Right Chamber of Commerce was beaten. In the end, the tax officer named Luther lived in Linjian City. Therefore, he had to go to Linjian City to collect Luther's information so that the other party could threaten him before he threatened him. Assassinated. Of course, 16 knights can kill Luther without collecting intelligence, but although he has the strength to kill Luther, he must consider the trouble caused by killing Luther, so he not only kills Luther, but also it was to kill Luther without causing any trouble, which required intelligence information. Moreover, 16 knights also needs to understand the world of slashing the scarlet eyes. Large cities are the best places. As long as you have money and want some ordinary information, it should be very easy. Although Shukan is one of the villages closer to Linjian City. The horse-drawn cart drove for most of the afternoon before faintly seeing the huge outline of Linjian City. 16 knights running at a constant speed next to the horse-drawn cart, he stared at the huge city that reflected the reddish luster under the afterglow of the setting sun. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was finally here. However, the Ryan 3 on the horse-drawn cart were not happy, because their fate was still in the hands of 16 knights. The horse-drawn cart is approaching. The city wall of the 16 knights' proposal is very huge. It is made of neat pieces of marble. Judging from the scale of the city wall, it takes at least 100,000 military personnel to take down the city. May conquer. It is no wonder that the empire will be hailed as the strongest country, and the city under its jurisdiction alone is so magnificent, but the magnificence of this city is cast by the hard-earned money of countless civilians. When the horse-drawn cart arrived at the gate of the city, the guards guarding the city naturally knew Ryan on the cart. It's just that Ryan and the 3 didn't dare to say anything to the guards, because they saw the young boy Akuya holding a gold coin in his hand, and they couldn't help thinking of the gold coin displayed by the boy not long ago running through the big rock. They couldn't help swallowing. They didn't think they could be harder than a big rock, so they shut up obediently and didn't dare to say anything. The tax for entering the city was in charge of the 16 knights. After he paid the tax, he was smoothly put in. As for the money in his hand, all the money in his hand was obtained by Ryan. Aoi passed through the dark passage of the city wall. After a while, his vision suddenly opened up, loud and loud voices, overwhelming the ears, made the head of Ikuyasu, who was unprepared, rose slightly. 16 knights obviously quickly adapted to the surrounding environment. 16 knights looked at Ryan in the horse-drawn cart and said, "Take me to the Mead Chamber of Commerce first, but we are going to the right Chamber of Commerce. Yes, we are going to the Mead Chamber of Commerce soon. Ryan did not dare to hesitate, but he was very complicated about the teenager going to the right Chamber of Commerce. One was worried that his uncle would blame him, the other was happy to be rescued immediately, and the third was deeply. What does the wondering boy want to do? In this way, Ryan and others drove a horse-drawn cart to the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and Chai Zui followed closely. The Mead Chamber of Commerce is also one of the largest chambers of commerce in Linjian City, and it is a very fierce competitor with the right Chamber of Commerce. Just when Ikuya and others passed a street corner, a young girl in a short skirt rushed towards Ikuya at a haste. "Get out, get out, get out, get out quickly!" The girl who couldn't stop at all, Zui quickly shouted, and she didn't plan to stop running at all, because she was closely followed by two strong men. After hearing the words, Ikuya looked at the place of the sound, and in his eyes there appeared a black waistcoat on the upper body, a white shirt on the inside, and a pink skirt with black horizontal and vertical lines on the lower body, one head moving with the wind. She has long pink hair, earphones on her ears, bright eyes, and white teeth. She is a beauty. However, the beautiful girl who dashed in front of him was indeed very familiar with 16 Knights, and that was one of the killer girls he wanted to save. He couldn't help speaking softly, "Chelsea." Chapter 18, Unpredictable. The girl Chelsea who suddenly appeared on the corner of the street made 16 Knights a little surprised, and did not pay attention to the anxious words Chelsea let out of her mouth. Chelsea was a little surprised by the handsome boy who suddenly appeared on the corner of the street, and her little mouth hurriedly shouted to let the boy avoid. She didn't want to slow down the sprint, because a disgusting noble boy was attracted by her appearance. She went to the mansion as a guest, and even sent a burly bodyguard to take her as a guest. Fortunately, Chelsea worked in the imperial court, and avoided a lot of people who were unkind to her, but some of the more powerful guys, she also had no choice but to avoid it with all her strength. She was well aware of falling into these so-called nobles. The consequences in the hands of the young master are nothing but a slave to sex. In front of him, Chelsea was being forced by a powerful noble master. Just after leaving get off work, she was immediately spotted by the noble master's two bodyguards. It can only be said that she reacted quickly and didn't let the noble young master's bodyguard succeed, so she ran away very quickly, but the two bodyguards chased her. Chelsea wanted to use the corner of the street to get rid of the noble young master's bodyguard, but to her surprise, a handsome boy appeared at the corner. "Get out of the way!" Chelsea stared at the teenager closely, without any intention to slow down. She could only bite the bullet and rush up, and then she was ready to avoid the teenager with all her strength. 16 Knights faced Chelsea who was sprinting up without slowing down. His eyes naturally noticed the two strong men behind Chelsea, and he seemed to understand something. At the moment Chelsea was about to hit him, Izayoi stepped on dozens of times in a row to generate a rebound force and used the shave to move at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared out of thin air. Chelsea looked at the boy who disappeared out of thin air. Her eyes couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that there was no one in front of her just now, but to avoid the boy, she stepped slightly and half-rotated, and moved her body to the left to avoid the boy's original position. But this made her lose her balance, and her whole body tilted towards the ground. Chelsea was about to fall, and for an instant, Ikuya appeared next to her, stretched out her right hand to directly embrace Chelsea's thin waist, and suddenly hugged her in her arms. 16 Knights can clearly feel the girl's body temperature, the girl's soft body, and the girl's body fragrance. Chelsea looked in front of her very unexpectedly. She did not fall, but fell into the arms of the boy, with a slight blush on her face. At this moment, the bodyguards of the two noble young masters arrived. They stopped. They saw 16 Knights holding Chelsea in their arms, but they were very angry. Miss Chelsea in front of them was how could the woman whom the young master fell in love with let a commoner get involved, because they knew from the plain linen clothes of 16 Knights that the young man in front of him was a pariah. Ignoring the irritation of the two bodyguards, Ikuyo first released Chelsea from his arms, with a gentle smile on his face, and asked very considerately, "Are you okay?" At this time, Chelsea fully noticed the 16 knights before her eyes. He was wearing a very simple dress, but his delicate face was very good-looking. He exuded a temperament all over his body. What caught her most attention was that the young boy's left eye was obscured by a simple blindfold. Lived, but the right eye was like a blood diamond eye. For a moment, she seemed to think of something, that was where she had heard of such eyes one night. If Ikuyo could show the golden left eye pupil, Chelsea would probably be able to remember it, but Ikuyo only revealed the blood pupil of the right eye, and the left eye has been blocked with a simple blindfold. It is because the two eyes are too conspicuous when displayed at the same time. He didn't want to be too conspicuous in the big city, so he covered his left eye. At this time, the two brawny bodyguards of the noble young master, one of the brawny men stepped forward and said politely, "Miss Chelsea, Master Angus, would you like to please?" "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Chelsea reacted, with a very big problem to deal with, said. "Miss Chelsea, you have rejected Master Angus 3 times. We don't want to have a 4th time. Otherwise, we can't explain to Master Angus. We can't invite you by ordinary means. We can only have rude means," the brawny man said with a serious expression. When Chelsea heard it, her eyes were very disgusting when she looked at the strong man in front of her, and she was looking for a place to escape from the corner of her eye. At this moment, a strong man was staring at Chelsea, and a strong man's eyes swept through 16 knights coldly, and said coldly, "Untouchable, your cheap hand just hugged Miss Chelsea's body. Angus, the woman that the young master is fond of is not something that an untouchable like you can touch, and I will leave you with a shameful life." After the brawny man finished speaking, he rushed towards Shiliuye, clenched his fists and blasted towards Shiliuye with a fierce light on his face. Chelsea noticed the behavior of the strong man. And suddenly she couldn't help worrying about the teenager. However, the 3 people on the horse-drawn cart not far away saw a brawny man who dared to attack a young man of dangerous humanoid form. They sweated for the brawny man, and at the same time they understood that the brawny man was the great noble Ange. As his bodyguard, few people in Linjian City dared to take action against them, and even they were afraid to provoke Angus, but they were even more afraid of monster-like teenagers, which were monsters that threatened their life and death. Anyone must attack with violence. Snob. Ikuyo looked at the oncoming burly man with cold eyes, his expression became cold, the soles of his feet were lightly lifted, and then suddenly swept away, his body suddenly transformed from extreme silence to extreme movement, a steel whip like lightning fell on the brawny man. For an instant, the brawny man flew out in a straight line under everyone's gaze, crashing the wall of a house, and plunged into the ruins, blood spurting out from his mouth, his eyes with unbelievable breathless. "Shave the whip!" After the thunderbolt solved a person, Ikuyo's figure lifted up the soles of the feet lightly, and then suddenly stepped on the ground. A figure appeared in front of another strong man like lightning, but the strong man noticed 16 knights appeared. His expression was stunned, and there was incredible in his eyes. For an instant, 16 knights lifted his leg and swept across, hitting the brawny man directly like a pillar of a huge rock. He was instantly knocked away by a distance of tens of meters and crashed into one. Every house, the whole person was buried in the ruins, the body was twisted into shape, and the death was unbelievable. 16 knights didn't keep his hands this time, because he didn't want to keep his hands. Seeing the thunderous shot of Ikuyo, the 3 people in the horse-drawn cart were full of horror and looked at the young man's back with fear. They are very fortunate to have survived. Seeing this thunderous shot of his Aoi, Chelsea's mouth opened slightly, her face was full of consternation, and her eyes stared at the young man's back in amazement. It is hard for him to imagine how it is possible to hide in this thin body. That terrifying power? This boy, so violent, who is he? Chelsea opened her red lips slightly, looking at the 16 knights who swatted the 2 strong men like flies, and couldn't help but mutter. "It's really a monster." The 3 people on the horse-drawn cart swallowed. They were well aware of the strength of Angus' bodyguards, at least several levels of his bodyguard, but the young man was still violently killed. The eyes are full of fear. It even made them forget the power of the great aristocrat Angus in the construction of the city. At this moment, Ikuyo noticed that more and more pedestrians were coming here. He didn't want to cause a riot too much, but he had already caused it before his eyes, and even killed 2 people. Shave and move continuously. 16 Knight's figure disappeared. He appeared next to Chelsea, stretched out to embrace her waist, and suddenly displayed shave and disappeared out of thin air, and instantly appeared on another street at an astonishing speed. 16 Knights put Chelsea down. He turned around and disappeared. Chelsea looked at 16 Knights disappearing out of thin air. She opened her red lips slightly. She just wanted to say something, but she didn't know who to say to. "Who is he?" Chelsea was deeply puzzled, inexplicably branded a young figure in her heart, and said, "But he is really strong, a little cool and handsome, and a little mysterious." At this time, the Ryan trio on the horse-drawn cart looked at the place where 16 Knights and Chelsea disappeared. Their eyes were incredulous, and they even thought that their eyes were broken. "Let's get to the Mead Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible." I don't know when Shizuie used the shave, appeared on the left side of the horse-drawn cart at an unpredictable speed, and ordered in a voice. Ryan and the 3 heard the young man's voice, and their faces were pale with fright. The young man in front of them was not a human at all, but a ghost. At this time, there was a huge riot in the streets, and countless pedestrians watched the dead 2 strong men. However, the culprit, 16 Knights, is no longer seen, and the best way to face the riots he created is to disappear out of thin air without attracting attention. 16 Yet is currently heading to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 19, What a Fool! Soon after 16 Knights left. The dead 2 strong men caused a huge riot and attracted the attention of the patrol guards in Linjian City. When the patrol guards saw the 2 bodies clearly, their eyes shrank tightly and their faces looked very shocked, because they were in front of them. They both knew about the 2 corpses. They were the personal bodyguards of the great aristocrat Angus, who belonged to the first-class bodyguards. However, such a powerful bodyguard died tragically on the street. Not to mention the strength of the bodyguard, the name of the great noble Angus alone is not enough to make people dare to start. Who would dare to take action against Angus' evil servant? Captain Martin of the patrol guards, he was very surprised in his heart secretly said, to know that the power of the noble Angus is second only to the prefect of Javens, the most powerful in the city. There are few strong evils, and almost no one dares to resist, let alone attack Angus's men. These 2 are Angus' personal bodyguards. They have good strength. They died on the street like this. So what is the strength of the person who killed them? Captain Martin looked incredulous and couldn't imagine. What kind of person can kill 2 good bodyguards in seconds? It can be said that dealing with these 2 bodyguards requires at least 10 teams of patrol guards. 1 team is 10 people, and 10 teams are 100 people. It must be clear that they are all strictly trained. The guards, but it takes 100 men to deal with such 2 bodyguards. In terms of strength, the strength of the dead 2 strong men was at least 3 or 4 among the human ranks, and at least they were all centurions in the army. At this moment, a patrol guard came over and said, "Captain Martin, according to my knowledge, a young man wearing linen clothes with a blindfold on his left eye and a scarlet pupil on his right. A teenager?" Captain Martin asked, a little incredulous. "Yes, a teenager, about 16 years old," the guard replied. "Very well, this information will be concealed first, and it will be announced tomorrow," Captain Martin said with a complicated expression and a certain plan in his heart. But when the guard heard this, when he saw Captain Martin's look and firm eyes, he vaguely understood that Captain Martin wanted to shelter the strange boy for one night. He vaguely understood why Captain Martin wanted to do this, probably for the family of a patrol guard who died tragically at the hands of the great noble Angus a year ago. Understood. The guard said. I hope I can find you before Angus. Captain Martin sighed in his heart, and said, the two men themselves are not sorry. I didn't expect that this city full of darkness and power would still dare to face the darkness and a young man challenged by power. Captain Martin looked at the sky full of dusk, his national character face showed a faint smile, it was a kind of relief, a kind of joy. He gave orders to the guard, and learned the boy's whereabouts based on the guard. Then he hurried along the boy's direction, seeming to find the boy in a hurry. At this moment, a young girl wearing headphones stood quietly not far away. She was Chelsea, who was rescued by 16 knights. She had just rushed back from another street corner to investigate the situation. Looking at the corpses of the two burly men, Chelsea was full of exclamation, her beautiful eyes wrinkled tightly with deep worries. The boy's movements were too fast just now, and she had no time to fully understand what happened. Just knowing that two strong men were shot flying like flies, but unexpectedly, the young man with a right eye actually killed two men of the great noble Angus openly for her. Although the death of the two is not a pity, the consequences of killing the two will be to face the anger of the great aristocrat Angus. Idiot boy, doesn't he know the consequences of killing? Chelsea murmured, but in her heart she didn't hate the boy at all, and even said that she had some inexplicable appreciation and liking. It's a big idiot, you guys, but you don't live long in Lingian City. Chelsea complained a bit in her heart. Since she learned about the darkness of Lingian City and the darkness of the Empire, she had never seen it like this. An idiot is like a pure white light in the dark, like a lotus in the mud that is not stained. I owe you the favor, I will give it back to you, at least I will try my best to make you leave here safely. Chelsea's eyes became inexplicably firm. She really didn't want the boy who saved her to fall into Angus's hands. Inside, she knew very well that Angus was very powerful, and she knew even more that he was a tooth-for-tooth guy and would never let go of the guy who killed his bodyguard. Because of this, she avoided Angus as much as possible, but she didn't expect to meet such a foolish boy, who openly killed two bodyguards in order to save him. She didn't know if he was an idiot or confident. Looking at the departure of the patrol guard captain, she knew that the other party must know the intelligence of some teenagers, and it could even be said that the guards would be the fastest to find the teenagers. Chelsea quietly followed, closely behind Captain Martin. At the same time, 16 knights followed the horse-drawn cart driven by the three of Ryan to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. The Mead Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers of commerce before the construction of the city. At present, 16 knights is not far from the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. There are unobstructed roads, horse-drawn carriages coming and going, and crowds of people. From the gate, there seems to be a huge market. Even if the sky is approaching dusk, there are already a large number of people trading. The horse-drawn cart with burlap covering the huge cargo, and Ikuyo, wearing linen clothes with a blindfold on his left eye, are extremely eye-catching, making the carriages and horses on the road all look at it. And many people in the Mead Chamber of Commerce have cast their sights. As for these gazes, 16 knights did not even notice. He stood still, his gaze quietly observing the Mead Chamber of Commerce. At this time, several merchants walked out of the door of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Their eyes fell on the goods covered by burlap on the horse-drawn cart, and they could conclude that the person in front of them was here for the transaction. As merchants, they will naturally not give up the goods that come to their homes. At this time, Ikuyo's eyes naturally fell on the several businessmen who came by. Chapter 20, Calm and Calm. The merchants of the Mead Chamber of Commerce walked toward the horse-drawn cart that covered the large cargo. As they approached 16 knights, they looked slightly at the young man in sackcloth in front of them, except that the left eye was wearing a blindfold, and the blood diamond-like right eye appeared. Apart from being strange and inexplicably attracting the attention of others, there is not much value in paying attention. Merchant Mead selectively ignored 16 knights and regarded him as a worthless poor man. Instead, his gaze fell on the 3 Ryan sitting on the horse-drawn cart, because they were clearly unusual in their outfits. It is not difficult to see that they are all made by wealthy families. Merchant Mead recognized Ryan as the masters of the transaction. For a moment, they walked lightly and directly by the side of the 16 knights, really completely ignored the 16 knights, and quickly walked to the front of the horse-drawn cart, first looking at the goods covered by the burlap on the horse-drawn cart, and finally looking at the goods covered by the burlap on the horse landed on the horse-drawn cart with 3 people sitting on it, Ryan in the middle. Seeing the behavior of Mead's merchant, Ikuya could not help but chuckle. No matter where he was, the poor were not entertained by merchants. What kind of status and what kind of treatment were given? This is the eternal principle since ancient times. 16 Knights was very calm about this, and did not say that he became angry because of others' neglect, then beat them violently, and then made a high-profile statement that he was the master. I don't want to take this approach. He is here to ask for money, not to make enemies, let alone seek revenge, unless the other party's behavior is too far-reaching, such as insulting him or something. At this time, one of the merchants headed by Mead merchants, with a smile on his face, came forward very politely, looked at Ryan, and said, "This boy, what do you want to trade?" Ryan looked at the merchant Mead in front of him and heard the other party's question. For a while, he didn't answer anything. Instead, he cast his gaze on 16 Knights, with a deep sense of awe in his eyes, but when he looked by the calm mood of 16 Knights, with sharp eyes, he suddenly thought of the boy's act of violently crashing people without saying a word, his face turned pale, and there was a deep chill in his heart. At this time, Merchant Mead noticed Ryan's face in front of him, and couldn't help but follow his gaze. They all fell on the body of the young boy 16 Knights, and his eyes couldn't help showing doubts. What is worth noting about that poor man? Place? At this time, Ryan turned his gaze to Merchant Mead, and there was no good expression on his face, because he was dissatisfied that the other party had attracted the youth's hatred to him. Ah! It hurts, hurts, hurts. For a moment, Ryan, who was sitting in the horse-drawn cart, wanted to stand up and scold the businessman in front of him, but the injury on his left leg made him helpless, and the severe pain always reminded him how terrifying a teenager was. The 2 bodyguards next to him noticed this scene. They immediately reached out to help and support Ryan, and helped him stand up naturally, looking down at Merchant Mead, yelling, "Asshole, idiot, you haven't seen the real young master there." Facing Ryan's angry scolding, all Mead merchants present were shocked. They didn't seem to react, and they couldn't even turn their minds. They followed Ryan's gaze and stared at the young boy 16 Knights in a daze. Dumbfounded. That young man in poor sackcloth is the young master? Looking at 16 Knights in a poor costume, their faces were full of surprise, and there was a deep sense of disbelief in their eyes. Looking at the appearance of the young man, it is impossible to be the young master. The young man who obviously speaks is the young master. That's right. However, they couldn't feel any jokes from Ryan's words, and even from Ryan's expression, it could be seen that the youth had a deep fear of juveniles. At this moment, the merchants in Mead couldn't help feeling surprised, and their eyes paid attention to 16 Knights, making 16 Knights no longer a dispensable poor in their hearts. In the face of many eyes, 16 Knights was still very calm. He didn't care much about the changes in Merchant Mead. To be honest, he just wanted to use Ryan and others to deal with tax funds as soon as possible. At this time, one of the merchants in Mead, he looked carefully at 16 Knights. He really didn't believe the fact that the poor boy was a young master. Then he looked at Ryan and couldn't help asking, "This young master, you're not take us to joke?" Ryan heard what he said, and from the corner of his eyes he noticed that 16 Knights was looking at him, which made him frightened, and suddenly shouted, "I don't have any mood to play a joke with you. Bring me your supervisor rod." He really wanted to kick the guy in front of him. He dared to make a joke about what the situation was. He didn't have enough lives. Merchant Mead faced Ryan's scream again, and their expressions were full of amazement. When they looked at 16 Knights, they didn't dare to think that 16 Knights was an ordinary poor boy. As for what they heard that Ryan was looking for Rod, they froze in succession. They had to know that Director Rod was the leader of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and even the chairman's left and right hand. How could he be a person who saw him? However, the young man in front of him seemed to be an extraordinary figure, perhaps a very high-status nobleman. "My master, tell you to find Rod." The two bodyguards next to Ryan saw the immovable Merchant Mead. From the corner of their eyes, they paid attention to his Aoi's reaction. They suddenly stared at the Merchant Mead in front of them with fierce eyes, and shouted. They knew the horror of the youth. It is the right thing to help the teenager as much as possible. The merchants in Mead were stunned so fiercely and drank loudly. However, Aoi watched this scene quietly. There was no emotional change on his face, nor any intention to act, because the things in front of him could only be handled by the three of Ryans. This was also why he forced the three of Ryans with him. One of the reasons. At this moment, an old man wearing a precious silk cloth walked out of the door of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. This person was Rod, one of the directors of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. The old man Rod slowly walked out, full of aura, and his muddy old eyes tightly locked on Ryan, who was standing on the horse-drawn cart. Instantly he recognized who the other party was, and his eyes flashed with dissatisfaction and dissatisfaction. "I really don't know that Master Lane of the Right Chamber of Commerce came here, but I missed it." The old man Rod King had a majestic expression on his face. "People." As soon as the old man Rod's words came out, Mead's businessmen all looked at Rod, their eyes were full of respect, and they saluted them one after another, and then they turned their eyes to Ryan, their eyes full of dissatisfaction and anger. The Right Chamber of Commerce and the Mead Chamber of Commerce have always been enemies in business, and the people on both sides have therefore become rivals. At this time, Ryan naturally didn't care about his mortal enemy. He only cared about his own life. His eyes were not afraid of Rod, and he looked at 16 Knights with fear and said, "It's okay if you don't welcome me. It's not that I'm looking for you, but this uncle is looking for you." Ryan's words caused Merchant Mead and Rod's eyes to pay attention to 16 Knights. The young man in front of him could make the young master of the Right Chamber of Commerce called the uncle, so who is the young man? At this moment, 16 Knights is destined to be no longer a nameless man. The old man Rod's muddy old eyes could naturally detect a lot of things from Lane's expression, and he could see that Lane was very afraid of the young man in front of him. As a mature and experienced man, he naturally understood that the young man in front of him was very difficult, and his eyes fell on 16 Knights. He could see that the young man was surprisingly calm, with awe-inspiring momentum and temperament, just like a big man. Chapter 21, Exclaim and Self-Confidence. Looking at the quietly standing 16 Knights, the old man Rod became serious. He can be so calm, and he can see a young man with extraordinary aura. He doesn't see many, but this kind of person is generally not an easy role. This is the result of his decades of life vicissitudes. It is precisely because of such an old age that he can still become one of the important figures in the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Judging from the juvenile's blood-drilled right eye, it is enough to show that the juvenile has a deep and extraordinary, that is not an eye that ordinary people can have, but the left eye covered by a blindfold. He can see the difference. Not because of being blind, but because of hiding. The elder Lloyd was very decisive in seeing the extraordinary of Shiliuye, and he was able to see through the left eye of Shiliuye, and he was not blind, which shows how much this person is extraordinary. For this kind of invisible person, the old man Rhodes has always provoked, but took the initiative to welcome him. It has always been his code of conduct to make a fortune, because some capable people and strangers can often bring great wealth value. What's more, the young masters of the Right Chamber of Commerce, who are usually arrogant and mad, succumbed to the hand of the young man, which shows that the young man is absolutely unusual. At this time, the old man Rod did not care about his status, let alone the gazes of the businessmen around him. He took the initiative to walk slowly to the front of Shiliuye, who looked like a poor man. In the end, under the gaze of everyone nearby, a salute was given to 16 knights. 16 knights looked at the behavior of the old man in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his face, but the old man in front of him was a person who could talk. The people nearby watched this scene. They looked at 16 knights with a look of surprise. They were able to get a salute from Rod, the head of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and they had already said how extraordinary a teenager was. It can even be said that today they don't even have the qualifications to come forward and talk to the teenager, because that is the person in charge of roads who salutes. The status at this moment is already above them, at least they dare not be any rude to the teenager. The old man Rod looked at 16 knights sincerely, and said politely, "Rod, director of the Old Mead Chamber of Commerce, don't know how you call it." 16 knights looked at the mature and experienced Rhodes in front of him, and said lightly, "The title is no longer necessary. I'm just here to do the transaction. As for whether I can cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce, it is temporarily unknown." When the old man Rod heard it, he understood the meaning of the words in the young man's words very well, and he deeply felt the shrewdness of the young man, just like an experienced businessman who only speaks 3 minutes to others, with a deep vigilance. Will not easily expose the old bottom. The reason why 16 knights can enter the role so quickly is completely against his various role-playing in the original world, so that he can handle all kinds of people, coupled with the strength of the current one, he has absolute self-confidence. That is the self-confidence of the strong. The words of 16 knights are even more dominant. The so-called god is the customer, the current 16 knights is the so-called customer, and the Mead Chamber of Commerce is the so-called server. Makes the old man Rhodes unable to take any advantage at all. When the nearby businessmen heard the boy's words, they felt that the boy had an unkind arrogance. They had to understand that the person who talked to him was Director Rod, who was in charge of thousands of businessmen, and was not a dispensable ordinary person. However, only the 3 of Ryan had different ideas. They thought that the young man was very polite, and it was very good without slapped flying like a fly. It can be seen that 16 knights left a deep shadow on them. The old man Rod did not feel that 16 knights was rude, on the contrary, he somewhat admired this kind of people, because the more capable people are, the more different they are from ordinary people. He opened his mouth and said, "I think you will be satisfied, otherwise you will not abandon the right Chamber of Commerce and choose the Mead Chamber of Commerce." 16 knights could hear the old man mocking the right Chamber of Commerce, thereby raising the Mead Chamber of Commerce. He smiled faintly on his face and said, "After all, the ants are too small, and some people always want to step on it or bully it." When the old man Luo heard it, he understood the meaning of the boy's words, and couldn't help looking at Ryan on the horse-drawn cart. It should be that the right Chamber of Commerce bullied the young man in front of him. However, the right Chamber of Commerce did not seem to succeed. On the contrary, he seemed to have been taught by the young man. As a result, he couldn't help but look up at the young man. The 3 of Ryan naturally heard the boy's words, and it was the boy who satirized them, causing them to bow their heads involuntarily. The old man Rod thought thoughtfully on his face and said, "Although the ant is small, it hurts to bite. I don't want to try that kind of taste." The 3 of Ryan can deeply understand Rod's words, because they have tried the taste of being bitten. It is really terrifying. If it can, he really dare not take advantage of the boy. 16 knights looked at the old man in front of him, and said lightly, "I hope so." The old man Rod showed a peaceful smile on his face and said, "You can rest assured that you don't know what you want to trade." 16 knights said, "The transaction is just a trivial matter. The important thing is that I have a business that I need to talk to the president of the Mead Chamber of Commerce." When the old man Rod heard this, his expression was moved. It was only because of the second half of the young man's words that the young man in front of him actually wanted to see President Mids. He looked at the boy, but he just couldn't see anything, and said, "You want to talk to President Mids?" Izayoi smiled faintly on his face, it was an invisible smile, and said in an unquestionable tone, "It is true, but before that, I need to confirm whether we are worthy of cooperation." The old man Road couldn't help but stunned. The young man in front of him wanted to see President Mids, but there were still conditions before that. It was the first time for him to see such a person. He really couldn't see the boy in front of him. Not only Rod, but even all mead merchants on the scene can't see through the boy, and even their faces can't hold on to them. What kind of background the boy has on his hands? Not only did he set the conditions, but also wanted to personally discuss business with President Middles. It must be clear that President Middles is not a big person who can easily be seen by anyone, but he is one of the giants of the Proclamation City Chamber of Commerce, and it is rumored that only relying on his eyes has scared away the terrible men of the hostile businessmen. Ryan looked at the boy in surprise. He couldn't believe the request made by the boy in front of him. The boy wanted to see Mids, who was as terrifying as his uncle. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of what the young man said, waiting for the young man to deal with everything. The young man would also take him to see his uncle. What does this monster boy want to do? The old man Rod could not figure out the young man, but he could hear that the young man was not joking and said, "President Mids, it's not easy to see people." 16 Knights said, "If I think about you, I'll wait until we trade." The old man Rod said, "I hope your goods can give you a reason to meet President Mids." 16 Knights said, "Naturally." The old man Luo felt that he had only self-confidence, the indestructible self-confidence. At this time, the old man Rod gestured to the people next to the horse-drawn cart. The people immediately understood and began to untie the burlap rope that was locked to cover the goods on the horse-drawn cart, and removed the large chunks of thick mabula tore off. Suddenly, a huge saber-toothed tiger appeared in its entirety, and immediately scared many people. They couldn't help but step back a few steps, staring directly at the saber-toothed tiger's body. Even so, they could feel inexplicable deterrence. That is the king of the forest. 5-level dangerous species of saber-toothed tiger. Many mead businessmen have exclaimed. Their faces are full of horror. High-level dangerous species are very rare things, especially the saber-toothed tiger of the Forest King only appeared in Linjian City no more than 3 times. It can be seen. The value is high. The old man Rod looked at the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, his expression was very moved, and his eyes were deeply surprised. As an experienced businessman, he deeply understood the commercial value of the saber-toothed tiger in front of him, and it could be said that it was indeed a big business. Although the level 5 dangerous species of saber-toothed tiger is a big business, it is still not enough to discuss with President Mids. 16 Knights naturally caught the expression on Rod's face, and said lightly, "That dangerous species is my prey alone." When the words of 16 Knights came out, they were very heavy, no less than a heavy bomb, and everyone nearby was stunned. They all looked at 16 Knights, their eyes were full of horror, and their throats were stunned. They all rolled a little involuntarily, it was an incredible kind. The 5-level dangerous saber-toothed tiger in front of him was actually killed by the young man in front of him? Is it possible? Impossible. To deal with the 5th-level dangerous saber-toothed tiger of the Forest King, at least 1,000 imperial soldiers must have combat effectiveness. Could it be that the young boy in front of him has the combat effectiveness against 1,000 imperial soldiers? The Ryan trio had no doubt about what the young man said, because they clearly watched the young man fight back the whole saber-toothed tiger like a monster. This boy. So that's it, he himself is a bargaining chip. The old man Rod looked at 16 Knights. Although he was very shocked, he recovered the calmness of a shrewd businessman. At this time, he already understood the source of the young man's self-confidence. If the 5-level dangerous saber-toothed tiger in front of him was really hunted by young people, then he did use immeasurable value. It should be clear that the value of high-level dangerous species in the market is very high, and there are very few people who can hunt high-level dangerous species. It can be described as 1 in a million. Chapter 22, Satisfactory Transaction. Just as everyone looked at the huge saber-toothed tiger corpse on the horse-drawn cart in surprise, Ikuyo's figure flickered, speeding like a ghost, and instantly appeared beside the horse-drawn cart. 16 knights, which appeared like a ghost, instantly scared many people, and even surprised many people. Ikuyo paid no attention to the sight of the people. He stretched out his hands and grasped the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen tightly, suddenly lifted the saber-toothed tiger with force, and then carried it on his shoulders. A giant beast weighing more than half a ton was so carried by the boy. This scene completely shocked everyone present. Everyone was incredibly unbelievable. How could a young boy possess such terrifying power? 16 knights directly carried the saber-toothed tiger, and walked to the old man Rod with a relaxed pace, and suddenly put down the whole saber-toothed tiger. 16 knights looked at the old man Rod, and said, "Will you make a price?" Seeing Ikuyo's actions, everyone present at this moment believed that what the boy said was true, and the saber-toothed tiger in front of him was the prey of the boy's hunt. Juveniles indeed have the terrifying ability to hunt high-level dangerous species. The old man Rod looked at the actions of 16 knights. He understood that all the actions of the young man were done for him. Now he has fully confirmed the true value of the young man in front of him. Such people will be very worthy of cooperation with business partners. If the supply of advanced dangerous species can be obtained for a long time, it will increase the competitiveness of the Mead Chamber of Commerce to a higher level, but the focus is on young people who can hunt advanced dangerous species. The old man Rod determined that the young man had unlimited business opportunities, and made a ruthless decision in his heart that no matter how the young man in front of him was a hunting talent worth tens of thousands of gold coins to hire. Without hesitation, he said, 10,000 gold coins. Ikuyo heard the opponent's offer. He knew that his series of preparations were successful, and he froze the saber-toothed tiger, which was worth about 10,000 gold coins, directly sold 10,000 gold coins. It can be seen that the other person has a high-sightedness and also said his importance. When the people nearby heard Director Rod bid 10,000 gold coins, they couldn't help but open their mouths, as if they could swallow an egg. It turned out to be 10,000 gold coins. Even if it was Ryan, he was shocked when he heard the offer of 10,000 gold coins. The Mead Chamber of Commerce was not to make money, but to please the rhythm of the teenagers. However, juvenile abilities are indeed worthy of pleasing. For a while, Ryan couldn't help regretting offending the young man. If he hadn't been so stupid at the time, he would now be able to provide great commercial value to the right Chamber of Commerce. "I am very satisfied with this transaction," said 16 knights. "It's fine if you are satisfied," said the old man Rod. "I want us to discuss business matters," 16 knights said. "Please wait a moment, I first ask the master," the old man Rod said. "I'm a bit anxious," 16 knights said. "Naturally, I won't let you wait too long," the old man Rod said. At this time, the old man Rod turned and walked toward the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and walked across to a tall and luxurious house in the middle, and gradually disappeared in the eyes of Shiliuye. 16 knights was very satisfied with this transaction. 10,000 gold coins had changed the village of trees. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he was very happy. He couldn't help looking at the three of Ryan, and said faintly, "You did a good job." When the three of Ryan heard the words of 16 knights, they couldn't help being shocked. However, when they realized that it was the praise of the young man, they were very surprised. They looked at the monster-like young man and didn't know why they didn't feel it. "So terrible." Ryan said quickly, "Nothing, we should." The two bodyguards nodded quickly, agreeing very much with Ryan's words, for fear that the young man would fly violently without saying a word. After a while, the old man Rod walked out of the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, walked towards 16 knights, and said, "Master, I have agreed to discuss with you." 16 knights said, "Very good." The old man Rod said, "Then please follow me." At this time, Ikuya looked at the three of Ryan and said, "Before this, I hope you can take good care of them. Their injuries are more serious, so please ask a good doctor to help them treat them." The old man Rod looked at Ryan. He could probably guess that the injuries on Ryan's three people were caused by the teenager. He didn't care about the dislike of the right Chamber of Commerce, and he cared very much about the business in front of the boy. The old man Rod said, "Naturally there is no problem." Ryan and the three people heard the conversation between them, their mindset was subverted, and the devilish teenager would even care about them. Maybe teenagers are not so scary? At this time, they couldn't help but come up with this idea. The old man Rod led 16 knights into the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, walked through 1 or 2 courtyards, and finally came to a luxurious house. It's like an ancient house. 2 heavily armed men stood at the door of the luxurious house. They looked at 16 knights, and they were a little surprised that the person President Mids wanted to meet was so young. 16 knights naturally took a look at the 2 big guys. Based on the strength level given by the God level system, he probably understood that the strength of the 2 big guys in front of him was about level 4. The old man Rod said to the 2 big men, "This is an important guest of the master." The 2 big men did not dare to have any disrespect, they opened the door directly. "Master is waiting for you inside, I will deal with the things you confessed first." After the old man Rod finished speaking, he turned and left to deal with the things that 16 knights had explained. 16 knights slowly stepped forward and walked into the luxurious and unique house. Chapter 23, Fierce Contest. 16 knights walked into the luxurious house, and what you saw was a spacious living room with a round table in the middle, a middle-aged man sitting on a chair next to him, and a man standing behind him. Young people in black. The moment I stepped in, the middle-aged and young people stared at the young Ishioi. The middle-aged man, it is President Mids, he has a majestic face with Chinese characters, a slightly burly body, and wears a set of noble merchant clothes. This looks like a shrewd businessman, but he has an extraordinary tolerance. Smell. All in all, he is a great man, just a businessman. The young man is the personal bodyguard of President Mids. He has a cold and ruthless face, a black costume, which looks a little strange, and exudes a good breath, which is dangerous. However, the first thing I paid attention to was not Mids, it was the young man, because he felt a slight smell of danger from the young man. After perceiving the level of strength, 16 knights came to the conclusion that the young people in front of him had a strength level of at least level 5, and they were elite level figures. With this strength, young people can at least fight him. 16 knights fearlessly stepped forward slowly, and with 12 points of vigilance, and ready to fight, he looked directly at the middle-aged Middles. Middles held the teacup in his hand, took a sip of the tea, and then slowly put the teacup on the round table, looked at Shizuya earnestly, and said, "You are the boy who wants to do business with me." 16 knights was full of confidence and said, "Mead Chamber of Commerce is rich and powerful, I naturally choose to do business with you." Mids looked at such a calm and calm boy. He was a little surprised, but he also admired it. He said, "What a rich man, I heard that you hunted down the 5th level dangerous saber-toothed tiger by yourself." 16 knights said, "Why is President Middles so interested?" Middles said, "I am really interested." 16 knights said, "It's true." From the words of 16 knights, he felt an unquestionable taste. The ability to hunt down the youngsters of the 5th level dangerous species really interested him, and it could even be said to be surprised. The black-clothed young man standing behind Mids heard Ikuyo's answer, his expression was a little moved. At least he thought he could not hunt the saber-toothed tiger of the Forest King alone, because there was a big gap in strength. Middles smiled on his face and said, "Very good, then before going into business, I want to know if you really have the value of cooperation." When 16 Knight heard this, his body couldn't help tensing up, and said, "How do you want to know?" Mids stared at 16 Knights, and he reached out and pushed the teacup on the round table to the ground. Bang! With a sound, the cup fell to the ground, cracked, and shards splashed to the ground. At this moment, the door of the room behind Ikuya was opened, and the two heavily armed men standing at the door rushed in. They suddenly drew out the sharp swords in their hands, and immediately and mercilessly launched an attack on Ikuya. 6-style shave. At the moment when the sword was about to strike the 16 Knights, the 16 Knights suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and the sharp sword slashing failed, and the two big men suddenly felt bad in their hearts. For a split second, Ikuya used the shaving high-speed movement to appear behind them, and suddenly made a move without mercy. Instantly, his hands quickly landed on the back necks of the two big men, and his 5 fingers pinched their necks tightly, like iron tongs. "Fell me down." The cold voice of the heart caused Deshizwie's body to jump suddenly, bursting out huge power, carrying a fierce aura, grabbing the hands of the two big men with 5 fingers and forcefully lifting them up, and then heavy smashed to the ground. Boom! With a sound, the two big men slammed into the ground, causing the floor to burst open, leaving a spider web-like crack. The arms on their bodies shattered, and the whole person passed out. The brutal blow of 16 Knights made Mid's bodyguard, his face slightly shocked. This seemingly flimsy young man was able to lift two big men with pure physical power, and only one shot was perfect. Solve. However, at this moment, the young people behind Mids showed fighting spirit in their eyes. His figure swept out like the wind, and the speed was very fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ikuyasuo and raised his right hand. A sharp sword slipped from the sleeves, and slammed directly into the heart of Ikuyo. In an instant, the ultra-high dynamic vision of Ikuyo's blood-colored right eye pupil instantly caught the opponent's attack. Suddenly his body moved slightly to avoid the sword's attack, and swiftly counterattacked. Suddenly 16 Knight raised his leg and swept directly at the young man like an iron whip, very fast. However, the young man sensed the danger, and he immediately stopped the sword's attack, and his figure leaped back directly, avoiding the sweep of Ikuyasuo in an instant. 6-style shave. At this moment, the solace of Ikuyo's feet stepped on the ground dozens of times to move at high speed. His target was not young people, but Mids. In an instant, Ikuya appeared in front of Mids, and his right hand landed on Mids' neck with a hand knife. For an instant, Mids' right hand held the golden pistol for unknown time, and pointed at Ikuyo heart awe-inspiringly. At this moment, the young man's bodyguard had already noticed this scene. His hands dropped sharp blades and held them tightly. At the moment when he was about to launch an attack on Itokuya, Mids glanced at him sharply. That was the look in the eyes that ordered him to stop. For an instant, the young man's bodyguard stopped his pace and looked at Shizuie with very vigilant eyes. At this time, Ikuyo looked at Mids with a smile on his face and said, "Am I qualified?" "You're qualified." Mids put away the golden pistol decisively, and looked at 16 Knights. He admired him very much, but he still had lingering fears, because the young man could easily kill him in the moment. Uncomfortable. "I think we can talk." 16 Yi's figure flashed, and he appeared 3 meters away from Mids. The young man's bodyguard looked at Izui's behavior. He put away the weapon in his hand, and his figure flickered back behind Mids. He stood quietly, his eyes fixed on Izuia. I deeply felt that the other party didn't have any hesitation or confusion just now, just like a natural killer, but he knew how to control himself. He couldn't imagine that if the young man were the killer who came, then he would be the bodyguard of failure. Chapter 24, Potential Enemy. Looking at the young man with a blood diamond-like right eye and a blindfold hiding his left eye from 3 meters away, Mids sighed with relief. He had lingering palpitations for the young man's ghostly speed, and he recognized Izayoi from the bottom of my heart. Strength. Not only him, but even the young bodyguard behind him recognized the strength of Ikuyo. Juvenile, I really underestimated you. You do have an inestimable value for cooperation. Looking at the calmly standing young man, Mids, as a businessman, understood that the value of the young man in front of him would be unfathomable. At least it can bring good benefits to his Chamber of Commerce. Ikuyo's eyes narrowed slightly, looking directly at Mids, not caring about the other party's temptation just now, because he knew that with the combat power that Mids possessed, it was impossible to keep him. This is his self-confidence, and he is the result of carefully observing the surrounding environment. Ikuyo looked serious and said, "Then let's talk about business matters." "Haha, young, you are really refreshing. You are the most unseeable junior I have ever seen. I really want to know what kind of business you can bring me." Mid's voice was slightly bold, but after a while, his voice changed abruptly, his eyes were sharp and serious, staring at 16 knights, and faintly said, "Young man, I like to deal with you." 16 knights looked very calm, and said, "I also like dealing with people who only value interests, especially businessmen." "Haha, you are really extraordinary." Mids was slightly moved when he said the boy. He was really not a boy in front of him, but a mature and sophisticated guy in front of him. After that, Mids ordered the young bodyguards to bring down the 2 armed men who had passed out, and he began serious discussions with Ikuya. 16 Knights' language is simple and clear, and with a character that does not suffer, he speaks of the so-called business cooperation. 16 Knights needs the Mead Chamber of Commerce to provide intelligence information on the advanced dangerous species, and he is responsible for hunting down the advanced dangerous species, and then the Mead Chamber of Commerce will purchase the advanced dangerous species at market prices. The main reason why 16 Knights did this is for his own practice. The current 7-day extreme training has passed. The God-level system no longer provides him with map information. He needs to rely on his own ability to collect intelligence map information, as the name suggests. Just to exercise the host. Blind hunting of dangerous species is too time-consuming, it is better to use accurate information to determine the location of dangerous species, and then hunting is more time-saving. The second reason is to earn Empire gold coins, because money is the most indispensable thing in the human world. Mids readily agreed to all 16 Knights' conditions, only asking 16 Knights, whether it was a high-level dangerous species hunted by the Mead Chamber of Commerce, or a high-level dangerous species hunted by himself, and hunting. What kind of treasures are obtained in the process must be sold to the Middle's Chamber of Commerce first as far as possible. 16 Knights naturally agreed to Mid's terms. "Wait a minute, I will compile a piece of information about the advanced dangerous species for you. It is possible for you to hunt the advanced dangerous species and provide the advanced dangerous species. This alone has enabled my Chamber of Commerce to increase its competitiveness by a level." Middles is very satisfied with the young man's deal, no matter what, he is not a loss, but also very profitable. 16 Knights said, "I got what I wanted. We are just each other." Mids doesn't know why the young man in front of him hunts dangerous species, and it is still a very dangerous high-end dangerous species. He can't understand the young man, and he doesn't want to understand the young man, because he only cares about the benefits generated by the young man. However, 16 Knights hunts dangerous species just to become stronger. Middles said without hesitation, "If you need it, I can provide you with manpower to help." 16 Knights naturally wouldn't agree, and straightforwardly refused, saying, "My hunting does not require any help from anyone. The practice that needs help is not practice." Middles felt unquestionable and deep self-confidence from the boy's words. He doesn't care about the behavior of young people, because the capable people are often unique. He looked at 16 Knights and said, "Happy cooperation." 16 Knights looked at him and said, "Happy cooperation." The two are regarded as a formally established cooperative relationship. After completing the cooperation thing, 16 Knight couldn't help but think of the Chelsea I met on the street, because the encounter was too sudden. Facing the two villains who entangled Chelsea, he did not control his accidental killing. Two people. He knew that his actions would cause great riots, and he didn't say much to Chelsea, so he left in a hurry, so as to avoid reducing unnecessary troubles for Chelsea. Since meeting Chelsea, he has understood several important things, that is, the plot of cutting the scarlet pupil has not yet begun. It seems that there is still a long time to go. Chelsea seems to be in very big trouble right now. For 16 Knights, Chelsea is one of the killer girls to be saved. Now that he has good strength and can solve the trouble for Chelsea, he is naturally happy. Since he is currently very close to Chelsea, he naturally needs to get to know Chelsea. Of course, the premise is after he handles his own affairs, but before that, he needs to learn about Chelsea's intelligence. The intelligence of a mere person should be nothing to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Ikuya looked at Mids and said, "I need someone's information, I wonder if you can provide it." Mids looked at 16 Knights with a thoughtful face, and said, "As long as it's not someone who shouldn't be inquired, I can provide it." Ikuya roughly understood what the other party meant, and he thought Chelsea was at least not the kind of big person who shouldn't be inquired about. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "I just accidentally met a girl who was beloved, so I wanted to find out." When Mids heard this, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It turned out that the young man in front of him was also a normal person, and there would be people he liked. He could understand this and couldn't help asking, "So, who is she?" 16 Knights said, "Chelsea." When Mids heard the girl's name in Ikuyo's mouth, he was visibly taken aback, looking at Ikuyo with a little regret, and said, "I persuade you to dispel your thoughts." 16 Knights suddenly felt something was wrong, and asked, "Why?" Mids didn't want to hide, he said bluntly, "The girl in your mouth, she is a girl who works in the prefectural office, and it is important that she is the woman Angus looks after." The reason why he knows Chelsea is because he often met her when he went to the Supreme Guardian's office to do errands. In addition, the great noble Angus said that it was the woman he liked. For a while, he couldn't help but remember her name. For the Maiden of Chelsea. To be a businessman is to know all kinds of information about the upper-level people. Angus. According to the impression in his mind, 16 Knights revealed that the two people he killed and entangled Chelsea not long ago were the men named Angus. For a time, Ikuya had a murder intent in his heart. Even if he hadn't seen Angus, he understood that from the moment he shot and killed the two entangled Chelsea, the two sides took over the hatred. With that kind of aristocratic young master's character, he probably wouldn't let him go. What's more, Chelsea is the killer girl he is fond of. How can the so-called noble master make a shot at Chelsea? Chapter 25, Things are complicated. Mids looked at the silent 16 Knights, vaguely felt that he was thinking about some terrible things. "As your partner, I advise you to give up that girl." Mids really liked Ikuyo's ability. He didn't want Ikuyo to do anything stupid, and said, "Be clear that your ability is not at all missing girls." "Perhaps." 16 Knights answered casually. Middles knew that the teenager was perfuncting him, and sighed, "You really don't plan to give up. Pursuing Miss Chelsea with your abilities is more than enough. But now that Angus is looking after her, let me tell you. Angus is the son of a close relative of a great nobleman, Minister of Empire Ornest, so you should know that Angus is not someone you can afford." Mids spoke calmly, but there was a hint of fear in his tone, which was the fear of the name of Minister Ornest. "That's the case." Ikuya frowned slightly. He understood why Mids had so painstakingly persuaded him to give up. The reason was that the Minister of the Empire Ornest, who had the highest real power in the empire and carried out endless tyrannical politics he naturally knows that Minister Ornest, the biggest villain in the world of Crimson Eyes, is a very capable person, a person with deep scheming in the city government, and he has the supreme imperial tool handed down from the imperial emperor's clan. Man. In short, he is not a man he can provoke at the moment. Ikuya's eyes condensed, and a strong killing intent was transmitted through his pupils. He should get rid of this kind of guy. At present, he has killed 2 of the opponent's subordinates, and the hatred has been formed. If you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, the opponent will only threaten, he will even threaten the people he cares about. As that guy, if you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, it will be a serious threat. If you are not careful, it will affect the villagers in Tree Village, or it will affect Chelsea. Ikuyo's face was thoughtful. The whole person became deep. This boy doesn't want to give up, right? Mids looked at the 16 knights like this, with a vaguely worried boy in his heart. However, what he couldn't think of was that 16 knights was not considering the issue of giving up, but also the issue of how to get rid of Angus. If Middles knew what 16 knights was thinking, he would definitely exclaim, and he might even cut off contact with the boy. Killing the minister's close relatives is undoubtedly rebelling against the minister, but it is a way of seeking a dead end. It's a pity that Ikuyasu naturally understands the terror of the minister, but it doesn't mean that he will be afraid. If he wants to be the strongest, he won't be afraid of anyone. I hope you don't do anything stupid. Mids couldn't figure out what Ikuya was thinking, so he could only leave such a sentence. I'm not stupid enough to seek my own death. Shiryu responded with a slight smile on his face. Mids looked at Ikuyo's small face, and didn't know why he felt inexplicably scared. He felt that the teenager had a little intention to give up. Middles didn't want to say anything about the teenager. He knew that the teenager was very smart, and he probably wouldn't do anything outrageous. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a person walked in hurriedly. He was the old man Rod, with a coke oven on his face. He hurriedly walked up to Mids and said in a low voice, "Master, Ange Master Si is here." Mids' expression tightened slightly, and his eyes were unhappy. He didn't expect Angus to be here. 16 Knights Extraordinary Hearing naturally heard the old man's words, and his whole body suddenly tightened, ready to fight and retreat, with a deep sense of vigilance in his eyes. Because he killed 2 of Angus's men not long ago, it is very likely that the other side appeared for him now. For a while, Mids couldn't help but look at 16 Knights. He was very worried that the young man would do too much, and he just wanted the young man to avoid it. At this moment, 2 men appeared at the door of the room. One was a young man wearing aristocratic costumes, this person was Angus, and the other was a young man wearing a black robe. This person was a personal guard whose name was called Dick, was once the strongest soldier of the 5,000 mercenary group. As Dick pursued too much power and money, he was eventually bought by Angus's family with imperial equipment and money, and he did not hesitate to bow down as a personal guard. It can be said that he is the strongest guard in Angus's family, so he was dispatched. Protect Angus, because Angus is listed as the successor to the next head. Angus was in front and Dick was in the back, and they walked into the room. Middles, the old man Rod, they looked at Angus, who walked in unexpectedly. 16 Knights was like a big enemy. The first thing he noticed was the young man in the black robe. He deeply felt the aura of danger. When he learned about the opponent's strength level, he turned out to be a guy who surpassed him by 1 level, an elite. Level 6 strong. Dick seemed to have found a prey. His eyes were sharp as knives, staring straight at 16 Knights. He deeply felt that the young man in front of him was very good. It was different from the powerful enemies he had killed in the past. The other party could at least give him danger. A feeling of. Angus didn't pay attention to 16 Knights at all. It can be said that the attire of the poor 16 Knights made him deeply disgusted, so his eyes only looked at Mids. At the same time, Captain Martin of the Patrol Guard appeared very early, not far from the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. His eyes fell on the empty horse-drawn cart at the gate. Then, based on the intelligence information he received along the way, he knowing that the young man who killed 2 of Angus's men entered the Mead Chamber of Commerce to make a deal. So he chose to wait in place for the young man to come out, and then he went forward to remind the young man to let him leave Linjian City as soon as possible, because he offended someone who shouldn't offend. However, while he was waiting for the boy to come out of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, what he never thought was that Angus would appear in the Mead Chamber of Commerce. How could this be? Got it. Captain Martin looked anxious, but didn't know what to do. Then he chose to watch the situation quietly. Today, Angus should not be clear about the killing of his men. I don't know if I knew it was a teenager. The people waiting for 16 nights in the dark corner of the Mead Chamber of Commerce were not only Martin alone, but also a young girl who was following Chelsea. She carefully analyzed the situation on the scene and the intelligence information she had obtained. She knew that the blood pupil was in the Mead Chamber of Commerce, so she also chose to wait for the boy to come out, and then she went forward to take the boy out of Linjian City. But what was unexpected was that Angus appeared in the Mead Chamber of Commerce before the blood pupil had come out, and entered inside. For a while, Chelsea couldn't help but worry deeply about the teenager's safety, and murmured, "No, I can't leave that big idiot alone." Transformed into a Fregaia Foundation. Chelsea directly used the cosmetics to transform into a cute kitten, and climbed directly on the roof of the Mead Chamber of Commerce to sneak into the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and began to look for the blood pupil, so that he would not meet Angus. Under the circumstances, leave Linjian City as soon as possible. Chapter 26, Wolf with Goat and Number 039, S Skin. Chelsea turned into a kitten and sneaked into the Mead Chamber of Commerce to look for 16 Knights, in order to prevent him from meeting Angus, so as not to be killed by the hand. Captain Martin stood not far from the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, waiting for 16 Knights, in order to let him leave Linjian City before being attacked by Angus. Things are always beyond people's expectations. Now 16 Knights has already met Angus, but the process is relatively calm, and it hasn't caused any huge conflict for the time being. It seemed that Angus didn't know about Ikuyao's killing of his 2 subordinates, and Ikuya also understood that the opponent did not appear to be here for him. So the 2 sides are in peace for the time being. Angus was very uninterested in the poor-looking 16 Knights. It can be said that he was very disgusted. When he noticed the moment of 16 Knights, he frowned slightly, appearing a little dissatisfied with the presence of 16 Knights. Fortunately, he has important things to find mids today, and he didn't have much time wasting on a poor man, so his main focus was on mids. Ikuya glanced at Angus slightly, clearly aware of the disgust of the other party, and he didn't care about it at all, because he didn't need to care about the person who was about to be killed by him. Most of his attention fell on Angus' personal bodyguard, Dick. He knew the strength of the opponent. The 6th level elites are also very tricky. It is necessary to know that the 6th level strength can serve as an imperial general. Strength. I have to say that the other party is worthy of being a close relative of the Minister of the Empire, and being able to be protected by such a powerful person really possesses great power. This power is the power of power and wealth. Today, if you want to get rid of Angus, you must deal with his personal bodyguard. With the current strength of 16 Knights and 5 levels, the elite guards who want to deal with 6 levels of strength can only be summed up in one word: difficult. Although it is difficult, it is not without a chance. Although 16 Knights is a 5th level strength, it is a boss level strength within the 5th level strength. However, the opponent is only an elite level strength within the 6th level strength, as long as it is not a master level strength. The enemy, his odds of winning will be evenly divided. Dick clings to the best protection position of Angus, his eyes shining with brilliant light, watching Ikuya very cautiously, and telling the boy with blood eyes that it is not easy with his years of life and death fighting intuition. Angus walked slowly in front of Mids. He glanced at the 16 Knights behind Mids, his eyes showed disgust, and he always felt that the poor-looking 16 Knights had affected his dignity. Identity. Angus showed no disgust on his face and sarcastically said, Mids, you are really depraved, and even beggars are taken in. Be aware that this is a kind of pollution and it will affect your identity. As soon as these words came out, Mids, the old man rose, and the two of them had a sense of displeasure on their faces, and a sense of helplessness flashed in their eyes, but they could not refute Angus's words, just because the other party was a close relative of the minister. Middles, the old man rod, and the two couldn't help looking at 16 yet, they saw only 16 Yi's faintly smiling face, and they had to admire the young man's mentality so good. That's right, there was only a faint smile on Ikuyo's face. He didn't pay attention to what the other party said. He just roared like a mad dog. It was not when he was angry, let alone when he shot. There is a kind of silent fear in 16 Knights. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of how impatient the enemy is, but how calm the enemy is. Middles admired the young boy 16 Knights very much in his heart. He opened his mouth to speak for the boy. I'm so sorry, he is my friend. He just came back from the countryside to do something for me, and he didn't have time to change clothes, so he hurried over to report to me. I really didn't expect Master Angus to come so suddenly, so I asked Master Angus to include a lot. When Angus heard this, he cast a cold glance at 16 Knights, not wanting to waste too much time on the poor. He stretched out his hand and swayed, saying, "Forget it, I don't have much time to waste on this. In small matters." 16 Knights looked at Midas with a look of surprise, his eyes could not help showing appreciation, and he secretly said, "It seems that I have found a good partner." In that situation, Mids didn't speak to Angus to hurt 16 Knights. Instead, he knew how to properly maintain 16 Knights, which was very close to humanity. Angus looked at Mids and said bluntly, "I heard that the Mead Chamber of Commerce will have a precious ring called the Angel's Heart." When Mids heard this, his expression changed slightly, and his body was slightly taken aback, as if he had heard something remarkable. He was a little bitter, and replied, "It is true." Hearing this answer, Angus showed a pleasant look on his face, and said, "It happens to be missing a gift for Miss Chelsea. The price is whatever you want." "I want that ring." 16 Knights heard Chelsea's name, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but secretly said, "This guy is really catching Chelsea's attention." Facing these words, Mid's expression became complicated, his eyes couldn't help but looked at 16 Knights, and he couldn't help but think of the appearance of his dead wife in his mind. There was an undecidable emotion on his face, which did not belong to his fast-paced character. He looked at Angus with some pleading eyes, and said solemnly, "That ring is my wife's dead body, and I don't plan to sell it. If Master Angus can, I can pick a better ring for you." Hearing this, Angus showed dissatisfaction, and said coldly, "Mids, isn't this young master even more than dead?" His brows were slightly frowned, and anger filled the brows. Mid's expression was very complicated, but he dared not express his anger, and said, "Of course not." A smile appeared on Angus's face and said, "That's good, I'm very in a hurry, don't waste my time." Mid's face was very bitter, and he was struggling very much. He was unwilling to ask, "Master Angus, don't you really think about it again?" Angus' face was filled with frost, and he said coldly, "Mids, when have you seen me change my decision? You should know very well whether you want to keep the ring or the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Since Master Angus needs that ring, I will naturally give it personally." Mids said with a knife cut in his heart. He knew that once Angus used the power of power, it would not be a problem to destroy a Mead Chamber of Commerce. The old man Rod looked at such a Middles, he understood Middles very well, and his heart was inexplicably painful. Mids turned and left the hall and walked to the room deep in the house, preparing to take out the ring named Angel Heart. 16 Knights watched this scene quietly, and he could vaguely understand Mid's approach, because a Mead Chamber of Commerce was nothing but an ant in front of the power of the Imperial Minister. 16 Knights clenched his teeth slightly, the scarlet right pupil gleamed from the corner of his eye, and stared at Angus closely. A faint chill lingered in it, and there was a ray of murderous intent that was difficult to detect. It is not the time to kill, and the position is not right, so he can face it calmly, choosing not to take action for the time being. Only the bodyguard of Dick seemed to perceive the unpleasant smell in Akuya's eyes. He looked sharply at Akuya, with a warning sign. Ikuyasu naturally noticed Dick's unkind gaze, and his blood-colored right pupil looked straight into the other's eyes, with a faint smile on his face, a harmless look, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 27, Chains of Purgatory. This boy is not as simple as it seems. Dick looked at 16 Knights who was smiling at him, and intuitively told him that the boy in front of him seemed to have a murderous intent, but it was hidden very deeply. The young man in front of him seemed not as powerful as him, but he felt invisible. If it wasn't for Master Angus' order not to cause trouble before coming here, he really wanted to try the boy. Now that he has accepted the Emperor's weapons and glory of the Angus family, as the most outstanding mercenary, he naturally knows how to abide by the principles of mercenaries and obey the orders of his employer at all times. Dick's eyes were like sharp knives, staring at 16 Knights very cautiously. There was no sign of weakness in Ikuyo's eyes, and she stared straight into the other party's eyes awe-inspiringly. Just when the two people's attention was placed on each other's body, they did not notice a kitten creeping up to the eaves of this luxurious house. She used her sharp claws to slowly pry open the eaves tiles. A gap was exposed, the little head pressed against it, and the crystal eyes observed the situation inside through the gap. The kitten is exactly the appearance of Chelsea taking advantage of Tegu's changes. Chelsea's eyes first noticed 16 Knights, with deep worries in her heart, but she couldn't help but curse secretly, that big idiot is really here. Wait. Damn. Why is Angus here too? The moment Chelsea noticed Angus, she was shocked, and she couldn't help but burst out cold sweats, for fear of what would happen to the blood pupil. When she took a closer look, she only saw the blood pupil smiling face Angus, and Angus did not seem to be hostile to the blood pupil boy. For a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, and roughly understood that the current Angus should have not been aware of the fact that her two subordinates were killed by the blood pupils. Chelsea stared fiercely at 16 Knights, and said in deep dissatisfaction, "That big idiot, don't you know that Angus in front of you will kill him? How dare you face it with nothing? Angus! It's a hopeless idiot. Do something worrying." Chelsea didn't seem to notice that she was more concerned about 16 Knights than 16 Knights himself, and she couldn't help thinking that she already had 10 in her heart. The figure of Liu gradually regarded Liu as a partner. I must let him leave as soon as possible. Chelsea's eyes paid attention to 16 Knights, with extraordinary firmness in her eyes, and a feeling of having to complete it. Chelsea's gaze made 16 Knights' instinct to detect that someone was watching him, and the corner of his keen eye swept over the eaves at the door of the house. His extraordinary vision caught the gap in the eaves, and he found out through it a pair of eyes, and a small cat head. That's it. Shiliu was slightly puzzled. He didn't have too many emotional changes. He stood still and didn't plan to act because he didn't perceive the danger signal. At this moment, Chelsea, who had turned into a kitten, vaguely felt that the boy with the blood pupil seemed to have discovered her existence, and Jingmu stared at 16 Knights in disbelief. At this moment, Mid slowly walked out of the deep house, holding a delicate wooden box in both hands. Most of his eyes fell on the wooden box, with a kind of reluctance, a kind of apology, and a kind of helplessness. Mids walked slowly in front of Angus, and he handed the exquisite wooden box to Angus with a sharp heart. "Lillian, I'm sorry." Mids watched Angus take the wooden box away, and he blamed himself deeply, and said deeply. At this time, Angus held the exquisite wooden box in one hand, opened the lid of the wooden box in one hand, and instantly revealed a beautiful ring with a large diamond on it. What is amazing is that there is a beautiful angel in the diamond. It's so small, but lifelike, it's a supernatural workmanship. Angus looked at such a beautiful ring, with a very satisfied smile on his face, and said, it really is an amazing treasure. As a gift from Miss Chelsea, it is indeed a good gift." When these words came out, 16 Knight's body tightened, and his murderous intent became stronger and stronger, but his expression was very calm, but his eyes were very flat. He looked at Angus from the corner of his eyes, and said secretly, "Don't worry, I won't give you that chance." Hearing this, Mids quickly looked at 16 Knights. He was afraid that when the young man heard these words, he would immediately do irrational things. It would be a very terrible thing. Not only would the young man be ruined, but he would also ruin the Mead Chamber of Commerce. However, he only saw the calm and calmness of 16 Knights, which is what Mids admired most, and this kind of person is often the most terrifying. Chelsea, who looked like a kitten on the eaves, naturally heard what Angus said. Her little face was deeply disgusted, her eyes showed disgust, and her heart was even more dissatisfied. She secretly said, "The bastard, it's hitting my attention like this. It seems that before getting rid of the prefect of Javens, we need to find an opportunity to get rid of Angus." At this time, Angus accepted the angel heart ring, and he turned and walked outside the door. Dick, the bodyguard, took a deep look at Shiswiye, then followed Angus in the best position. Mids looked at Angus's back, his face couldn't help but vicissitudes, he could not help clenching his fist tightly, but his heart was deeply helpless. Just when Angus walked out of the house, Chelsea's eyes on the eaves fell on Angus, with murderous intent in his eyes, and he didn't know how to hide it. As a mercenary soldier who has experienced many battles, Dick was very keenly aware of the killing intent emanating from the eaves. His expression became solemn, his eyes showed the killing intent, and he turned his head and fell directly on the eaves, the reason for his sight. He didn't see Chelsea as a kitten. Enemy. Dick's body half rotated and suddenly faced the eaves. He suddenly swung out his right hand. A black steel chain was shot out from his sleeve, and his head was chained with pointed prismatic thorns. The sound of breaking wind struck the evening sky. Hundreds of chains of purgatory. The chain of purgatory stretched out indefinitely, and with a very fierce force, it suddenly penetrated the eaves, and wrapped the eaves in a radius of several meters, and instantly shredded the eaves, and countless sawdust fell from the air. Fortunately, she avoided Chelsea, who looked like a black cat entangled in chains, and suddenly she lost her footing, and her whole body fell down, but she did not remove the transforming effect of Tikoku. When Dick caught a kitten in his eyes, he was a little disappointed in his eyes. He didn't seem to have expected it. The other party was not an enemy, but a kitten. Even if the other party was a kitten, he didn't intend to take it. Let it go. With a cold-blooded look in his eyes, Dick suddenly swung his left hand, and the black steel chain at the other end of his sleeve shot out. The prismatic spikes locked the heart of the kitten Chelsea, like an arrow that pierced the sky, and the chain extended indefinitely and shot directly away. Chelsea's eyes witnessed the prismatic spikes flying in with the cold light, and instantly she felt the pressure of death, her heart beating at an unprecedented speed, and the fear of death could not help being revealed in her heart. Meaning? Am I going to die? Chelsea asked from the bottom of her heart. 16 Knights naturally noticed the kitten that had fallen. Suddenly, his 5 senses noticed the familiar smell and breath from the kitten, which was the first time he had embraced Chelsea. Chelsea! Suddenly, 16 couldn't help but think of this idea, and then he worked hard to act with all his strength. Shave the limit to move. Izayoi repeatedly kicked the ground 100 times to generate strong rebound force to move at high speed, and suddenly stepped out of deep gaps in the ground, rushing out in a straight line, cutting through the air, generating air currents, appearing like lightning in the small cat Chelsea's side. At the moment when the prismatic spike penetrated the heart of the kitten Chelsea, 16 Knights, with a thunderous momentum, held Chelsea in one hand, kicked the prismatic spike accurately with one foot, and flew away. Go out! 16 Knights was awe-inspiring, and his blood pupil's right eye showed a sharp light, staring at Dick closely, and his whole body was ready to fight. Dick looked surprised, staring coldly at 16 knights, and was very surprised at the speed of a young ghost. Chelsea, who looked like a kitten, moved slightly in the arms of 16 knights. She was very surprised that she was not dead. When she raised her little head slightly, she looked at the appearance of 16 knights with crystal eyes. Suddenly, she understood, and the blood pupil in front of her saved her life. As for the scene of Angus, Middles, and the old man Rod, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised and watched such a scene. Chapter 28, Navy 6 Style Paper Painting. A battle in the courtyard of the Mead Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out and became fierce, and quickly attracted the eyes of the three surrounding people. Angus looked at the poor young man who was disgusted by him. First, he was taken aback, and then surprised. This poor man, the young man was able to rescue the kitten from Dick's hands and accurately blocked Dick's attack. Dick is the strongest warrior hired from a 5,000 person first-class mercenary group. He is even more capable of using super dangerous species as materials to make it that cannot be copied. The entire empire has only 48 pieces. Taigu's chains of purgatory are tangled. Even if the family has nearly 100 bodyguards with good strength, they can't beat Dick together. All in all, Dick, who was extremely powerful, was blocked by an unknown poor boy, and still used Taigu's attack. This poor man is very strong and seems worthy of recruiting as a guard. In the courtyard, Angus showed an interesting expression on his face, and he couldn't help but have the meaning of recruiting 16 knights. As the next head of the family, he naturally knew how to recruit powerful people. The importance of talent. Middles, the old man Rod, and the two were very shocked and worried. The boy actually shot for a trivial kitten. Is the boy's head cramped? That boy, I hope he won't be too radical. The old man Rod looked at 16 knights, worried about his behavior in his heart. Dare to confront Angus' strongest bodyguard. He is really desperate. He just tolerated it well. Why did he make an impulse shot for a kitten? Mids looked at the kitten in 16 knights' arms. He really couldn't figure out the reason, and was deeply worried about the boy. He knows a little about Dick, and his strength is beyond imagination. It can be said that none of the bodyguards in the whole city can compare to Dick, even if the bodyguards he hired heavily, facing Dick in front of him, can only kill in seconds. While speaking, the courtyard was full of violence. Dick controlled the Emperor flexibly, the black chain floating in the air, the prismatic spikes at both ends locked the heart of Ikoyoyo and the heart of the kitten, and said coldly, "Hand over my prey." The only prey he wanted to kill was death. 16 knights couldn't determine whether the kitten in his arms was Chelsea, but since he saved it, there was no reason to give up, and said fearlessly, "It's my pet. Then you can accompany you to die." With murderous eyes staring at Itokuya, Dick did not hesitate to take a shot. Standing still, his right hand stretched out and waved down. Instantly the black chains danced violently, with prismatic spikes at both ends. The violent chill came out, and shot at 16 knights like an arrow. Shiryu quickly dodges his body, pressing his feet on the ground, and stomping down heavily. There is a crash, and his figure suddenly flies 10 meters away. 6 Style Shave. At the moment when 16 knights landed, his feet stepped on the ground dozens of times in a row, moving at high speed, almost turning into a black line, and retreated to the corner of the courtyard like lightning. The prismatic spikes at both ends fell into the sky and penetrated the ground in an instant. They could even ignore the earth and rock and directly move forward in the direction of Ikoyoyo at an arrow-like speed. In an instant, Izao very dexterously placed the kitten in his arms on the ground, and noticed the black chains coming from the ground. Scarlet eyes stared at Dick, a relaxed 16 knights, his body tightened, and a sudden burst of strong strength, the soles of the feet pressed heavily on the ground, making a loud noise. 6 Style Shave. Ikoyo's figure almost turned into a black line, approaching Dick like lightning. So fast. Dick looked at the approaching 16 knights. He suddenly stopped the attack of the prismatic spikes at both ends, controlled the black chain to swing at a high speed, and directly flanked it, like a steel whip sweeping towards 16 knights, setting off a bitter airflow. Calmly aware of the bitter left and right attacks, just as the black chain was about to reach the front of 16 knights, his heels slammed on the ground, and his body flew into the air strangely, twisting his body abruptly and turning around, then directly followed like the two black chains swept from the whip passed by. Dick was surprised when he saw such a delicate evasion technique, but his attack was more than that simple. At the time of Ikuyo dodge, the prismatic spikes at both ends flicked left and right, like a falling meteor shooting directly towards Ikuyo. For an instant, Ikuyo's figure cleverly landed on the ground, and he suddenly noticed the attack of the prismatic spikes. Just as he wanted to use the shave and move at high speed to avoid, the beautiful voice of the god-level system suddenly appeared in his mind. Overly dependent on the speed of shaving, the host will not grow, let alone defeat the enemy in front of him. In retrospect, the host's physical skills are not only shaving. Believe in your body, believe in your own will, and use the strongest physical skills. Style paper painting avoid. For a moment, the blood-colored eyes became firm, and he stared at the prismatic thorns that struck in an instant. When 16 recalled all the knowledge about 6-style paper painting in his mind, he suddenly fell into a certain kind of epiphany. Picture after picture about the practice of paper painting appeared in my mind, picture after picture about the use of paper painting, picture after picture of avoiding paper painting. 6-style paper painting. Ikuyo relaxes his muscles wholeheartedly, and through the stillness of his body, he clearly feels the changes in the surrounding air. 2 of them are attacking like arrows, and his body is instantly like confetti, following the offensive of the prismatic spikes. Avoid it very cleverly. What is that? Dick's eyes witnessed Ikuyo using the 6-style paper painting to avoid the double attack of the prismatic spikes. He only saw Ikuyo's body as weird as a piece of paper avoiding the attack, but he couldn't. Seeing through it, it was a terrifying technique that he couldn't understand. It was really a technique that humans could possess. At this time, the place where 16 knights and Dick competed has undoubtedly become the focus of everyone present. They did not expect 16 knights to retreat in front of Dick. Instead, they chose to attack fiercely. Angus, who knew Dick's strength, was deeply surprised that the poor boy was not inferior to Dick. It's interesting. I want to see if this poor man can force Dick to use his full strength. Angus's expression became interesting. He didn't intend to prevent the two from fighting, but wanted to see clearly. The strength of the knight. This boy is so good. No wonder he is so confident hunting high and dangerous species alone, but if he continues to fight, only the boy suffers. Seeing Ikuyo's amazing performance, Mids shook his head. Said in surprise, he knew that even if the young man was good, even if he defeated Dick, if it hurt Angus's face, it would be a disaster for the young man. Chelsea, who looked like a cat, watched the thrilling battle of Isao very frightened. She had never thought that a teenager about her age could be so. Chapter 29, Navy Type 6 Iron Block. However, just as a few people were talking, 16 knights and Dick fought like lightning under the eyes of everyone. With her face sinking like water, 16 knights stared coldly at that warlike Dick. The body used the paper-painted super-high dodge body skills to avoid the attack of the prismatic spikes and the whip of the black chain at a not-slow speed when it approached Dick's body. Shaved. 16 knights' feet stepped on the ground dozens of times, and his body appeared beside Dick moving at high speed. He clenched his right fist, bursting out a strong force, which was covered by the air current, which brought a fierce force. Feng smashed Dick's head mercilessly. Perceiving the overwhelming energy above his head, Dick's face showed a longing smile, and his eyes showed fiery excitement. His right hand wrapped in several black chains, like a steel arm, suddenly his fist blasted upwards. Then with the strong fists of Ikuyo blasted together. Boom! With a loud muffled sound, the ground under Dick's feet burst under the fierce collision of the two forces, and the deep semicircle was sunken. In the sound of the crash, the black color of Dick's right arm, the chain was loosened, and it flew like a lightning bolt towards 16 knights, seeming to want to entangle 16 knights, and then strangling. Purgatory chains are tangled. The black chains lingered towards 16 knights, his body suddenly retreated, and he used paper painting to barely avoid the entanglement of the black chains. Hey, it's really good. The dodge avoidance skills of the weird piece of paper made Dick's eyes frenzied. With his arms around his neck, the black chain revolved at high speed and became longer and longer, instantly occupying the second radius. 10 meters, a full 1/3 of the courtyard. Regarding this, Ikuyo can only avoid the range of the black chain. His blood-colored right pupil stared at the storm-like black chain, and said secretly, "This is the power of the Emperor. It has the ability that humans can't have. The opponent's Emperor is now. It belongs to the chain type, and its ability belongs to free length and free contraction." At present, Ikuya only relied on the power of the physical body, as well as the two physical skills, shaving and paper painting, and really did not have any advantage over the Emperor, who was not capable of close combat. The black chain can not only attack in a wide range, but also can entangle itself. As the most advantageous armor, the most terrible thing should be the entanglement power of the black chain. Once it is entangled, it is a loss. If you want to pass the defense entangled by the opponent's steel chains, you must collide with a body of steel. Ikuya's eyes condensed, and he couldn't beat the opponent with the 6-style shaving and paper painting in front of him, so he continued to grow stronger. He has not only 2 physical skills, but 6 physical skills. The body of steel collides with the steel chain, so he can only master the iron block in the 6 formulas, a super strong physical skill that can make the body reach the hardness of steel. The best way to improve your strength is undoubtedly to fight with someone stronger than yourself. At the moment 16 knights is exactly like this. The more the war gets stronger, the more the potential in the body is constantly released, the use of physical skills is constantly being mastered, and the new physical skills are constantly being comprehended. Purgatory Chain Whip. Dick used Taigu's abilities to control the black chains within a radius of 20 meters, entangled in circles, condensed together, turned into steel cylinders, swept directly towards 16 knights, and set off a violent hurricane like a mountain torrent. Generally. Boom! The huge black steel cylinder directly destroyed everything in the courtyard, and nothing could be resisted. For a while, Ikuyo's blood-colored eyes stared at the black steel cylinder that swept across. He didn't choose to avoid it, but instead boldly used the opponent's attack to force himself to release his potential to the maximum. For an instant, Shiliuye recalled all the knowledge about 6-type iron blocks in his mind, and suddenly he fell into a certain kind of epiphany, and pictures of iron blocks appeared in his mind. 6-type iron. As the black iron pillar approached, Izayoi accelerated his own blood and connected the tense muscles of his body together, instantly making the body as rigid as steel, with his arms directly protected in front, and suddenly blocked the black iron pillar. With a loud bang, Ikuyo's arms and black iron pillars slammed together. The fierce force collided with a terrifying impact, setting off a huge whirlwind, and the surrounding ground burst open, and the whole life of 16 knights was slid more than 10 meters away, leaving 2 traces of deep feet on the ground. Ikuya was stunned to block the black iron pillars that had condensed the huge chains. However, Ikuya was affected by the impact all over his body, blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and his arms turned red. It seems that the 6-type iron block was used for the first time, and it was not perfectly used, so it was impossible to perfectly block Dick's attack. Obviously Ikuya Sud blocked Dick's black iron pillar attack, which was not considered to be a happy thing. At this time, the chain of black iron pillars was disbanded, and the prismatic spikes at both ends shot directly at Ikuyo. And the way of a circle surrounds 16 knights, tightly blocking him, and will want to entangle him like a bird in a cage. With a calm complexion, Ikuyo Yasuma displayed the paper painting to avoid the prismatic spike attack, and then used the shaving for high-speed utilization, quickly leaving the black chain, and finally used the iron block to block the black chain's whip, and fist and thigh at the same time. A powerful force burst open the black chain. With 3 physical skills, 16 knights once again avoided Dick's crazy attack. In just 1 minute, Ikuya and Dick showed a thrilling battle, especially the physical battle of Ikuya, which was really shocking. The body accelerates like a bullet in an instant, the body evades like a piece of paper in an instant, and the body is as hard as steel in an instant. It can reach this level with a human body. The corner of Dick's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect such a intensive continuous attack. The boy would avoid and block all of them with his physical body alone. He naturally noticed the physical skills displayed by Izayoi, but he didn't understand it. This kind of physical skills, and even can't help but crave for that kind of physical skills. It is naturally impossible for Dick to understand that it is the strongest physical skill Navy 6 style that travels through the dimension, and this world can only be performed by one person in 16 nights. At this moment, Shizuie was very embarrassed, but he still stood firm, the blood-colored right pupil staring at Dick coldly. The more he fights, the more he can understand the strength of the enemy in front of him, and he has also grown tremendously. It can be said that Dick in front of him is his best training opponent. Under the pressure of a powerful enemy, Ikuya has now mastered 2 physical skills: paper painting and iron block at an incredible speed. It can be described as a natural warrior who grows up in battle and becomes stronger as he fights. Chapter 30, Intrepid 16 Knights. In the courtyard, everyone looked at Shiliuya with astonishment. They didn't expect that this seemingly poor young man was so good in combat. He was not inferior to Dix, the top bodyguard. After several lightning-like confrontations, in a short period of time, the surrounding courtyard has revealed the appearance of ruins. It can be seen that the contest between the two sides is fierce and fierce. There is only one, and that is death. Among the younger generation of mercenaries, Dick's combat strength can almost be said to be among the best. In Linjian City, almost no bodyguard can compete with him. Although in this battle, Dick didn't use his full strength, and he didn't even display all of Tegu's abilities. However, the performance of 16 Knights is even more surprising, and everyone present will not forget it. The delicate and peaceful young man was only fighting as a human being. I didn't expect this poor man to have such a good combat power. The small mead chamber of commerce has such talents. Looking at 16 Knights in astonishment, Angus said in surprise. He knew Dick's combat strength best. In the round of competition, he failed to defeat the poor boy. On the contrary, the poor boy got stronger and stronger, which made him gradually start to show his full strength. Middles was naturally surprised by the performance of 16 Knights, but he paid more attention to Angus's expression. He did not see the anger and dissatisfaction from Angus, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but secretly said, looking at Angus not being angry or dissatisfied with the boy's actions, but showing interest, it seems that he has taken a fancy to the boy's fighting strength. Looking at the embarrassed 16 Knights, Chelsea, who looked like a cat, was deeply anxious. Although the blood pupil boy showed amazing fighting power, she was still worried about the boy. The battle in front of her started because of her. She originally wanted to help the boy stay away from Angus, but it was unexpectedly messed up. Instead, the boy started to compete with Angus's bodyguard in advance. It seems that I am a big idiot. I can't help, but I just add trouble. I hope he won't have anything to do. Chelsea stared at 16 Knights with her small eyes, and she secretly blamed herself for a while, and prayed that the young man would be fine. Although she didn't understand Dick, she understood that the other party had a special weapon of the same kind and was the strongest bodyguard in the entire Linjian City. Boy, you are very good. I didn't expect that you, a thin boy, knows such fierce combat skills. Even Huangchuan Temple has never seen such weird combat skills. Dick controlled the black chain around him, and he praised the 16 Knights, indicating that he recognized the strength of the 16 Knights. 16 Knights sneered, and the whole body reached its best state, without the slightest relaxation. But, whether you are destined to lose, I am destined to win. As soon as Dick's declaration of battle came out, the black chain swayed violently, and the prismatic spikes at both ends shot at Itokuya at a rapid speed, and the long black chain was divided into dozens of sections and volleyed at Itokuya like a whip. Purgatory Chain Double Combo. Faced with a double fierce attack, Ikuyo's blood pupils shrank slightly, keenly capturing the attack trajectory of the black chain, and the prismatic spikes approached. He used the paper painting as a piece of paper to avoid cleverly, and a sharp steel whip was drawn. First it was painted on paper to avoid dodge, leaving deep welt marks on the ground, and then shaving moving at high speed, flickering and avoiding it, leaving more than a dozen deep welt marks on the ground. However, at the moment when he avoided all the attacks on Ikuyasu, he moved at high speed to stop and fell to the ground. He did not expect that Dick's figure appeared in front of Ikuyasu like a ghost. Before I got Taigu, what I was best at was close combat. With a cruel expression on his face, Dick believed himself. His body muscles swelled up and instantly concentrated his power on his right fist, and his right arm was entangled with a heavy steel chain. His punches were very fast, and he slammed into 16 knights. Oops! I muttered in my heart. Ikuya looked solemn, and instantly accelerated the blood flow, connecting the tight muscles of the whole body, turning the body as hard as steel. 6-type iron. The speed of his fist was extremely fast, and a heavy steel chain was wrapped around it, making it heavy and powerful. Purgatory Chain Fist. With a depressed growl, Dick's fist wrapped in steel chains, mixed with a heavy force, directly hit Shiryu. Boom! With a loud noise, Shiryu flew out like a meteor, directly crashing into a house, flying out to 100 meters away before stopping, and was deeply plunged into the ruins. This shocking loud noise, such a large-scale movement, can be regarded as alarming all the people in the Mead Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't help but pay attention to the courtyard of President Mid's, deeply curious about what happened. Cat Chelsea saw this scene, her face turned pale, her eyes shrunk, with horrified worry. I said, the only one who wins is me. Dick looked at the ruins in a straight line created by his own power with satisfaction. He thought that the young man had at least suffered a deep and serious injury to his immortality under such an attack. Just when Dick was complacent, he was shocked by a huge force in the ruins 100 meters away, and a figure rushed out at super high speed, exuding a very oppressive aura. For a moment, Dick noticed the figure, but that figure was already approaching Dick. It was 16 knights. He shaved under overload conditions under the premise of sacrificing his body, showing how shaved he was. At the second level, he can only use it once at present. Shave double acceleration. 16 knights kicked the ground 100 times in a row, and on the premise of zero interval, kicked the ground again 100 times in a row, which produced a double ultra-high-speed movement. Dick noticed the moment of 16 knights. 16 knights instantly clenched his fists, concentrated his power on the core of the fist, and used iron blocks to iron and steel, giving it speed, hardness, and strength. A knowing blow. The fist banged heavily on Dick's body, and there was a loud noise, and the ground around him shattered. His whole body was like a meteor, flying out in a straight line at high speed, directly smashing several houses, until 100 meters away. Stopped, the person was deeply buried in the rubble. There was no trace of relaxation for 16 knights. His body was aching fiercely, his heels became red and there was severe pain, and even his heart had deep fist marks. It can be seen that Dick's previous heavy blows did give him real damage. The scene before him was so sudden that all the people present did not react, and they were deeply shocked by it. Hee, it's so happy. Dick controlled the black chain to destroy the ruins that buried him. He walked out from the inside, vomiting blood in his mouth, and his body was extremely embarrassed, and his black robe was in tatters. For a moment, Dick suddenly tore off the black robe on his body, and instantly revealed a body wrapped in black chains, as if he was wearing an indestructible black armor, making him withstand the heavy burden of his aoi fist. It's really difficult. This is the world of slashing the pupils. The first human enemy I encountered was so powerful. But this is interesting. Thanks to him, my strength has increased a lot. 16 knights looked at Dick in the distance. He was full of fighting spirit, and he could even be said to be excited. Just when Dick wanted to continue his attack, Angus commanded. Dick is all right, you can stop. Dick was taken aback for a moment. His eyes looked at Angus, the fighting spirit in his eyes was undiminished, and he looked at 16 knights, as if he still wanted to fight. Angus knew Dick more clearly, and now Dick was completely liberated, and once the battle started, unless one of them died, he would basically not stop. Because of this, Angus needs to stop, because he just saw the strength of Ikuoi, he can be recruited into the family as a talent, and does not want Ikuoi to die. He always believes that Dick will win in the end. Angus understood Dick's greedy character and couldn't help but said, "You don't have to be born or die for a small matter. You get 10,000 gold coins as compensation for Dick." When Dick heard 10,000 gold coins, the fighting spirit in his heart decreased a lot. He took a cold look at Ikuyo, and instantly retracted the black chain around his body. The two prismatic spikes were placed on the left and right hands, and he chose to stop fighting. As long as he didn't enter a frenetic battle state, he still followed the principle of mercenaries very much, that is, to obey the employer's orders. Angus watched this scene with satisfaction. As for Dick's figure, at a very fast speed, he appeared in the best position behind Angus. Seeing this, Izayoi dispelled his strong fighting spirit and did not intend to continue his attack. Now he needs some time to digest what he gained from this battle, not to mention that it is not time to fight to death and life, since the opponent has stopped fight, then he is also happy to stop fighting. Just take this opportunity to melt the physical skills, knowledge, experience, and intelligence gained in the battle. Next time, it will be time to completely solve the opponent. Chapter 31, Resolve Threats Without Overnight. Looking at the dilapidated courtyard, it seemed that they had experienced a major earthquake. In addition to horror, the two men and women could not find other words to describe the blood pupils and black men who could cause such damage to the courtyard. The robe youth can only be described as a humanoid monster. When they saw that the fierce battle between 16 knights and Dick had stopped, they naturally breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to the boy, it would be a loss to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Glancing at the delicate and calm face, Mids couldn't help but take another look at 16 knights in his heart. The performance of the boy just in the battle was really shocking to the world. Only by relying on the human body, he can be the best with Lin Jiancheng. The strong bodyguard Dick fought equally, and he was still under Dick's use of strange chain weapons. This boy, I didn't expect to be so outstanding. I am lucky to get the boy's cooperative hunting of advanced dangerous species. He exclaimed in his heart, and Mids took a deep look at 16 knights. As for Cat Chelsea, seeing this scene, her small eyes looked at the OK 16 knights, and she was deeply relieved. She didn't care about the outcome of the battle, but only cared if there was anything wrong with the blood pupil. After all, everything started because of her. For a time, the kitten Chelsea ran quickly towards 16 knights. When she was approaching the teenager, she leaped high and rushed directly towards 16 knights. Izui naturally noticed the cat's pounce, and his eyes were a little surprised, but he directly stretched out his hand and hugged the little cat into his arms. Meow! Chelsea, the kitten, pressed against Izaio's arms, rubbing her little head, and behaved very kindly to Izaio. Facing the kind performance of the kitty, Ikuya showed a faint smile on his face, and looked at the kitty with tender eyes. He reached out his hand and rubbed it gently on the kitty's head, and said, "Little guy, you have caused me a lot of trouble." Cat Chelsea heard the boy's words. She seemed to want to apologize to the boy, and she kept rubbing Shiliuye. Meow! A cute cry sounded, with the tenderness of the girl, seeming to apologize. For such a kitty, Ikuya faintly understood what the kitty was expressing. He smiled softly at the kitty and said, "Okay, little guy, I don't mean to blame you." Meow. Cat Chelsea said happily when she heard it. Middles, the old man Rod, and the two looked at the boy and the kitten in close harmony. They suddenly understood the reason why the boy shot for the kitten, and the image of the boy was completely subverted in their hearts. It turned out to be a tough boy. There are also moments of tenderness. Only one person was very unhappy, and that was Dick. He was very upset and failed to kill the prey. Now the employer's order is that he can't make a move, and he can only give it up. At this moment, Angus walked towards 16 Knights, and looked again at the poor young man in front of him. He lacked the meaning of disgust and increased the meaning of appreciation. He naturally hates the poor, but he is different for capable talents. He naturally appreciates and even recruits into the family at any cost. The more powerful people he has, the stronger his position in the family will be. Angus stopped in front of 16 Knights and said, "I just missed it. You can compete with Dick, which shows that your strength is very good. You are a talent. Come and do things for me. I promise you that you are prosperous and wealthy." 16 looked at Angus in front of him, and did not expect that the other party would throw an olive branch at him, but the kitten Chelsea in his arms glared at Angus coldly. 16 Knights said, "Do things for you." Angus said, "Yes, you do things for me, you can report to my mansion tomorrow." "Your mansion, I will naturally go." 16 Knights replied, with an imperceptible killing intent in his words. Angus heard Ikuyo's answer, and his face showed satisfaction. However, when Mids watched this scene, his face couldn't help showing a look of regret. If the young man did something for Angus, then their cooperation would be ruined, and it would be a loss for the Mead Chamber of Commerce. It's just the choice of the teenager. He can't stop it, or he has no ability to stop it. He can also understand the choice of the teenager. "Okay, I've wasted enough time, presumably they have invited Miss Chelsea, Dick, let's go." After Angus finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. "The battle between us is not over yet." Dick looked at 16 with cold eyes, leaving such a sentence, he turned and left behind Angus. "Next time, the battle between us will be over." 16 Knights looked at Dick's back. Cat Chelsea looked at the back of Angus leaving. She knew that once Angus returned to the house, everything would become troublesome. So now she wants to stay by the boy's side, looking for an opportunity to warn the boy and let him leave Linjian City. Middles, the old man Rod, and the two watched Angus's departure, and they were truly relieved. Seeing the ruins left in the courtyard, they couldn't imagine the blood pupil youth and the black-robed youth continuing to fight. Will the entire Mead Chamber of Commerce be destroyed? Not only were they horrified at the ruins they left behind. At this moment, many members of the Mead Chamber of Commerce had noticed the traces of the battle between 16 Knights and Dick. They could not help but be deeply shocked and even thought Mead. Has the Chamber of Commerce been ravaged by high-level dangerous species? Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the paper paintings and iron blocks in the Navy's 6 styles during the battle. Approved by the host's outstanding performance, this system provides a speeding recovery service. In an instant, the female voice of the God-level system sounded in Ikuya's mind, and the mysterious speeding recovery filled the whole body of Ikuya. In a short period of time, all the hidden wounds left by 16 Knights disappeared, his body returned to its peak state up and down, and the strength of all sides of his body was improved. Now his body is stronger than before. System, you are so caring. 16 Knights can feel the body is full of power and unspeakable comfort. This is the result of the host's outstanding performance. The God-level system answered very rigidly. 16 Knights looked at the evening sky, and said in his heart, solving the threat does not need to be overnight. Chapter 32, Are you looking for me? With the help of the God-level system, 16 Knights has not only returned to its peak state just after the battle, but also has increased a lot of indicators on all sides, and overall his strength has improved a lot. At this moment, he had a plan in his heart, that is, to solve Angus's problem tonight. This will be the best time, and the location will be in Angus's mansion. With a general plan in mind, 16 Knights held the kitten Chelsea, walked slowly in front of Mids, with a smile on his face, and said, "The cooperation between us has not changed. I have something to do right now. If you want to deal with it, I won't bother." After saying this, Izayoi turned and walked towards the door of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, without giving any explanation, only a promise of cooperation. Because of the performance of Mids just now, at least I did not let 16 Knights down, but made 16 Knights feel like a good partner. Hearing the unchanging words of the boy's cooperation, Mids was taken aback for a moment, and then he was deeply puzzled. Isn't the boy ready to help Angus? Does the boy want to? Mids looked at Akuyo's back, thinking of the boy's character from the beginning, and the affairs of Chelsea. He suddenly didn't think that the boy would bend back and do something in Angus's hands. Suddenly, he couldn't help but a terrible thought emerged. Instantly on his forehead, cold sweat was suddenly dense, and there was a kind of worry and fear. No, 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 a young man is a smart man, he shouldn't do that, but I was thinking about it. Mids couldn't help shook his head, and said in disbelief in his heart. Little guy, when do you want to stay? Forget it, there is still some time before the night, let you stay a little longer for now. 16 Knights walked slowly, and stretched out his hand on the head of the kitten in his arms and rubbed it. He didn't know if the kitten was Chelsea, at least he could feel the smell of Chelsea, and it was small. After the cat was in his arms, it seemed to stick. I don't know why the kitten Chelsea enjoys all this very much. She just sticks to 16 Knights, and has a feeling of never letting go. Suddenly, Shiliuya couldn't help thinking about the three people in the right chamber of commerce. He couldn't help stopping, and his keen eyes immediately noticed the far corner of the courtyard. The three people were hidden. It was the Ryan Three, because he listened. When the huge movement in the courtyard came, I couldn't help but come quietly with curiosity, witnessed the battle in the courtyard, and witnessed the terrifying fighting posture of the super dangerous juvenile humanoid. Regarding this, the Ryan trio were terrified, and they were very afraid that the teenager would continue to target themselves. It should be clear that the teenager has just faced the strongest evil in the city, young Angus. The teenager has never been afraid, and even showed a monster-like strength. Appreciation of Angus. That boy was definitely not a monster they dared to provoke, or that they deeply regretted provoke the boy. 16 Knights did not take the three of them to heart. Originally, he wanted to take the right chamber of commerce to let them know the pain of being bitten by an ant. Today, Angus's affairs are far more important than the affairs of the three of them. 16 Knights couldn't help turning his head to the old man Rod, and said, "The three of you who came with me, please send them back and help me tell them. Don't use your brains if you don't want to die." After speaking, Ikuya glanced sharply at the Ryan trio in the corner of the courtyard, and walked across to the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. The three of Ryan noticed the young man's sight. They were stunned for the first time, and then took a breath of cold air suddenly, sweating all over, for fear that the young man would trouble them. However, when they heard the boy's words, they were deeply relieved about it, and deeply remembered the boy's warning. Even without the boy's warning, they did not dare to continue to trouble the boy. The old man Rod heard the boy's instructions, he naturally understood the boy's explanation, and explained the situation to Mids next to him. The nephew of the right chamber of commerce, if he is a wise man, it is impossible for him to continue to trouble the young man. After learning about 16 Knights and the right chamber of commerce, Mids spoke indifferently, "Forget it, I'll take a trip to right chamber of commerce, it's just a trivial matter." Middles looked at the back of 16 Knights, and couldn't help but said to the old man Rod beside him, "Rod, I think that young man will definitely be a great man soon. The old man Rod merely nodded his head, and naturally saw the extraordinary things of the young man with his eyes. It seems that I have to pay a lot of repair costs. Mids looked at the dilapidated courtyard, spoke lightly, and then turned to his luxurious house. As for the old man Rod, he began to deal with the matters of the young man's account. At this time, 16 knights had left the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and he was walking on a seldom walked road under the dusk, but the kitten Chelsea was curled up in his arms. Gradually 16 knights slowed down, and from the moment he left the Mead Chamber of Commerce, he noticed that someone was following him. Now that he is walking on the road with few people, the stalker is more obvious. At this time, there was a man in a corner not far from Shizuiya. He was dressed in the costume of a patrol guard with a steel sword hung around his waist. His eyes were only on Ikuyo. This person is Captain Martin, that understands when I arrive at 16 knights, he is not afraid of power and kills the evil Shao Angus bodyguard, so he wants to help the people of 16 knights. Based on the information he already knew, Captain Martin looked at the appearance of 16 knights from a distance, and had deeply determined that the boy in front of him was the one who killed Angus' bodyguard. For the dead friend, for the justice of persistence, Captain Martin's eyes were firm, and he decided to help the young man who dared to challenge the power. Just when he took a step towards the boy, he instantly noticed that the boy had disappeared out of thin air. For a moment, he stared straight at the place where the teenager disappeared. There was nothing but an unbelievable expression on his face. He couldn't help but rubbed his eyes heavily, looking puzzled. That boy, where did he go? Captain Martin couldn't help asking. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Ikuyo's voice sounded. Suddenly, Captain Martin was taken aback. He suddenly turned around and looked at the source of the sound. He saw a delicate young man, about 16 years old, with a blood-colored right pupil and a blindfold on his left eye. His whole body exudes a strange atmosphere, holding a kitten that is deeply wary of him in his hands. It is the 16 knights that appeared using shaving for high-speed movement. Chapter 33, The Choice That Won and Number 039, T-Change. Ikuyo's expression was cold, and he looked at a man in guard attire in front of him, and was ready to take action, probably knowing that the guard in front of him was coming towards him. It was probably because of the riot that he killed the 2 Angus bodyguards not long ago. In this case, the opponent is mostly an enemy, so it can be said to be a threat to him. The cat Chelsea, who was attached to the arms of 16 knights, looked at the guards in front of her with little eyes. She knew that the guards in front of her knew the situation of 16 knights. The reason why she could find 16 knights was precisely because of the guards in front of her. Obviously, the guards in front of him were probably here to apprehend 16 knights. Looking at 16 knights with a vigilant look, Captain Martin quickly raised his hands and signaled to the boy in front of him that he was innocent. He looked at the boy in front of him carefully, and felt the aura of danger deeply, as if being stared at by a terrifying beast. N.S. The person who can give him this feeling, among the characters Martin has encountered, is Dick, Angus' bodyguard. Suddenly, he understood why the 2 Angus bodyguards died in the hands of the young man. If he were to make an evaluation of the young man in front of him, at least he would have a fighting power above the commander level. Captain Martin could detect the hostility of the boy in front of him, and hurriedly said, "I am not your enemy." When I heard it, his expression paused slightly, and said, sneakingly following me, "Do I need to treat you well? I want to help you, so I followed you." Captain Martin said with an extremely serious expression. "Help me." Hearing Martin's inexplicable words, Ikuyo's expression condensed, staring at the other party with a little doubt, and said, "I don't think I can have anything to do with your help." Even the kitten Chelsea looked at the guard in front of him with little eyes, a little unclear why the guard in front of him said to help the blood pupil boy. Captain Martin understands the hostility and alertness of the boy in front of him, but he sincerely wants to help the boy in front of him, just for the death of his friend's family in Angus's hands. He appeared very sincere and said bluntly, "You killed 2 of Angus's bodyguards. With Angus's obsessive character, you will never let you go, so you must leave Linjian City as soon as possible." Ikuyo's brows frowned, and the guards in front of him really came for Angus's affairs. It was just a little unexpected. The opponent didn't seem to be Angus minions, but came to help him. For a time, Ikuyo stared sharply at Martin, and could feel the sincerity in the other party's language, but he would not easily believe the words of any stranger, and he did not need the help of others to leave Linjian City. Because tonight is a sleepless night, he has decided to get rid of the threat of Angus. "I don't like other people's gesticulations. As for not leaving Linjian City, it's my own business." Shizuya looked serious, shook his head slightly, and said. Hearing the words of 16 knights, Captain Martin understood that the young man did not trust him, and he could understand the young man, but he was also inexplicably anxious. If the young man did not leave Linjian City, he would really not be able to leave Linjian City once tomorrow. He looked very serious and said, "It's okay if you don't trust me, but I beg you to leave Linjian City tonight." Hearing Martin's sincere words, Ikuyo frowned and said, "We are just strangers between us. Why are you doing this?" Even the kitten Chelsea is very curious. Why can the guard in front of him help the blood pupil so much? "You did something I dare not do." Captain Martin couldn't help but think of the death of his friend's family and the sinful faces of Angus and others. He once wanted to avenge his friends, but he thought of his own family. Reluctantly chose silence. The 2 bodyguards killed by the boy in front of him were just one of the wicked men who attacked a friend's family. "I did something you didn't dare to do." 16 knights vaguely understood the general meaning, but he was still a little confused. Captain Martin looked at the slightly puzzled 16 knights. He really wanted the boy in front of him to leave Linjian City safely, so he looked sad, full of hatred and anger, and slowly opened his mouth to explain everything to 16 knights. "After I heard what Martin said, I understood the story roughly. In short, the 2 people he killed were one of the murderers who killed Martin's family. Then Martin repaid his revenge for his friends. Decided to help him leave Linjian City and stay away from the persecution of the wicked such as Angus. So that's the case." 16 knights vaguely understood the other party's feelings, and couldn't help sighing. Even the kitten Chelsea in the arms of 16 knights couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He hated Angus several times in his heart, and had an urge to get rid of this scum beast very much. "Tonight is my subordinate guarding the city gate, so I hope you can leave tonight," Captain Martin said. "It's not my style to run away, and it's not my style to worry about revenge. If so, I won't make a move." There was a faint smile on Ikuyo's face, giving people a feeling of confidence and fearlessness. Captain Martin heard the boy's words and he had a deep incomprehension. "Isn't the boy afraid of death?" He said very solemnly, "I know your strength is good, but this kind of impulse will kill you. Angus can be described as covering the sky in Linjian City. There are nearly 100 people under him. Everyone is a good guy. Even the prefect Javens was on his side, and he could easily mobilize the soldiers of the major military camps in the city, so no matter how good you are, you can't beat a city. Perhaps. If I choose to escape, I won't be the strongest." 16 knights raised his head slightly and looked at the sky gradually dimming. Captain Martin looked at 16 knights before him. He really couldn't understand why the young man in front of him could be so firm in his choice. Cat Chelsea heard the words of 16 knights, but she understood Martin's words deeply, and suddenly, she couldn't help biting 16 knights' finger severely and cursed secretly, "Big idiot." Izuya naturally noticed the kitten's behavior and didn't care about the small bite. He just touched the kitten's head and said, "Little guy, you are naughty." For a while, Cat Chelsea forgot about the worry about 16 knights, and instead enjoyed the tenderness of 16 knights. Captain Martin looked at 16 knights and said, "You will die." In an instant, Ikuya used the shaving to move at high speed, disappeared out of thin air, and appeared behind Martin. "I won't die." 16 Knight shots quickly and directly gave Captain Martin a hand knife on the neck, causing his eyes to turn white, his body fell limp on the ground, and the whole person passed out. "Before I kill Angus, you'd better sleep first." 16 Knights looked at Martin, who was unconscious, and he said lightly. The reason for this was only to kill Angus. There will be too many variables. Cat Chelsea heard that 16 Knights was about to kill Angus, and she was stunned. She never thought that the teenager's idea was to kill Angus. Chapter 34, Big Idiot and Headphone Girl. Just when 16 Knights was about to set up Captain Martin, who had passed out, the kitten Chelsea knew that there was no one around, and even more clearly that the blood pupil had a dangerous idea to kill Angus, so she had to stop it. "This big idiot in front of me." For a while, the kitten Chelsea broke free from the arms of the 16 Knights, gently picked it down to the ground, flexibly stabilized the small body, and relieved the transformation effect of Taigugaya Foundation. In an instant, the cute little cat turned into a beautiful girl. Because I had the idea that a kitten is Chelsea before, when I saw Chelsea transforming, 16 Knights seemed very calm, as it was taken for granted. "Chelsea." 16 Knights looked at her upper body wearing a black waistcoat, a white shirt inside, and a pink skirt with black horizontal and vertical lines on her lower body. The black stockings with delicately crafted legs are full of youthful beauty and shrewdness. Chelsea herself is a beautiful girl with a capable taste, long pink hair and headphones on her ears. Chelsea in front of her is indeed very beautiful. At least the women she met in 16 Knights are one of the few. It is no wonder that the second element belongs to the world of beautiful women. This is indeed reasonable. And it's no wonder that the so-called great aristocrat Angus has always been thinking of Chelsea. Chelsea looked at 16 Knights, and when she heard him call out her name, it was a little weird. It was because the heart was beating a little fast. She couldn't help but care too much for the teenager, so that when she really faced the teenager, she felt deep in her heart. She was still a little shy of a girl, especially the moment the teenager called her name kindly. Chelsea calmed down her inner restlessness, looked at the calm and calm 16 Knights, and whispered, "A little cat turns into a beautiful girl. Generally speaking, isn't it what men expect? It should be about the same." Shizuya couldn't help thinking of the role of the cat girl, with the fluffy cat ears and the cocked cat tail. He nodded slightly and said, "Then why are you not surprised at all?" Chelsea thought that 16 Knights should at least be surprised by her gorgeous transformation. "Do I need to be surprised?" 16 Knights questioned. "Big idiot, of course." I don't know why Chelsea vaguely hopes to attract more attention of the young man in front of her, so she is a bit different from her usual. For a while, she can't help but say the name for the teenager in my heart. "So that's the case." 16 Knight eyes looked at Chelsea seriously, and said, "You need to correct a little. I am not a fool, let alone a big fool. You are a big idiot. Knowing the horror of Angus, you not only choose not to leave, but choose to kill Angus. Your behavior is simply hopelessly stupid." Chelsea thought 6 Knight's choice to kill Angus couldn't help but yell at him. 16 Knight's expression moved slightly. He understood that Chelsea in front of him was caring for him. At this time, he couldn't help feeling that Chelsea in front of him was very cute and indeed a very good girl. "Are you worried about me?" 16 Yes said with a gentle smile on his face. "It's not." Chelsea saw 16 Ye's gentle smile, and a faint blush appeared on her small face, with a sense of shyness in her heart, and said dishonestly, "What's that for?" 16 Knights smiled. "I just can't watch a big idiot go to death." Chelsea vaguely understood that the young man in front of him was likely to act tonight, that was to kill Angus. Hearing Chelsea's words on 16 Knights, his expression condensed, and he slowly stepped out and approached Chelsea's body, stretched out his right hand and tapped Chelsea's small head lightly, looking at her very seriously. Undoubtedly said, "Don't say stupid things to me, listen well, remember it for me, headphone girl, I won't die. Chelsea couldn't help touching her head, looking at Akuya's unwavering expression, and listening to Akuya's unquestionable words. She didn't know why I thought it was his words that could be trusted. At this moment, Chelsea understood that she couldn't stop the young man's choice. Since he couldn't stop his choice, she chose to respect his choice. Chelsea looked at 16 knights. She had never seen such a person, had never seen such an idiot, at least not among the people she had encountered. Suddenly, Chelsea couldn't help asking, "Why are you doing this? Do you need a reason to kill the wicked?" Akuya asked with a smile. "You are such an idiot." Chelsea could not veto 16 knights' words, because killing the wicked really doesn't require a reason. If you want to say a reason, then there is only one evil. Headphone girl, remember, my name is not the big idiot, but the 16 knights. 16 knights didn't mind Chelsea's name, and smiled lightly. He just hopes Chelsea can remember himself. Name. 16 knights. Chelsea murmured a few times in her heart, and said to 16 knights, "My name is not called Headphone Girl, I am Chelsea." "Understood, Headphone Girl." 16 knights said earnestly. "Big idiot, I don't see you understand." Chelsea said loudly, but there was a faint smile on her face, and she didn't hate the name of 16 knights Headphone Girl. At this time, she preferred to talk to 16 knights. Get along, because she doesn't need to think about the annoying things in the Supreme Guardian's office, and doesn't need to worry about Angus's problems. The sky gradually darkened. Akuyo thought for a while, and said, "The current Angus should be furious." According to the calculation of time and the analysis of existing intelligence, the current Angus should have returned to his residence, and he knew that not only did his men not invite Chelsea, but they also lost their lives. To be clear, in order to welcome Chelsea's arrival, Angus personally went to the Mead Chamber of Commerce and threatened a rare treasure named Angel Heart Ring. However, everything he did was lost, and his character would naturally feel very uncomfortable, and he would be extremely angry. "Are you planning to kill Angus tonight?" Chelsea couldn't help asking when hearing 16 knights' words. "Well, you don't need to get rid of Angus overnight," 16 knights said with a cold expression. "Angus has many men, you alone want to deal with so many powerful bodyguards, there is no chance of success at all." Chelsea is still worried about 16 knights, for fear that this is the impulsive idea of 16 knights. Angus has a lot of subordinates, but as long as you get rid of the chain guy, the rest will not matter. 16 knights knows from Martin's words just now that Angus has nearly 100 subordinates, if it is nearly 100 people together against him, plus the chain guy, then the odds of winning are indeed very slim. "Then how do you plan to get rid of Angus' strongest bodyguard?" Chelsea asked. She needs to know that 16 knights is not an impulsive choice, but a calm and wise choice. She didn't want to see 16 knights killing Angus because of impulse, that would only lose her life very stupidly. Angus is full of confidence and wants to get you tonight. With his character, he will never give up. Now his 2 good bodyguards are dead. He wants to ensure that he will not fail 100%. Then he will send out tonight that guy, come and take you back. 16 knights said with a reasonable analysis. Hearing this analysis, Chelsea couldn't help but gritted his teeth and had a deep dislike for Angus. She could not help but gain a better understanding of 16 knights, and was very surprised by his analytical ability. Suddenly, she understood that 16 knights was not an impulsive and reckless action, but a calm and wise response, and couldn't help but say, "So you plan to use this opportunity to kill Angus's strongest bodyguard first?" "Well, the beast with sharp minions is terrible, but the beast without the sharp minions is not scary at all," Ikuyo said with a cold expression and cold eyes. Chapter 35, Gold and Blood. In Angus's mansion, in the brightly lit lobby, the atmosphere was depressed and dull. On the tabletop in the center of the hall, there is a small wooden box, which is exactly the wooden box containing the Angel Heart Ring. Many people stood in the hall. Looking at their costumes, they were obviously Angus' senior bodyguards, and Dick, who was fighting 16 knights today, stood beside Angus in the best position. Angus was sitting in the first place in the hall. He was wearing gorgeous noble costumes and leaning back lazily on the back of the chair, but his eyes were filled with anger, but his good looks were naturally distorted. Bastard stuff! Angus clenched his hands tightly and fell awe-inspiringly on the bar of the chair, with a bang, which fully explained his discomfort and fullness. Today, Angus clearly knew about the killing of his 2 capable men, and failed to invite Miss Chelsea. Damn, who would dare to have trouble with me? Angus looked gloomy, his eyes filled with burning anger, and his body trembled with anger. All his expectations, all his preparations, have been lost because of this. This is an unprecedented thing, because no one dared to resist him, provoke him. But on an important day, this kind of thing happened. Looking at Angus, who was extremely angry, the bodyguards below were frightened, for fear that Angus' anger would affect their lives. Tell me who dared to oppose me. Angus looked at the bodyguard below angrily, and shouted, it was his shame. One of the tall bodyguards stood up frightened and said, going back to the young master, I have already tried my best to track down the murderer's information. I must have an answer tomorrow. When Angus heard this, his expression was very gloomy, very dissatisfied, his eyes fixed on the talking bodyguard like a dead man, and he said, Dick. Dick heard what Angus said and instantly understood the meaning. He quickly stretched out his right hand, carrying a prismatic black chain directly from the sleeve of his shirt, without giving the bodyguard any chance, and instantly penetrated his neck, sputtering bright red blood, depriving him of his life. It's too weak. Dick retracted the black chain and looked at the dead bodyguard on the ground, with a disdain in his eyes, and he was not happy at all. Staring at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, the bodyguards underneath looked pale, their eyes showed fear, and they killed the centurion-level bodyguard in just an instant. You know who I am. I am the minister's nephew, the next head of the Angus family. Someone dared to kill my men in the street and bad my good deeds. That is a provocation to me, and that is to Angus. The provocation of the family is a provocation to the minister. Angus's face was distorted and roared, you will find him desperately for me, even if you dig 3 feet of the ground, you will find him for me. I will see him tomorrow. His people, otherwise you will only end up with one. Hearing that, everyone below secretly took a breath, looked at Dick beside Angus, swallowed involuntarily. If they understand that no murderer can be found, then there is no doubt that waiting for them is death. Yes, everyone bit their heads and responded. I can keep the person who provokes me until tomorrow, but Miss Chelsea, I can't keep it until tomorrow. I have always prepared for tonight. Angus swept his subordinates coldly. When thinking of Chelsea, my eyes flashed obscenely and asked, Miss Chelsea, where is she now? Back to the young master, Miss Chelsea should be at her home on the outskirts of the city now. One of the bodyguards replied. What Angus wants to do, there is never a word of failure. Angus's expression became cold, his eyes looked at his subordinates, and said, it's all a bunch of waste. Dick, take a trip and bring Miss Chelsea back to me. Angus looked at Dick beside him and said with confidence. After an hour, I will naturally bring people there. Dick said confidently. Very well, I am waiting for your good news. Angus looked at Dick very satisfied. At this time, Dick slowly left Angus's side. When he passed the bodyguards below, he glanced at them with disdain. These guys couldn't take his interest at all, and they were all weak. Dick left the hall and walked out of Angus's mansion. He stood at the door, looking in the direction of Chelsea's house, instantly turning into a black shadow, and galloping away at a fast speed. At the same time, in Chelsea's home on the outskirts of the city, in a brightly lit small hall, there was a fainted Captain Martin lying on a sofa. And at the entrance of the small hall stood a handsome boy, a pretty girl. It was 16 Nights and Chelsea. At this time, 16 Nights was about to go out, looked at Chelsea, and said, "Headphone girl, wait for you to stay here, no matter what happens, don't take a step out of the room." "Big idiot, they all said that I am not called Headphone girl, I am Chelsea." Chelsea could understand that it was 16 Yi's concern for her, which made her feel warm. She is very smart, and naturally understands that what she can do is not to cause trouble to 16 Nights. "Don't worry, unless you are dead, I will go out and collect your body." Chelsea looked half joking, worried that Akuyo's mood would remain the same, but she smiled very seriously. It must not give me a chance to collect the body, will it?" "Well, I won't give you a chance." 16 Nights looked at Chelsea very seriously, with a gentle smile on his face, promised. "That's good," Chelsea said naturally, and she tried to conceal her worries. "The time is almost here, it should be coming." After 16 Nights has been strengthened by the God-level system, his brain's thinking and analytical abilities, even his IQ, have all been improved. Combining the current situation and intelligence, he probably guessed Angus' thoughts and actions, and calculated the time when the enemy came. "This time I have to end the guy who uses the chain, and then I will go to the so-called big noble Angus, so I don't need to hide it, I need to deal with it with all my strength, this is a matter of life and death." Ikuya directly removed the white eye mask from his left eye, revealing a golden eye pupil, which is as dazzling as a golden diamond, exuding an extraordinary breath. Both eyes of Ikuyo are revealed. The left eye represents Kaikadai, and the right eye represents the writing wheel eye, which is very dazzling. Even if the two eyes are not opened, they still give him something that ordinary people can't have. Strength. That is extraordinary vision, extraordinary insight. In the recent battle, 16 Nights only used the right eye to fight, which limited a lot of strength. Now that his two eyes are gathered together, his dynamic vision has doubled and his insight has doubled, and his strength will increase a lot. Golden eyes. Chelsea bit her red lips and looked at Akuyo's eyes in amazement, and muttered in her heart, "Golden eyes and blood-colored eyes, is it the way of the tax collector? The boy in Germany's mouth?" Chelsea was shocked in her heart, staring straight at Akuyo's eyes, and said in secret, "It's really beautiful, just like two diamonds." Suddenly, Chelsea's eyes tightened, and suddenly recalled everything he had heard in the prefect's residence. It turns out that the eyes that the tax collector Luther wants to capture are the eyes of I-16 Yat, and the eyes of the prefect Javens want to collect are the eyes of Iri Yi. For a time, Chelsea linked all the information and understood a lot of things. She looked at 16 Nights with an incredible gaze, and she was taken aback for a moment. Fate makes people. Chelsea never thought that the boy she thought was the hapless boy turned out to be 16 Nights. Originally, she planned to use Tegugaya Foundation to assassinate the prefect Javens, and by the way, she might save the hapless boy. However, she was saved by the teenager first. "Are you okay?" 16 Nights noticed Chelsea, who was stunned, and asked. I'm okay." Chelsea shook her head and replied. Now she doesn't want to tell the tax collector Luther and the prefect Javens about his eyes, because currently 16 Nights is going to deal with Angus. When you can't be distracted. 16 Nights took a deep look at Chelsea and smiled softly at her, then he turned and left the room and walked to the open space outside to wait for the chain guy to arrive. At this moment, Dick moved towards the place where 16 Nights was at an extraordinary speed. Chapter 36, Monster Power. Time gradually passed. Dick's figure appeared like a gust of wind, at an unimaginable speed, appeared on the outskirts of the city under construction, just when he was less than 100 meters away from Chelsea's house. Standing quietly outside Chelsea's house, Ikuya keenly perceives the breath radiating from Dick's body. A coldness is stirred up at the corner of his mouth, and he uses a shave to move at high speed. The figure almost turns into a black line, which is difficult for ordinary people's naked eyes. The speed of the capture rushed towards Dick. For a split second, Dick traced the keen nerves between life and death all year round, and suddenly noticed the danger of the attack, suddenly stopped moving, his whole body was tightly guarded, and the cuffs of his hands stretched out black chains. Call out! A dark shadow swiftly flashed in front of Dick, raised a fist with a strong air current, exuding a fierce energy, and hit Dick's head without mercy. The sudden attack made Dick's face look surprised, his eyes barely caught the attack trajectory, his body twisted and moved to the side, and his fists were dangerously avoided. The blow was fruitless, the fist did not stagnate, and the figure followed the twisting movement. A strong wind swept the surrounding air, and then pursued Dick, who was avoiding, suddenly blasting to the heart. Who are you? Facing the fist that struck, Dick quickly retreated, and controlled the black chain to shoot out, winding towards the attacking fist, while the prismatic spikes at both ends of the black chain shot towards the attacking figure. Looking at the black chain that was about to entangle his fist, the galloping shadow suddenly stopped attacking, closed his fist, and faced the prismatic spikes shot like an arrow. He was as light as a piece of paper, and suddenly avoided attack. However, the black chains carried by the prismatic spikes at both ends entangled the black shadow at a rapid speed, and the black chains were about to be entangled and strangled mercilessly. 6 Style Shave. In an instant, the black shadow dodges the stalking of the black chains like lightning, and suddenly retreats more than 10 meters away. 10 Kills in Purgatory Chains. Immediately afterwards, Dick did not give the black shadow a chance to breathe, and controlled the black chain to show the ability to split. Instantly fired at the black shadow's prismatic spikes, splitting from 1 to 10, and all rotated at high speed, setting off a violent whirlwind. The momentum shot to the shadow. Split. Black Shadow's golden and blood-colored eye pupils, with extraordinary insight, caught the prismatic spikes like a storm, and instantly displayed ultra-high evasion technique paper painting, avoiding everything like a piece of paper attack, while using the shave to move at high speed, suddenly avoiding the continuous attack again. It turned out to be you. Looking at the familiar super-high dodge skills and extraordinary movement speed, Dick suddenly knew that the enemy in front of him was the boy who had just fought by himself not long ago. It's really troublesome. It turns out that the black chain hides the ability to divide. Ikuyo looked solemn, and looked at Dick surrounded by black chains, like watchdogs. Why do you want to assassinate me? Don't you plan to do something for Master Angus? Looking at the delicate and young face, Dick was taken aback for a moment. On the golden pupil of Liu's left eye, his eyes shrank slightly. He noticed that today's teenagers have changed a lot, especially their breath. The teenager in front of him seems to be stronger than before, and he cares very much about the teenager's 2 eyes, a golden left pupil and a scarlet right pupil. Is not the eyes of ordinary people, not to mention that there seems to be some terrifying power in it. It's because of Angus that I killed you. 16 Yes smiled slightly, his whole body tightened, and the solace of his feet began to accumulate energy. It turns out that your goal is Angus. It's a pity that I won't let you succeed. The Angus family pays a high price to solicit me. Except for your kind of jumping clown, let alone I can't abandon the glory and wealth bestowed by the Angus family. And right. Dick stared at Ikuyo like a dead person, with a strong killing intent all over his body. It's a pity, you are going to die here, and the Angus family will also be destroyed in my hands. As soon as the words fell, a powerful force burst out from the foot of Shizuye, and he stepped heavily on the ground, causing its surroundings to burst and shatter, and the figure suddenly turned into a dotted line, rushing towards Dick like lightning. With a sullen sneer on his face, Dick's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said coldly, "You really have the courage to assassinate me alone, and even dare to fight against the Angus family and die. It's you don't want to survive tonight." As he said, the black chains around Dick were spinning and dancing at high speed. In an instant, the chains swept toward Shiryu and one by one toward Shiryu, as powerful as a cutting machine. A black chain swept from mid-air. Isao used paper painting to avoid it skillfully. The chain fell to the house next to it to divide it in half. A black chain flicked down from the sky. Isao used a high speed to move it sideways. Open, leaving a deep crack when the chain fell on the ground. The black chains attacked like a storm. And countless 16 Knights' shadows flashed on the ground to avoid the attack. Dick controlled the chain to attack with all his strength, but was superbly evaded by Isao, and dodged at a swift speed. Gradually, 16 Knights approached Dick, and suddenly 16 Knights moved at full speed, instantly approaching Dick's body. Sure enough, you are too naive. With such a monotonous attack method, this is your biggest weakness. Dick discovered the attack methods of Ikuyasu very early, all of which were close-range attacks. Instantly crossed his hands around the chain of his arm, and stretched out to form a black net, which suddenly covered Ikuyasu. Seeing that Ikuya was about to be wrapped up, in an instant, he moved at a super high speed. Shave double acceleration. In an instant, 16 Knights avoided the cover of the large black net like lightning, and instantly appeared on Dick's left side. Shaved. Regardless of the assassination caused by the ultra-high-speed movement of the foot, Isao performed the shaving again and moved at a high speed almost without interval, and instantly appeared in front of Dick Zoze, suddenly slammed his punches, and set off a strong force. Wind. 6-type iron. The moment his fist rushed towards Dick with fierce energy, Ikuya used the iron block, turning his fist into a fist of steel, coupled with the power of speed, the power of the body, and released a terrifying and intimidating force. Deeply aware of the horror of Ikuyo's fist power and the horror of speed, Dick left a hand of defense early. In the face of such a powerful attack, in an instant, a black chain that entangled his body was scattered, and he suddenly shredded him. Clothes, and condensed into an extremely dense cylindrical shield. Purgatory chain buckler. The fierce fist hit heavily on the round shield formed by the black chain, bursting out a huge force, and rushed onto Dick's body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Dick's face was extremely shocked, his hands firmly resisting the round shield formed by the black chains. The huge impact made it numb, his body suddenly retreated, and the soles of his feet clung to the ground until it reached the ground. After bringing out a deep ditch several meters above, it stopped slowly. And the buckler formed by the black chain of the defensive 16 Knights' fists has been deeply sunken. It really is a monster-like power. Deep dignity surged on his face, Dick's hands were slightly paralyzed, and his eyes were inexplicably horrified. That was the horror for the power of 16 Knights. Chapter 37, Subtle Changes in the Eyes. As soon as the words fell, the chains inside the sunken buckler came out with his fists, directly wrapped around the arms of Ikuyo. Faced with such a situation, Ikuya quickly folded his fists to avoid being entangled by the black chains, and the extraordinary insight given by his eyes instantly captured Dick's current weakness, that is, the lack of defense in his lower body. In an instant, the prismatic spikes shot like a meteor shower. With the extraordinary dynamic vision and insight, Isao displayed the paper paintings to avoid them perfectly, and instantly moved to Dick's right side with a high speed. I don't believe it yet, you can defeat my emperor. Looking at the juvenile's unacceptable speed, Dick frowned slightly, focusing on controlling the chain emperor. At this moment, Ikuya swiftly approached Dick, several chains swept towards him, and instantly his body tilted directly to the ground to avoid the attack, and he fell heavily on the ground with one palm open, relying on this support. Lee stabilized his figure, and his left foot swept towards Dick's ankle. Boom! With a blow with his left foot, he swept the leg and swept down against Dick's ankle. The collision of the foot and the foot made a loud sound. The powerful force directly caused Dick's body to lose balance, and the whole person fell to the ground. How come? Dick fell down, but he could deeply feel the severe pain in his ankle. If it weren't for the black chain, it would be 100% broken now. At this moment, Isao supported the palm of the ground with all his strength and suddenly supported the ground with all his strength. His body quickly rose up, and his right leg contracted slightly. One point, the right knee hit Dick's abdomen fiercely. A series of fierce attacks made Dick deeply unpredictable, and even horrified that he could reach such a point with a human body. Boom! The right knee fell directly to Dick's abdomen and hit the black chain that was entangled, and the crisp metal sounded, mixed with the sound of some broken bones. Suddenly, Dick's whole body was shot into the sky like an arrow, a lot of blood spurted from his mouth, the expression on his face was distorted with pain, and his body's ribs were forcibly broken. In an instant, the solace of Ikuyo's feet slammed on the ground, causing it to burst and shatter, and his body leaped with full force, shooting wildly towards the sky at a rapid speed. In an instant, 16 knights flashed above Dick, staring at him with full-fledged killing intent, holding his hands tightly, his whole body strength concentrated in the heart of his fists, and he used the iron blocks of physical skills to make high-strength steel. I said that your monotonous attack will be your weakness, your fatal weakness. Dick in the air looked at the 16 knights that appeared. He resisted the pain in his body, sneered, and said coldly, "You lost chance to kill me." 16 knights was silent, his face was cold, and he instantly blasted a steel-like fist, and slammed it fiercely at Dick, exploding with fierce energy, as if he wanted to kill Dick. Hidden skill Purgatory Cage. As Dick's heart screamed, the black chains entangled in his body and the black chains around him suddenly surged. At a speed that the naked eye could hardly catch, they split out one by one, dozens, hundreds, too much. It's hard to count, it's dazzling, as if being pulled, the black chains are woven and sewn like a net like crazy. With the crazy weaving of the black chains, a circular cage formed by steel chains appeared in Dick's heart. Numerous chains were heavily entangled to make it indestructible and a blockade without dead ends. As Ikuya's fist fell, a black chain pierced through the ground, entangled Dick tightly. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly used the pulling force to directly drop his body to the ground at high speed, avoiding the fist of Ikuyo. Perceiving the countless black chains around him and the black cage that blocked him with no dead ends, Ikuyo calmly looked at this situation, suddenly stabilized his figure, and fell from the sky to the ground at high speed. At this moment, countless chains entangled Dick, instantly stabilizing his figure, relying on the power of the chains to stay in the sky. And countless black chains shot from all directions to 16 knights. Oops! 16 knights' eyes caught the black chains coming from 4 directions, densely packed like a storm. "Hold him for me!" Dick shouted with a cold look on his face. 6-type iron block. Faced with a situation where there is no way to hide, Ikuya directly used the iron block to make his body as strong as possible. In an instant, countless chains rushed to 16 knights like a group of snakes, suddenly drowning him, and the thin chains were as strong and powerful as a snake, entangled him tightly. The chains were wrapped around Ikuyasu, and slowly squirming, with the power that can instantly dismember ordinary people, even if Ikuyasu's steel body gradually appeared blood-red deep traces. His eyes were still fearless. Ikuya struggled with all his strength, but the more struggling the chains, the stronger the binding force, which made him stop struggling, just controlling his body, using iron blocks to strengthen, and coping with the chains. Shanli, staring coldly at Dick not far away. "Why don't you struggle? It seems that you understand the powerlessness of the struggle." Dick stretched out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at 16 knights, and said, "I have to admit, if I don't have Daigu in my hand, I'm not you at all." As expected, accepting the solicitation of the Angus family is the right choice. At this moment, Ikuyo looks very calm, and there is indeed a difference between the body and ability, especially when the strength is equal. The ability often occupies a huge advantage. With his current strength, he is absolutely confident to kill. There is no Emperor Dick, but the power of Dick in Dick's hands is the most difficult existence. "I'll give you back what you said." Dick looked at 16 knights and said, "It's a pity, you are the one who died here." As soon as the sound fell, Dick controlled the chains that entangled Ikuyo, and continued to increase the strength, as if he was about to strangle Ikuyo. Faced with the continuous entanglement of the black chains, Ikuyo could clearly feel the hot sensations on his body. There was a kind of severe pain in his body that was about to be torn apart. His eyes were fixed on Dick, and he said coldly, "It's a pity, you won't lose, let alone die here." He remembers the promise to Chelsea, but he wants to be the strongest person. It's really hard to say. Dick didn't finish speaking, his eyes fell to Ikuyo's eyes, and he noticed that subtle changes were taking place inside, exuding an inexplicable breath of danger, which was a wandering in life and death. Between the mercenaries' intuition. At this moment, the golden left pupil of 16 Knights gradually appeared in a slowly rotating hour hand, and the blood-colored right pupil gradually appeared in it with a slowly rotating black spot. Chapter 38, Right round eyes open. KK Dickai. Seeing the subtle changes in the young man's eyes, Dick frowned slightly, and controlled the chains to tightly bind Shizuya, causing chains to spread all over his body, entangled like a swarm of snakes, and controlled several ends. The prismatic spikes rotate at a high-speed spiral, setting off a strong airflow and exuding terrible penetrating power. "I still don't believe it, you have a chance to live today." The high-speed spiral prismatic spikes, like meteors falling from the sky, shoot wildly towards 16 Knights, and instantly the steel-like body is penetrated, from the feet to the hands, the lower body to the upper body, chaining all parts of the body, and using force in all directions seemed to tear Ikuyo's body to pieces. "Ah!" Shizuya looked in pain, and couldn't help but shout out. The blood stained his body and black chains, like a stream dripping to the ground. Faced with such pain, what I can do is not to give up, the belief that I can never lose, and the will to absolutely live. He struggled with all his strength and did not succumb to the tension and entanglement of the chain. However, the more struggling, the tension, the stronger the wind force, the faster the blood loss of the body, and the vitality is constantly being burned. "It's amazing, your life is really tenacious." Dick looked at the dying 16 Knights indifferently, and most people couldn't hold on for so long under the chains, and said, "I don't give up until now, what a stupid fellow, you are destined to die here, give up your indifferent struggle, and there will be less pain on the way to hell. Give up." 16 Knights resisted the twisting and pulling force of the chain with all their strength, and the blood of his body continued to flow out along the chain. He closed his eyes tightly and spit out words in his mouth with difficulty, "Don't be kidding, as long as there is still a breath. The battle is not over yet. The guy who can do it, go to hell." The control of the chain was strengthened to the maximum, Dick's eyes were cold-blooded, his face showed a hideous murderous intent, and he controlled the prismatic spikes at the two ends of nearly 100 chains, spiraling at a high speed. Turning to lock the heart of Shizuya, eyes, deadly places everywhere. In an instant, Ikuyo felt the power hidden in his body, the power hidden in his eyes. "It's late." The closed eyes suddenly opened, and Shizuya's mouth spit out cold words. The golden clock pupil appeared in the golden left pupil, and a black jade pupil appeared in the right pupil, which is exactly the engraving. The power of the Emperor and the writing wheel eyes, the power of the two, emerged for the first time from the body of the 16 Knights, and flooded all over the body from the eyes. "Keep the Emperor open. Writing round eyes open." Along with the weak voice sounded, energy like gas appeared on the body of 16 Knights, which suddenly surged. Countless energy visible to the naked eye, like a mountain torrent, madly overflowed from the body of 16 Knights. Gradually engraved in the left eye, the left half of the Emperor's body is filled with black and energy, and gradually the right half of the right eye is filled with blue energy. The two energies collide together, but they do not repel each other, just like brothers. And as the energy madly overflowed, the black and energy in it became more and more intense, making the blue energy disappear and lurking in the body of 16 Knights. In an instant, black and blood energy covered the whole body, releasing a terrible aura, more and more black and blood energy. Blood was condensed into a blood-colored coat of arms on 16 Knights, and black was on 16th night. Ye body condensed into a black windbreaker. At this moment, Ikuyo put on a black windbreaker with a coat of arms. Even so, the chain entangled on his body did not disappear, but it greatly reduced the entanglement of the chain, which made him much easier. As for the chain in all directions, however, the pulling force of the black chain has not diminished in the slightest, but for the 16 knights who have absolute strange power, that pull is nothing, because the real terror of the black chain lies in the power of restraint. In just a moment, the energy in the body of 16 knights has reduced the pain on his body a lot, even though the wound on his body still has not stopped the loss of blood. Seeing the miraculous changes up and down Ikuyo's whole body made Dick's face shocked and even deeply incomprehensible. Just as the nearly 100 prismatic spikes were infinitely approaching, Ikuyo's left hand gathered a huge weird force, and he bent his left arm abruptly, and his fingers made a pistol gesture toward his temple, and the fingertips condensed black and the energy brought up the power of time. And the space behind 16 knights began to twist, dazzling golden light gradually flashed, and a huge golden clock suddenly appeared, exuding an ancient and sacred atmosphere. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. At the tip of the left finger, the black and blood energy condensed into a bullet, which shot out like lightning, carrying the power of time, directly into the head of Shizuiya. In an instant, the black chains that locked Ikuyo went backwards and disappeared, and the black chains that passed through the chain locked Ikuyo went backwards and disappeared. The blood-red entanglements on Ikuyo's body were blood-filled wounds. All regressed and disappeared. The real power of time, the time of the 4 bullets goes backwards. At this moment, all the shackles on Shizuiya's body disappeared and returned to their peak state, and the huge golden clock that the whole person merged into behind disappeared out of thin air, instantly evading the attack of nearly 100 prismatic spikes. In sight, looking at 16 knights disappearing out of thin air, and the golden clock floating in the sky, Dick's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole, and he thought in horror, "Emperor!" Dick clearly watched the chain that bound Ikuyo disappearing backwards and disappearing. Watching the chain that ran through Ikuyo disappearing backwards and disappearing, and finally disappeared into the golden clock together with the boy. This is an impossible thing, being purgatory. It is impossible for people who are bound by chains to break free. That young man has been deadlocked by the chains of purgatory. How could it be possible to break free? How could this disappear? The shock of his mind flashed by. Dick couldn't believe what was in front of him at all. There were countless crazy questions in his heart, but he deeply felt the abnormal danger. He couldn't help tightening his body, his eyes sharply guarded his surroundings, and he controlled the black chains. Watching the surroundings. Looking at the golden clock emerging from the sky, Dick frowned and controlled countless black chains to shoot directly at the golden clock, but all penetrated through the golden clock, as if through the air. How is it possible? Dick was shocked when he saw this scene, and deeply felt that the golden clock seemed to exist, but it did not exist, just like nothingness. In an instant, the golden clock disappeared from the sky and suddenly appeared above the ground. Suddenly, the golden clock was torn open, a black and blood-colored door of time and space, and Shizuiya slowly walked out of it. "Do you remember what I said?" Ikuyo stared at Dick with cold eyes, and said lightly. Hearing the boy's words, the corners of Dick's mouth twitched like a cramp. Chapter 39, Kill Dick to Get the Emperor. Looking at the young boy whose breath has changed completely, those extraordinary eyes, the black trench coat with the coat of arms, the huge golden clock behind him, deeply felt the invisible pressure, as if facing a super dangerous kind of. Dick's face changed drastically, his eyes were extremely solemn, thinking that the mercenary group he was in accidentally encountered a super dangerous species. He paid the price of serious injury, and the mercenary group paid the price of nearly 1,000 people. It can be seen the horror of the super dangerous species. He is very unwilling to do so. The power of human beings simply cannot challenge the strong super dangerous species of nature, so he agreed to the Angus family's solicitation, which he gained new powers. Power beyond humanity. Broken-mouthed guy, how could I lose to you? You never want to get out of here alive. Dick's face was distorted and ferocious, and his mouth screamed, suddenly controlling countless black chains to attack 16 knights in all directions. You are wrong. It is not that I am leaving here alive, but that you are destined to die here. Facing the black chain attacks from all directions, Ikuya's body suddenly tightened, and the right riding wheel eye perfectly captured the chain's attack trajectory, and suddenly he stepped heavily on the ground, using a shave to move at high speed. The figure burst out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his figure approached the black chain, and he was about to be hit by the chain. However, with the superb insight of the riding wheel's eyes, with the evasive physical skills, it was impossible to avoid the attack of the black chain perfectly. In an instant, a sharp breaking wind rang out in front of Dick, making his face amazed. The young man avoided such a dense attack and appeared in front of him at an incredible speed. Why can you do this as a human being? Dick was very jealous of the young man in front of him, but he dared not take any care, suddenly controlled the black chain to wind around the body, forming a circular fortress. In an instant, Ikuyo approached Dick infinitely, with one hand turned into a pistol, facing the fortress formed by the black chain, and with the other hand clenched his fist to lock Dick inside the fortress. You are the one who is dying, not me. Your single attack will once again be your fatal weakness. I will not let you run away this time. Seeing the boy who attacked again in melee combat, Dick couldn't help showing a triumphant smile on his face. He suddenly controlled the circular cage formed by the black chains and shrank quickly with Dick as the center. And countless chains fired towards 16 knights, and countless prismatic spikes fired towards 16 knights. Innocent guy. Faced with such an inevitable attack, Ikuyo was expressionless. The pupil of the golden clock in his left eye turned to 4 quarters, and the huge golden clock behind him turned to 4 quarters, and the blackened blood energy was injected into the tips of the fingers. It condensed into a bullet that regressed in time. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. The bullet of time shot out. In an instant, the bullet hit the fortress formed by the black chain, and suddenly went backwards and disappeared. Another bullet of time shot out, hitting the black chain on Dick's body, and it was suddenly entangled. His black chains are missing. Looking at the disappearing black chains, Dick's face turned pale. Why did the chains that guarded him disappear? Shave the iron. At this moment, Ikuyo's fist suddenly clenched tightly, and his feet stepped on the ground dozens of times. He displayed a high-speed movement, and used iron blocks to make steel, exploding huge power at close range, impressively blasted a fist. Boom! In Dick's unbelievable gaze, his fist hit his heart ruthlessly and ruthlessly. Suddenly, Dick's pupils suddenly protruded, and his heart, which had lost its chain protection, sank deeply. After going down, a few mouthfuls of blood mixed with broken internal organs sprayed out from his mouth, and his body flew out like a falling meteor. It only stopped slowly after knocking down 2 or 3 houses. No. Dick lying in the ruins of the house was full of unwillingness, blood was constantly overflowing from his mouth, and he could no longer speak clearly. Gradually, he lost his vitality and died here. As Izayoi said, he was destined to die here. Looking at Dick's corpse lying in the ruins of the house, 16 Knights Rider's Iguyu turned back to a normal blood pupil. The huge golden clock behind him gradually disappeared, and the only thing left unchanged was the golden clock in the left eye. Pupils, black windbreaker with blood crest on his body. With Dick's death, the cage surrounded by black chains gradually collapsed, the black chains split from the sky disappeared, and the infinitely extending black chains gradually shrank. At this time, Izayoi walked to the side of Dick's corpse, shrunk into a small black chain and shot out. Facing the small black chain that was shot at him, Ikuya quickly stretched out his left hand to grab the black chain that was shot, and said faintly, "Do you still want to fight?" As soon as the words fell, the black chain did not attack Ikuyo, instead, it was wrapped around the cuff of his left arm like a docile lamb, like a bandage. Congratulations to the host for opening the Shaoyuan and Keek Emperor, and has been recognized by Chain Emperor Gu. His strength has been greatly improved, and he has taken a big step from the strongest goal. Unfortunately, this system does not provide any award. Hearing the voice of the God-level system in my mind, I was silent for a while. And silently replied in my heart, "System, what's the point of doing this? It doesn't make much sense, it's just a reminder to the host." 16 Nights didn't say anything anymore, because he knew that the system was just coming out to be cute. Ignoring the system, Aoi turned his attention to the black chain on his left arm like a bandage, and got some connections in his mind, and got some information about the black chain. For an instant, he used his consciousness to control the black chain to shoot out from his sleeves and linger around his body, and he couldn't help but say, "It's a good imperial tool." According to the information obtained from the connection between the mind and the chain, I know that the current black chain has 4 abilities. One is the free size change, the second is the free length and contraction, the third is the split of the free quantity, and the fourth is the rapid self-repair. The strength of all abilities is determined according to the strength of the user. It is said that the stronger the user, the stronger the Chain Emperor. It's not bad to get such a piece of imperial equipment for nothing. Ikuyo controls the black chain to shrink and wrap it around his left arm, which is deeply hidden in the sleeve, which is very convenient and can be used as a weapon. 16 Nights stopped paying attention to the Chain Emperor, but instead cared about the eyes that had just opened, and asked silently in his heart, "System, why do I only use the ability of the 4 bullets when I turn on the Emperor-Empress?" The current strength of the host at this stage is only to enable 1 ability, and the remaining abilities need to be explored and opened by the host, just as the current host's opening of the writing wheel is only a hook, and the remaining evolution requires the host to explore. That's the case, in the final analysis, it's just that I haven't met the requirements of the ability to use. 16 Nights said in understanding. So please continue to work hard for the host, and keep moving in the strongest direction. About writing round eyes and Kakiti, I will solve Angus first and then come back to study. He glanced at Dick's corpse indifferently, and turned around freely and easily. The black windbreaker moved with the wind, and then slowly walked towards Angus's mansion. Chapter 40, The Coming of Death. The aristocratic district of Linjian City is lined with luxurious buildings, brightly lit and prosperous. Standing in the middle of the most magnificent mansion, it is the mansion of Angus, which surpasses any nobleman like a king. The gate of the Angus mansion was quiet and serene. There were a small team of guards standing on the left and right sides. There were a total of 6 people. Each of them was fully armed and seemed to have extraordinary strength. The silent atmosphere did not last long before it was broken by the figure of a young man. On the unobstructed road, the young man in a black windbreaker with a blood-colored coat of arms walked slowly, a pair of eyes shining with blood-colored and golden brilliance, which looked extremely eye-catching. All the guards of the gates of the Angus mansion instantly noticed the existence of the young man. Could not help but cast a series of surprised eyes, but for these eyes, Ikuyasu completely ignored them, and walked towards Angus's mansion with neither light nor heavy footsteps. 1 step at a time, no rush or slowness, although a thin figure, it reveals an eye-catching calmness and freedom, as well as a touch of danger emanating from his body. For a moment, all the guards at the gate of the mansion looked at the young man who was getting closer, with a sense of vigilance in their hearts. Ignoring the gazes of the 6 guards at the gate of the mansion, 16 Nights walked under the stairs of the gate of the Angus mansion. He finally stopped, standing under the stairs, looking at the gate above his sight, and Lu guard. Sure enough, as others have said, the Angus mansion is full of elite bodyguards. Just the goalkeeper has 5 third-level strength and 1 fourth-level strength. Shizuya looked at the 6 guards and felt it. There is not much emotional change in the strength of some opponents. As the so-called 5-level people are weak, compared to ordinary people, they are strong people who cannot be looked up to. Compared to Shizuya, they are weak people who look down on. The 6 guards looked at the young man standing under the stairs, wearing a black windbreaker with a heraldic coat, and having strange eyes, especially the left eye. The inside was not an eye at all, but an ancient golden clock. They could feel the pressure on Akuyo, just like the pressure on Dick, the strongest bodyguard in the mansion. As if perceiving the extraordinary youth, the 6 guards did not arrogantly step forward to drive people, but one of the guards, the official leader of the guard team, walked towards 16 knights. "Who are you? What are you doing here at Angus Mansion?" The guard who walked to the front of Shiliuye, staring at Shiliuye with a cold look, asked in a majestic tone, "Even though the young man looks extraordinary, but here it is the residence of Angus. The great nobleman who is only supporting the sky before the construction of the city does not need to be polite to the inexplicable young man. I'm a killer, come here to kill." There was a faint smile on Shiliuye's face, with the cold killing intent in his language. A touch of horror flashed across his face, and the guard looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. For an instant, he reacted. Before he could draw his sword and shout, a steel-like fist flashed past him. Feng Jinli, carrying a muffled sound, slammed heavily on his body. Bang! The dull sound made the guard's eyes suddenly tighten, and the place where the fist fell on his body sank. The huge power blasted the guard out abruptly, hitting the gate of the mansion heavily, and there was a huge noise, causing a series of spider-web-like cracks to appear on the gate. The blood mixed with broken internal organs spouted frantically from the mouth, and the guard fell fiercely from the gate of the mansion to the ground, widening his pupils, staring at the young man standing under the stairs, his pupils gradually widening. A moment later, died. Shot without suspense, killing without suspense. The remaining 5 guards saw this scene, staring at the dead captain, their expressions were shocked, and their eyes were full of horror. "Who is that boy? How dare you kill in Angus's mansion?" And the strong captain was instantly killed. For a while, the 5 guards reacted, pulling out the sharp swords hanging from their waists, looking at the young man on the stairs, but there was nothing there, not even a single figure. At this moment, 16 knights had already appeared in front of them from below the stairs. Looking at the young man who appeared out of thin air, the 5 guards' eyes were full of surprise, and they suddenly slashed their sharp swords at the young man. 6-type iron. For an instant, Shiliuye looked cold, and immediately punched without any spare energy. The left fist like steel fell on a guard, and the right fist fell on a guard, suddenly bursting out with power like a torrent of torrents. Boom! Boom! The dull sound made the eyes of the 2 guards suddenly full of fear, and the bodies with their fists dropped, and the huge force blasted them out abruptly and hit the gate hard, causing the gate of the mansion to burst again. They fell to the ground, suffered comminuted fractures all over, and died of breath. Clang! A metal-like voice sounded, and 3 sharp blades fell on Akuyo's body, but they couldn't hurt the body at all. How is it possible? The 3 guards watched the sharp sword in their hands fall on the young man's body. "It's my turn." 16 knights made a low voice, and he swept out directly with 1 foot, and instantly fell on a guard's body, exploding with powerful force, and fell heavily on his waist. Boom! There was a sound, mixed with the crisp sound of fractures, causing the guard to fly out suddenly, slamming heavily on the gate, and with a loud sound, the cracks on the gate of the mansion became bigger and bigger. Another guard died. The remaining 2 guards will have time to react in the future. Immediately afterwards, 16 knights swept a kick again and landed directly on the waist of a guard, knocking it out again, like a meteor across the horizon, directly on the gate of the mansion. Boom! There was a huge impact, the door of the mansion burst open suddenly, countless sawdust flew in all directions, the guard still flew out, crashed into a luxurious house and stopped and lost his life. Such a huge movement at the gate of the mansion has already attracted the attention of a famous bodyguard in the Angus mansion, and dozens of elite bodyguards have gathered in the courtyard of the gate of the mansion. Looking at the door that was shattered by violence in front of him, all the bodyguards took a breath of cold air. How much force would it take to cause such a destructive force? Looking at the guards who died on the ground, their bodies were bloody, and they looked terrible. The shock of their hearts flashed by, and their eyes fell on the young man standing at the gate of the mansion. There was only one guard left. He looked at the 16 knights in front of him with horror. From the corner of his eye he noticed the 5 dead guards. He swallowed deeply. The look of fear was as if looking at the wilderness is super dangerous. Kind. The guard looked at 16 knights, had lost the will to fight, and suddenly ran out into the gate of the mansion. He looked at a famous bodyguard who appeared inside, and ecstasy appeared on his face. As long as he walked to his companion, with the strength of dozens of people, there is no need to fear the death behind him. The body rushed forward suddenly, and the guard body shot at the bodyguards not far away. When approaching the crowd, the ecstasy on the guard's face grew stronger and stronger. However, at the next moment, the ecstasy suddenly solidified. The guard was horrified to discover that his body was directly penetrated by a black chain, which instantly wrapped his whole body up and down. Live, strangling it suddenly, a piece of blood and internal organs spilled, and the smell of blood permeated all around. Looking at this scene, a touch of horror flashed across the faces of all the bodyguards, and they couldn't help feeling inexplicably fearful in their hearts. Looking at the dead guard indifferently, Ikuya put away the shot black chain and hid it in his left arm, looked forward and looked at the dozens of bodyguards, and whispered, 6 have been killed, since I plan to replace it. If the wicked sell their lives and do evil, then be prepared to be beheaded by others. Chapter 41, Illusion Fear Reflection. Looking at the courtyard where more and more bodyguards were gathered, 16 knights smiled slightly, and actually walked in slowly in front of everyone. Seeing the boy's arrogant and confident behavior, all the bodyguards in the courtyard couldn't believe that they looked at the boy. They were always arrogant. No one dared to step on them, because they were the bodyguards of the Angus family and the close relatives of the imperial minister. Bodyguard. However, the teenagers not only dared to step on their heads, but also dared to openly kill people in Angus's mansion. They did not look at them at all, and they did not look at the Angus family. They might not even be in the eyes. Put the minister in your eyes. Who is the boy in front of me? Looking at the 6 corpses lying on the ground, they did not think that the teenagers were ordinary people. Who are you? You dare to run wild in the Angus mansion? Looking at the young man in the black windbreaker, a leading figure in the bodyguard, he looked solemn, waved his palm, and dozens of bodyguards sprang out, instantly surrounding Shizuya. Their faces were fierce, with deep vigilance in their eyes, and the dazzling weapons in their hands exuded the light of the cold, full of murderous intent towards Shizuya. It's all here, it's best. Anyway, the scum kills are counted as 1, and it can be used as the time nourishment for the Emperor Keek. The engraved Emperor in the left eye of 16 knights was radiating golden cold light. From the moment that engraved the Emperor was turned on, a lot of information about the engraved Emperor appeared in his mind. It is simple and clear that he always uses the engraved Emperor's ability. Need to consume his own time, so he got a talent to supplement time, that is, he will deprive the people of the time he killed. Simply put, if he kills a person, he will get that person's time to supplement it. Do it, kill him. Not much nonsense, the leader's finger suddenly pointed to Shizuya, and the cold voice was full of killing intent. Hearing the order of the leader, the dozen or so bodyguards who surrounded Ikuyasu immediately clenched their hands, and then shouted in unison, fiercely facing Ikuyo and besieged. Writing round eyes open. 16 knights' right eye opened, and a black jade appeared in his eyes. Because the writing wheel eyes are different from the engraving of the Emperor, the continuous opening of the writing wheel eyes requires a lot of consumption. However, the engraving of the Emperor will only consume it when he uses his abilities. So unless there is an important battle, it is only waste to open the writing wheel. This Zwanyan is not the same as a general Zwanyan, but a Zwanyan that has been specially strengthened by the God-level system. Under Yugoyu, there is not only extraordinary insight, but also the ability to have a 180-degree angle of view. So the bodyguard looked at the young man, his eyes were full of disbelief. The young man actually killed people in Angus's mansion, and even dared to go here alone, as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. In an instant, a large number of bodyguards of ordinary level 3 rushed towards Ikuya and surrounded Ikuya in a circular shape. Shoot in purgatory chains. Ikuyo's feet half-rotated, and the right riding wheel eye perfectly captured the attack trajectory of a dozen people surrounded by a circle, and locked their hearts, instantly controlling the black chain wrapped around the left arm to shoot out indefinitely, like an arrow. Shooting at the heart of a dozen bodyguards in a circular high speed, suddenly the prismatic spikes on the chain penetrated the heart of a famous bodyguard with great precision, sputtering bright red blood. The dozen or so bodyguards all stopped advancing, and the weapons in their hands fell directly to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief and looked at Shizuya. Close. 16 Knight's voice sounded, and the black chain was pulled directly from the hearts of a dozen bodyguards, and a lot of blood was sprayed out. In an instant, more than a dozen bodyguards died completely and fell to the ground one by one. Chain. Taiku. That's not Dick's imperial tool. Watching the scene where a dozen bodyguards were shot and killed in an instant, the rest of the bodyguards looked at Shizuya in horror, and took a breath of air conditioning. He has Dick's chain imperial equipment. Did Dick have been killed by him? The remaining bodyguard looked at the black chain around Ikuyo's left arm in disbelief, with inexplicable fear in his eyes. The guy who used the chain was really killed by me. Ikuyo responded, adding pressure and fear to them invisibly. How is this possible? The invincible Dick was actually killed. The strongest bodyguard here, Dick, was actually killed by the boy in front of him. Who is he? Looking at the young man in front of me, looking at a dozen corpses on the ground, the bodyguards around looked at Ikuyo's eyes and could not help showing fear. The young man in front of him would kill them all. Don't mess with me. The other party is just a teenager, and one person can never defeat dozens of us. The leader calmed himself down and shouted loudly. There are still calm people. Shizuya looked at the panicking bodyguards around, and the right hand-written round eye could clearly capture the opponent's fearful expression, and said coldly and ruthlessly, but you are destined to die here. 16 Knights intends to display a skill of Shaolunyan, which is a skill acquired when opening Shaolunyan, and is an illusion skill that belongs to Shaolunyan. In an instant, Ikuyo in Shiryu's right eye turned and shouted, illusory fear reflection. In an instant, the blue energy lurking in the body of the 16 Knights emerged, permeating the surroundings of the 16 Knights' body, and used the illusion. At this moment, when all the bodyguards on the scene looked at 16 Knights, their eyes opened very wide, their expressions were full of horror, their mouths were so wide that they could swallow an egg, and it was not a teenager who showed them before their eyes. It is the thing that fears the most in their hearts. All in all, the image of 16 Knights in their eyes is no longer a teenager, but something they fear in their hearts. This is the illusion of fear reflection. According to the fear in the opponent's heart, the reflection is projected on Ikuyo's body, and then the opponent is psychologically defeated to the maximum. That guy, he is a monster. That guy, he's a demon. That guy, he's an evil spirit. For a while, many of the bodyguards at the scene stepped back a few steps, looking at Shiryu's eyes full of fear, they even couldn't help but shout out. Monsters, demons, evil spirits, it's ridiculous. When you guys help Angus do evil, you don't look more like monsters, demons, evil spirits. Ikuyo's eyes could see through what was reflected in the opponent's eyes, and he saw a lot of interesting things in the eyes of a famous bodyguard. Hidden skill Purgatory Cage. Ikuyo realized that some people wanted to escape. Unfortunately, he did not intend to let anyone hear, and suddenly displayed the hidden skills of Purgatory Chains. In an instant, the black chains entangled in his left arm shot out, making it hard for the naked eye. The speed of the capture splits one by one, dozens, hundreds, there are too many to count, dazzling, as if being pulled, the black chains are woven and sewn like a net like crazy. And with the crazy weaving of black chains, a circular cage with black chains woven and seamed appeared in the heart of his Aoi. Numerous chains are entangled with each other, meaning indestructible, and it is a complete blockade of all bodyguards without dead ends. Inside. At this moment, the black chain blocked the entire courtyard, making the bodyguards nowhere to escape. Chapter 42, Kill Like Mowing. Looking at the black chains that blocked the courtyard, all the bodyguards in the courtyard couldn't help but feel cold, their eyes shrunk, and when they looked at 16 knights, they were still the image of the most feared demon in their hearts. Faced with such a situation, they have an unknown fear, that young man is not a human at all. 16 knights ignored the thoughts of the bodyguards. He continuously displayed two hidden skills. The consumption of all parties was very large, and his face showed a slight exhaustion. However, he still needs to open the writing wheel and control. With black chains. If he is ordinary, he can perform once a day. It is a pity that he has a left-eyed engraved emperor, the power to control time. Even if I consume too much mental and physical energy, I can still use time to make up for it. The hour hand of the golden clock in Ikuyo's left eye turned to 4 quarters and stopped, and he made a pistol in his right hand to point at the temple of his mind. Engrave the 4 bullets of the emperor. The black and spiritual power condenses into a bullet of time, which instantly shoots out of the head, and the time of the body has regressed, returning the mental power and physical power to the best condition. If you don't want to die, kill him, or we will die. A brawny bald man is the leader, he looked at the demon like his Aoi, held the spear tightly in his hand, calmed himself down, and shouted loudly. The sound of this sound made many bodyguards calm down, looking at the image of the devil in their hearts, the image of his Aoi, with killing intent in their eyes. There is nothing wrong with them, as long as they kill each other, they can live, otherwise it is them who die. The bald-headed brawny, with his feet heavily on the ground, exploded with great power, his figure resembling a cannonball, crashing towards Shiliuya, with a sharp spear in his hand, dancing at a high-speed spiral, stabbing towards Shiliuya. Too slow. 16 knight right riding wheel eyes perfectly captured the opponent's movement trajectory, and instantly moved at a high speed with shaving, suddenly avoiding sharp spear stings, and suddenly he reached the opponent's body. The fist clenched, a heavy blow, and instantly fell on the opponent's body, deeply sunken, blood was sprayed in the mouth, the body shot out, hit hard and fell to the black net-like chain and stopped, and fell in a straight line. Falling to the ground, he died abruptly. Immediately afterwards, several bodyguards were holding weapons, approaching 16 knights at the fastest speed. Kek Emperor Pistol. Calmly, Ikuya swiftly acted, with his toes on the ground, rotating back on the spot, with both hands in a pistol posture, shooting bullets from his fingertips. Bang! 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 With a sound, under the lock of the riding wheel, the bodyguards who were the first to approach the 16 knights were killed one by the bullet of time, and blood sputtered out like crushed tomatoes. Shoo! 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 With a sound, the black chain began to attack. Under the lock of the riding wheel, some bodyguards were shot and killed by prismatic spikes, and some bodyguards were entangled and strangled by the black chain. Aoi is like a king on the battlefield, launching the most violent and brutal attack on the bodyguards in the black cage, killing them like cutting grass. Gradually a well-known bodyguard turned into a corpse and fell down, a stream of blood spilled out, the smell of blood filled the entire courtyard, and a cry of pain echoed throughout Angus's mansion. A famous bodyguard died under the chains, under the fists, under the engraved bullets, and under the sweep of the feet. 16 knights showed an absolutely powerful strength, and cold-bloodedly killed all the bodyguards in the black chain cage. The corpses were scattered all over the courtyard, blood was flowing in the courtyard like a river, and the sound of pain and sorrow disappeared and stopped. However, such a huge movement shocked the entire aristocratic area, making countless nobles feel terrified when they heard it, and even the ordinary people who worked were scared to move. Even the bodyguards of the nobles were extremely dignified, and many bodyguards with good strength. The figure rushed to the place of huge movement at a very high speed to check the situation. Even the hundreds of guards stationed in the aristocratic quarter noticed the huge movement from the Angus mansion with a chilling cry. For a time, several guards were fully armed, nearly 300 people, rushing to Angus's mansion at a running speed. At this moment, 16 knights killed all the bodyguards, and only the lying corpse in the black chain cage. Only a dozen bodyguards who survived outside the black chain cage witnessed the scene and heard the screams. Looking at the dozens of corpses lying in the courtyard, their faces became extremely pale, their eyes were full of fear, and they deeply felt that they were invincible demons. In an instant, they turned around and left, rushing towards where Angus was, with only one thought in their minds, and immediately took Master Angus to leave here, away from the devilish death. 16 Knight Right Riding Wheel Eyes naturally noticed the escape of a dozen bodyguards. In an instant, he lifted the black chain cage and retracted the black chain to his left arm, staring faintly at the corpses on the ground. There was nothing in his eyes. His feelings are like a natural killer. Angus, it's your turn. 16 knights followed the direction where a dozen bodyguards fled, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. At this moment, the dozen or so bodyguards hurriedly rushed to the luxurious house where Angus was, leaving a few guarding at the door, and rushed in. At this time, Angus was sitting stiffly on the chair beside the middle table. He naturally noticed the movement outside the house and the chilling screams, with inexplicable tension on his face, and fear in his heart. Lifting his eyes to look at the bodyguard who rushed in panically, Angus felt very bad in his heart, with a very unclear feeling, and shouted, so panicked, "You are also the bodyguards of the Angus family. What happened? Master Angus, a demon-like monster has killed in, please leave with us as soon as possible." One of the bodyguards stepped forward and said with a shivering voice. "Can't all the bodyguards in the house be able to deal with him? Can't Dick also deal with him?" Angus heard these words and hurriedly shouted, "I need to run away like a awkward mouse. All the bodyguards in the house are dead, even Dick is also dead, now there are only a dozen of us left." The bodyguard answered truthfully. "What? How could it be?" Angus' eyes widened and his face turned pale, with a deep disbelief. "Young Angus, we must leave quickly, otherwise." Before the bodyguard had finished speaking, a bullet directly shot him headshot, splashing blood and directly spilling on Angus's body. And the several bodyguards who stayed outside all flew in like meteors, crashed into the wall, shattered, and fell to the ground, buried in the ruins, and lost their lives forever. Chapter 43, Harsh Means. The sudden death incident caused everyone present to be stunned, looking at the corpse lying on the ground. The body of the surviving bodyguard in the hall shivered, his face was full of fear, and he suddenly cast his eyes to the door. They saw a monster appearing at the door, the monster projected from their hearts, that was the 16 knights, and the illusion technique cast by Xiao Lunyan still existed. Blood, blood, blood. Angus looked at the splendid noble costumes spattered by blood, looked at the body of the bodyguard because of his death in front of him. His face turned pale, and his eyes were full of panic. Unable to cast his gaze to the figure that appeared at the door, Angus' eyes suddenly shrank to a point, his complexion was countless, his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, and his mouth murmured, "No, it's impossible. You are already dead." That's right. Angus saw a tragic death girl, the girl who had been tortured and killed by him alive. "No, it's impossible. You guys are already dead." Angus looked at the tragically dead girl standing at the door, and saw her constantly changing into other girls. Every tragically dead girl who flashed through his eyes was a girl who was tortured alive by him. For a while, Angus stepped back in fear, his face twisted with savagery, and shouted, "You want to avenge me, you want to avenge me. I am the heir of the Angus family, I am the great noble of the empire, and I am a minister. My nephew, your death is deserved. Who told you to rebel against me? I am not allowed to resist. The bodyguards in the hall looked at Angus, who was talking to himself like crazy. They were all stunned, and they didn't know what happened to Angus. For an instant, they stared at the monster at the door, thinking that all the monsters in front of them were at work. When 16 knights appeared at the entrance of the hall, his eyes naturally saw what was projected in Angus's eyes. It was a girl who died terribly. Scum! 16 knights released an unprecedented killing intent, and said coldly, "You are not sorry to die." In an instant, the black chain of Ikuyo's left arm stretched out indefinitely, almost at a ghostly speed, and did not give the bodyguards in the hall a chance to react. In a blink of an eye, a famous bodyguard was chained together. Looking at the black chains running through the body, the eyes of the bodyguard in the hall suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole, and the fear of death appeared in his heart. Obviously, 16 knights took action and didn't want to end their lives directly, because there was no painful death, which was too easy for them. For a time, the black chains split into several, entangled each bodyguard up and down, and gradually increased the entanglement force, causing them to endure the pain of being slowly compressed up and down, with twisted pain on their faces, and they made waves. In the end, the painful voice was like a tomato being crushed, being slowly strangled to death. At this moment, all Angus bodyguards were dead, leaving only Angus and 16 knights in the hall. Angus looked at the bodyguards who had died tragically. He was trembling, too scared to speak. The last person. 16 knights spoke lightly, and slowly walked towards Angus. "No, you are not them, you are not them at all. Who are you? Don't pretend to be a ghost." Angus looked at the slowly walking 16 knights, and his eyes still looked like a tragic girl. "I am indeed not them, but I will repay the hatred of their tragic deaths." 16 knights eliminated the illusion attached to her body, looked at Angus with strange eyes, and said coldly, "I was just not long ago. I said I would come to you. It's you." Angus' eyes shrunk to the size of pinholes, and his heart was shocked like a bolt from the blue. The insignificant poor of the Mead Chamber of Commerce turned out to be the monster that killed all his bodyguards. "It seems that you haven't forgotten me, presumably you haven't forgotten the girl who died tragically on your hands." 16 knights looked at Angus ruthlessly. When Angus heard these words, his face was as sullen as a monster, and he roared, "They are all untouchables. You are also a scum." 16 knights approached Angus step by step. Angus looked at the approaching 16 knights, deeply felt the other party's cold killing intent, and quickly said, "You can't kill me, I am a nobleman, I am a close relative of the minister, I can give you what you want." "What, whether it's money, beauty, power? It's a pity, I'm not interested, I just want your life." 16 knights said in awe. Angus looked at 16 knights in fear, and roared, "You can't kill me, you kill me, you will not have a good result, my family, my father, my uncle, I will not let it go. You will die miserably. So what, I will kill them all." According to the so-called 16 knights stepped forward, and the figure dazzled in front of Angus, his right palm suddenly stretched out, 5 fingers spread out and tightly pinched Angus's neck, and said coldly, "I don't, it will make your death too easy." After speaking, I squeezed the 5 fingers of the right hand, raised it high, and fell heavily to the ground, causing a slight crack to appear. "Ah!" Angus' expression was extremely painful, and he couldn't help but yelled out, feeling deeply that the bones of his whole body were shattered. "Did the girl you killed used to cry out in such pain? Didn't you beg for mercy?" Ikuya looked at Angus, who was lying on the ground and rolled over in pain, without any pity in his eyes, said, "I think they have done this before." As soon as the words fell silent, Ikuya raised his foot, fell against Angus' arm, and instantly crushed it like a puddle of mud. "Ah!" Angus let out a cry of earth-shattering pain, deeply chilling, and his right hand to toe were all abolished by Ikuyo, and his body was no exception. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. Ikuyo's pistol shot a bullet at the dying Angus, making all his injuries disappear, but Angus was already mentally painful to collapse. Izayoi didn't say anything, and directly stretched out his hand to pinch Angus's neck, suddenly threw him to the ceiling, and controlled the black chains around the dead bodyguard's weapons, and the right eye was locked. Angus instantly threw all the sharp weapons at Angus from various parts of his body. In an instant, Angus was pierced by weapons all over his body, and nailed to the ceiling. The blood dripped down the weapon like a stream to the ground, and finally the blood formed 2 big characters guilty very strangely. Yes, it is guilty, the word left by 16 knights. At this time, Angus, who was nailed to the ceiling, died. Chapter 44, Guilty. At this moment, a large number of guards appeared at the gate of the Angus mansion, as well as bodyguards of other nobles who came to investigate the situation after hearing the movement. Looking at the broken door of the Angus mansion, everyone present was horrified. When they saw a few corpses lying under the door, their complexions instantly changed, and their eyes were full of shock. Who would dare to deal with it? The Angus family shot? Facing the death of the Angus mansion, one of the generals commanding the guard looked very young, about 20 years old, tall, wearing silver armor, serious and dignified, with his hands clasped around his waist. Byajian looked a bit extraordinary, at least it looked good. The general of the guards, he made a calm and decisive decision. He ordered nearly 200 guards to quickly block the Angus mansion in 4 directions. He led the remaining guards and brought a team of nearly 100 people into the Angus mansion. Just as they walked into the gate, a pungent smell hit their faces. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, everyone stopped breathing, as if they were still, and their pupils shrank into pinholes. His eyes were full of shock. What appeared in front of them was a corpse. All of them were Angus's bodyguards from the clothes and attire. Probably, the number of corpses was nearly 100, which means it was almost equal to the number of Angus's mansion bodyguards. Nearly 100 elite bodyguards all died. What happened here? Looking at the scene in the courtyard, all the guards were dumbfounded, shocked, and deeply questioned. What happened here? Nearly 100 well-armed elite bodyguards, all of them died. What happened here? The guard general couldn't hide the deep shock on his face, and he couldn't believe it. The things before him were real. In addition to being shocked, everyone at the moment was deeply puzzled, and even an inexplicable fear appeared deep in their hearts. At this moment, a painful scream came from the house deep in Angus's mansion. It was a chilling sound, which belonged to Angus' scream before his death. All the guards in the courtyard heard the painful screams, and they couldn't help but feel shuddered in their hearts. "Follow me all." The guard general looked very solemn, pulled out the sharp sword from his waist, held it tightly in his hand, and said loudly. For a time, the guards commanded nearly 100 fully armed guards and rushed to the house deep in the Angus mansion at full speed. At the same time, Ikuya indifferently glanced at Angus, who was nailed to the ceiling by various weapons, and noticed that a gust of breath was coming here at a rapid speed. The first threat is eliminated. It's time for me to leave. More and more people are coming here. Now is not the time to expose myself. When 16 Knights was about to leave, he noticed that there was a delicate wooden box on the table in the hall. It was the box named Angel Heart Ring. Even if it is a favor to Mids. 16 Knights thought of the ring in the wooden box, which was the relic of Mids' dead wife. Since he chose to cooperate with Mids, and the other party behaved very well, he doesn't mind giving a favor to the other party. For a time, Shiliuya took the exquisite wooden box on the table in his hand, and the right riding wheel Yiguyu turned, and the blue energy in his body was wrapped around his body in a way invisible to the naked eye. Illusory fear reflection. Izayoi again added the illusion skill of writing round eyes to his body, so that he could effectively hide his true face. At this time, 16 Knights took a step, and the figure disappeared like a ghost. After a while, the guard commander led nearly 100 guards to rush to the outside of Angus' house. For a while, the guard general made a decision to divide the team into 5 teams, 4 of which blocked the house in 4 directions. Finally, he led a small team into the house. Just when the guard led the team into the house, the nose smelled the scent of blood, and the eyes saw a dozen corpses lying on the ground, and the scene that shocked everyone, that is, being nailed by a weapon. Angus died on the ceiling. They stared at the dead Angus in amazement, with unbelievable eyes. The great nobleman of the dignified Angus family died in the room like this, looking at the handful of weapons that pierced Angus, stained with them. The blood was removed, and the blood continued to flow from Angus's body along the weapon, and then dripped onto the ground. Just as their eyes followed the dripping blood, they saw 2 blood-red characters on the ground called guilty. They were engraved by sharp weapons at one go and filled with blood. Then the 2 words just showed up. Guilty. The guard general stared at the 2 words filled with Angus's blood. He suddenly understood what was the main reason for everything that happened in Angus's mansion tonight. It was probably Angus. Because of the sinful nature of Lingian City. Who on earth would dare to fight the Angus family? The guard general couldn't imagine that someone in Lingian City would dare to fight Angus, and had such power to kill hundreds of Angus. Angus, as well as hundreds of bodyguards, were killed. What kind of killer was the prisoner? Is the opponent really human? As a general who leads thousands of guards, he naturally knows that the combat effectiveness of all bodyguards in Angus Mansion is equivalent to the combat effectiveness of a military camp before the construction of the city, and then a military camp has the combat effectiveness of 3,000 imperial soldiers. In other words, the prisoner has the strength to fight against a military camp. Thinking about it, he can't help but feel very terrible. However, no matter who the other party is, since the next heir to the Angus family is killed, he must be arrested, otherwise he will not have any good fruits, even with the prefect of Javens. With the death of Angus, the current temporary construction of the city will set off a big storm. Immediately send a person to inform Master Jarvins that the nobleman Angus has been killed, and send my order to mobilize all the troops of the Noble District Guard Barracks, so as to completely blockade the Noble District. The generals of the guard calmly made a decision and conveyed orders to the subordinates behind him. Yes, sir. Several guards responded, and they immediately stepped back and took action. Send communication guards to inform all guards of Lingian City to guard the whole city, and block all the city gates, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The guard general continued to give orders and said, "Yes, sir." Several guards responded, and they immediately stepped back and took action. The rest of the people searched the entire Angus mansion with me, and never allowed any suspicious person to be spared. If anyone resists, you don't have to be polite. Give me all you can to kill, remembering that the other person is definitely not a kind person. The guard general looked serious and solemnly conveyed the order, and then he led all the remaining guards to start the search. At the same time, the figure of 16 knights left Angus Mansion like a ghost, avoiding a large number of guards, and is currently rushing to Chelsea's home at a very fast speed. Chapter 45 – The Actions of Both Parties. The brightly lit streets were quiet and serene, and a figure passed by like ghosts, setting off a violent whirlwind. The figure flicked across houses and streets at high speed, and finally came to a simple and plain house and stopped. He stood quietly at the door. He is 16 knights. Chelsea. 16 knights whispered. The girl in the room, Chelsea, heard the voice of 16 knights, and she hurriedly walked towards the door of the room. After a while, Chelsea opened the door to her room. She was taken aback for a moment. She looked at the 16 knights standing at the door with a little surprise. Suddenly she felt a bit strange. The 16 knights in front of her was wearing a blood-colored coat of arms and a black trench coat. The golden pupil of the left eye turned into a golden clock, and the whole body exuded an atmosphere of evil charm. All in all, 16 knights became more handsome and more attractive. Big idiot. Chelsea looked at 16 Knights, which had changed a lot, and she couldn't help but ask. The headphone girl, they all said that I am not a fool, let alone a big fool. With a smile on Akuyo's face, she reached out her hand and quickly tapped Chelsea's small head. Damn, I'm not a headphone girl, I don't allow you to knock on my head anymore. Chelsea said with a happy smile on her face and pouting her mouth slightly. She knew that the 16 Knights in front of her was exactly what she was doing. The boy I knew, he really returned safely, and she was really very happy about that. It's a little more memory for you, otherwise I will be kicked out by you next time. 16 Knights said with a smile, and the words had already regarded Chelsea as the most important partner. Who is going to drive you out, you big idiot? Chelsea said with a slightly puffed face. Who else can anyone besides you? Shiliu's eyes flashed slyly, and he looked at Chelsea gently and straightly before speaking softly. When Chelsea looked at the scene of 16 Knights, she suddenly thought that what she said was something wrong, it was like a conversation between a couple. Couple. Chelsea muttered several times in her heart, and suddenly a faint blush appeared on her face. Big idiot. Chelsea couldn't help being ashamed and speechless, and could only say loudly. Well. I thought about it, maybe I'm good to be a big idiot, and then you will be my little idiot. 16 Knights thought about it and said seriously. Who is going to be your little idiot, you? Chelsea heard these words, her heart was like a deer bumping, her face became more and more red, so that she could not finish her words. Of course it's you, otherwise you think someone else. 16 Knights looked at Chelsea earnestly and said. Chelsea was silent for a while, her face was like a ripe red apple, and Chelsea today is just a young girl. Okay, I'm not kidding. 16 Knights looked at Chelsea like this, he didn't intend to go deeper, looked directly at Chelsea, and said, I killed Angus. When Chelsea heard these words, she nodded her head unexpectedly. She didn't care about Angus' life and death, but only cared about the safe return of 16 Knights. I hope you will follow me for a while and wait for the wind to pass before making plans. 16 Knights did not want to leave Chelsea here alone, because it was too dangerous. Yet, Chelsea heard 16 Yi's serious request, she thought for a while, and chose to agree to 16 Yet. Very well, then you sort it out first, and then we will go to the Mead Chamber of Commerce for a period of time. 16 Ye thought of the Mead Chamber of Commerce for the first time, and he planned to take Chelsea to borrow there for a while. I listen to you. Chelsea nodded and said softly. After a while, Chelsea brought the necessary supplies, and 16 Knights carried Captain Martin who had passed out in the house. On the way to the Mead Chamber of Commerce, 16 Knights threw Captain Martin to the side of the street, and he took Chelsea to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. After coming over for a while, 16 Knights and Chelsea appeared at the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, and then the old man Rod came out very enthusiastically to entertain 16 Knights and Chelsea into the Mead Chamber of Commerce. The prefect, the noble Angus and hundreds of people under him were all killed. What are you talking about? How is it possible? In the spacious hall of the Taishao Palace, Javens heard the report from his subordinates. He was shocked. Then, he couldn't help getting angry and slapped his palm on the big table with a pop sound. Damn it! Asshole! Who would dare to do such a thing under my hands? Looking at the prefect Javens who was in a rage, many officials gathered temporarily in the hall were silent, and no one dared to touch him at this time. Whoever died is not good, but it is Angus, the minister's nephew, the next heir of the imperial Angus family. If we can't hand over the murderer, we won't feel good. After a few heavy breaths, Jiwen-si hissed. Everyone looked at each other, all speechless, thinking of the vengeance of the minister and the Angus family in their minds, they couldn't help but froze. People who dare to attack Angus, and dare to leave the word guilty, apart from the revolutionary killer, no one should dare to attack Angus. Looking at the silent hall, one of the officials could only insist. Scalp said. Revolutionary Army. He slapped his palm heavily on the desktop, and Javins shouted, "Immediately mobilize Mi Dongying, Xieying, Nanaying, the 3 major military camps to block the city and conduct a search on Tianludi. I will absolutely not allow any revolution." The army's forces existed before the construction of the city, and the North Camp was transferred to the prefect. Since the opponent can kill Angus and hundreds of bodyguards in such a short period of time, it shows that the strength of the opponent cannot be ignored. Yes. By the way, send someone to the imperial capital to inform the Angus family. It is better for us to inform the Angus family than to conceal the Angus family. After hearing the words, everyone underneath was taken aback. After a while, a group of people waited and said, "My lord is wise. The Angus family knows that the heir died of the revolutionary killer, and must send a large number of people to come, so that it will deal with the revolutionary killer more smoothly. We can't give a satisfactory explanation for what the Angus family did. You know the consequences." Jarvan snorted and waved his hand irritably. For some reason, there was always a sense of anxiety in his heart. The guy who killed Angus might not be the killer of the Revolutionary Army, but someone else. For him, it was a very bad idea. The expressions of the people below couldn't help but become frightened. They all knew that they could not give the Angus family a satisfactory explanation, and what awaited them was death. "As soon as there is news, notify me immediately." After dropping an order, Javins turned and left. Under the faint moonlight, a tall house in the noble quarter not far from the Angus mansion, the figure of a young girl disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 46, Assassin and Number 039, Assassin. The figure of a young girl, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, flies lightly over the roofs of the aristocratic quarters, concealing the breadth of the whole body, using the darkness of night, to cleverly avoid the sight of people, as if it does not exist. Ghostly avoided a group of patrolling guards, left the noble quarter at a very fast speed, and rushed in the direction of the civilian suburbs. After a while, the young girl's figure appeared in an old house in the suburbs of civilians. Her pretty face contained coldness and vigilance. Her eyes carefully scanned the surroundings and confirmed that no one was being followed and there was no danger. She came to a room with a red ribbon on the door, and whispered a special code. The sound of opening the door sounded, the door was opened, and a man in a black cloak walked out. He only looked at the young girl at the door with his bare eyes, and realized that the other party was not an enemy, so he let her in and quickly closed the door. The young girl walked toward the depths of the house in a light car, with dim lights and dim tones around her. She walked quickly to the deepest hall with a long table in the middle, and sitting on the left and right. People. The people here are members of the Revolutionary Army. Except for the young girl who just came in, and the grandmother who is over 100 years old sitting on the chief, they are not exactly the Revolutionary Army, but the killers of the Assassins Association. The young girl's name is Tycho Oberger. She is a killer who has been cultivated since her early childhood, and she is one of the best in her peers. The old grandmother's name is Barbara Oberg. She is Tycho's master, and one of the big figures in the Assassins Association, with a strong assassination power. Barbara looked at the pretty Tycho who walked in with muddy old eyes, and asked, "Tycho, I asked you to check Angus's intelligence. You came back a bit early. What happened?" Looking at Barbara's serious face, Tycho remembered what she had seen and received the information. She looked dazed and indifferent, and answered truthfully, "Angus, one of the targets, has been killed by someone else." "What?" When the Revolutionary Army present heard it, their expressions were extremely shocked. They all cast their eyes on Tycho, and even a little bit incredulous that the first evil young man who was about to build the city died just like that. "In addition to us, there are people who preemptively attack Angus." Barbara was very puzzled, and the inexplicable killer disrupted her plan. "Who can kill Angus under the protection of hundreds of elite bodyguards," said a member of the Revolutionary Army. "What's more, according to the intelligence, Angus seems to be protected by an imperial emissary. The killer who can kill Angus in this situation is really an amazing guy. A person in the Revolutionary Army said with a very excited expression. You are wrong. The mysterious assassin didn't kill Angus under the protection of bodyguards, but killed hundreds of bodyguards and Angus. Tycho said with a slightly moved expression, and she said with her own eyes. Seeing a corpse in the courtyard of Angus's mansion, it's a pity that she did not find the trace of the mysterious assassin. She deeply admires this. She has never seen such a powerful assassin, even hers. The master, even the Assassins' Association should not be able to do this. What kind of killer can do this? She is deeply curious and has longing for her. From the moment of becoming a killer, her goal is to become the strongest killer. How is it possible? My heart trembled fiercely, and all the revolutionary troops present were shocked, and took a few deep breaths of some cold air. Even after Barbara listened, her expression fluctuated rapidly, with deep horror and disbelief, and said, a killer who can do this is either a first-class killer organization collectively dispatched, or a legendary super killer. Apart from our Assassin Association, there is no other assassin organization in Linjian City, so it is the legendary super assassin. Tycho's heart trembled fiercely, and she couldn't help being very interested in the mysterious assassin. She knew what a super assassin was. That was a terrifying assassin who could assassinate a super dangerous species and the top figure in the assassin world. No matter who the other party is, it is at least harmless to us. Nowadays, important people in Linjian City have been killed, and the current Linjian City must be heavily guarded. Barbara said thoughtfully on her face. Our goal is the great noble Angus and the prefect Javens. Now one of the biggest hazards has been eliminated. Then we only need to do our best to get rid of Javens, so that the revolutionary team and the good ministers carefully arranged the prefect. You can take office, said a member of the Revolutionary Army. Linjian City is one of the important cities in the western region of the empire, and the hidden place of the revolution is at the westernmost border. Therefore, the revolutionary team must quietly control the western region in order to have the possibility of subverting the decadent empire. Tonight may be an opportunity. A member of the Revolutionary Army suggested. If you want to assassinate Javens tonight, don't be too naive. Today's prefectural government is already a net of heaven and earth. If you want to die, we will not accompany those who assassinated the association. Barbara is more realistic than anyone. His eyes contained awe-inspiring killing intent, and he glanced at the man coldly. The person who proposed, couldn't help being frightened into a cold sweat. Our best way at the moment is to hide like a mouse, and don't give the enemy a chance to catch it, or we will have to finish playing. Barbara said politely. Yes. Tycho, let's go. Barbara stood up, she slowly stepped out of the hall, Tycho followed him closely. At the same time, in the spacious hall of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, two people stood at the top, namely Mids and the old man Rod. They looked at the 16 knights in front of them, and they had to be curious about the young man's blood-colored coat of arms and black trench coat. The young man's dress, the more curious teenager's left eye was like the pupil of a golden clock, but their main gaze was still on Chelsea's body. Because they were very curious about why Chelsea, the girl whom Angus liked, would stay with the teenager. Chapter 47, A Nice Boy. Looking at the beautiful Chelsea, Middles had a very bad feeling in his heart when he looked at 16 knights. Didn't the boy in front of him forcibly grab the girl from Angus's hand? Mids believes that the boy in front of him has this courage, and he is deeply afraid of the courage of the boy, which is the courage to kill people. It's a pity that the things that 16 knights did were terrible as Mids imagined, because he killed Angus directly. The trouble of the right chamber of commerce, I have taken care of it for you, and I am ready for the 10,000 gold coins of the 5th level dangerous saber-toothed tiger. Mids said first. You are indeed a good partner. 16 Yes said indifferently. He was a little surprised that Mids was prepared so thoughtfully and so fast. Chelsea looked at 16 knights, and she was surprised. It turned out that the relationship between 16 knights and the Mead Chamber of Commerce was so good, and she made 10,000 gold coins at once. Hell, she couldn't make a salary for her entire life. Money coming. Although she is not a fan of money, she is also an ordinary girl, and she also likes gold coins and so on, because if she has money, she can go to the street and want to buy things she likes. Big fool, making money is so great. Chelsea muttered in her heart, it seems I need to kill him once. This is your thing. 16 knights reached out and took out an exquisite wooden box from the black windbreaker and gave it to Mids. Mids took the wooden box he was very familiar with. He stared at the exquisite wooden box blankly. When the old man Rod saw the wooden box, he was also deeply surprised. Isn't the wooden box in Angus's hands? Why is it in the hands of the boy? Why is it in your hands? Mids looked at 16 knights in disbelief and said, you are not. Before Middles finished speaking, 16 knights interrupted him and said, I will kill Angus. Except for Chelsea's piece, Mids and the old man Rod were shocked and speechless, and their hearts were like thunder on a sunny day. How dare you? Mids looked at 16 knights, shook and sighed, are you stupid or idiot? Together with the old man Rod, he thought that the behavior of the young man in front of him was simply unreasonable, even unbelievable. Such an unbelievable madness, but he agreed with Ikuyo's behavior, because Angus' death was not a pity. Perhaps both. 16 knights said with a faint smile on his face. Haha, maybe you are neither, you're just a lunatic. Mids couldn't help laughing. He was shocked and Ikuyo killed Angus, but he didn't hate Ikuyo killing Angus, or in his heart fortunately, 16 knights killed Angus. Middles held the wooden box in his hand tightly as if it were alive, as if he didn't want to lose his wife's relics, and was deeply grateful to 16 knights, because the boy did what he didn't dare to do. Why did you choose me? Mids said, looking at 16 knights earnestly. I trust a man who loves his wife so much. 16 knights said earnestly. The weight of this trust is really very heavy. Mids felt amazed in his heart. The boy in front of him could trust him so much. Isn't the boy not sure that he is a businessman? Businessmen who only value profit. It is because of the heavy weight. I don't think anyone can bear it except you. 16 knights said seriously. Trust is really troublesome. Mids made a decision in his heart and said secretly, maybe I am not a qualified businessman at all. 16 knights remained silent, staring at Mids faintly. I can help you stay here, provided that I need to know if your identity has been exposed. Mids looked serious, and said, because I have to consider the Mead Chamber of Commerce, considering that the Mead Chamber of Commerce is nearly 1,000 people. He must know this. If the identity of the teenager is exposed, he has no meaning to help the teenager, because that would only be affected by the teenager. Izayoi heard what Middles said, and he didn't care about it, because he could understand it. Shaolunyan is open. Shilio's right eye opened slightly, and a black jade appeared instantaneously, and he shouted, Illusory Fear Reflection. In an instant, illusory skills were attached to 16 knights, so that when Mids, Chelsea, and the old road were present, the three of them were shocked when they saw the appearance of 16 knights. There was a cold sweat, because the person in front of him was not a teenager at all, but a monster that he feared in his heart. For a moment, Chelsea, Middles, the old man Rod, the three of them couldn't help taking a few steps back. Ikuya noticed the expressions of the three of them, he knew that the effect had been achieved, and instantly dispelled the illusion skills attached to him, and said, this is the answer I gave. Big idiot, when you pretend to be a fool, please tell me that you almost scared me to death just now. Chelsea couldn't help but say to 16 knights. I see, little idiot. 16 knights looked at Chelsea with a smile, and said. I'm not a fool, I don't allow you to call me a fool. Chelsea's face was slightly flushed, and her face became serious, and said seriously. So that's it, I understand, headphone girl. 16 Knights said with an understanding. Forget it, I don't bother to care about you. Chelsea turned around with a small face. Haha. Mids watched the two flirting, and he understood the reason for this as a teenager. Chelsea heard Mids laugh, remembering her unreserved behavior just now, and she couldn't help lowering her head shyly. You have decided. 16 Knights looked at Mids and said. I've decided, I'll bet you, since I'm a businessman, I will treat it as a high-risk business. Mids decided. I owe you a favor. 16 Knights said very seriously. Under such circumstances, Mids is willing to help him, which shows that Mids is a worthy person. You don't owe me the favor, we have already cancelled each other out. Mids looked at the delicate wooden box in his hand and said. 16 Knights did not speak, he chose to remain silent, and what he said was never as good as what he did. Rhodes, remember, we only have guests. Mids said seriously. Master, we really only have guests. The old man Rod naturally understood what Middles said. Then you can entertain the guests, and I'll go down first. After Middles finished speaking, he turned and walked into the room deep in the hall, with a smile on his face, tightly holding the delicate wooden box in his hand, cherishing the ring inside, and muttering in his heart, Lillian, I won't let you go, and I have met a nice boy. Chapter 48, Navy 6 Style Moon Step. Next, the old man Rod placed 16 Knights and Chelsea in the best magnificent room of the Mead Chamber of Commerce. 16 Knights and Chelsea naturally live separately, and the two rooms are only separated by a wall. On the wooden couch in Chelsea's room, Chelsea's eyes closed tightly, her hands clenched with 10 fingers, her breathing was smooth and orderly, her face looked calm and serene, but her heart couldn't be calm for a long time. Too much happened to her today. It's something, it's more than her in her life. It all stems from the encounter with Isao. Thinking of what I did to her, Chelsea's beautiful little face was blushed, and her small lips were pursed slightly, revealing a bit of complexity. Then everything came too suddenly. It was getting dark, but Chelsea in the room couldn't sleep for a long time, thinking too much in her mind. On the wooden couch in the Shizuya house, Shizuya sat quietly, with his hands on the edge of the wooden couch, his face thoughtful, and his attention was thinking about the future. After a week of hard cultivation, the fight between life and death, and the opening of Shilanyun and Kakiti's eyes, Shiryu Kingziu's face has a touch of firmness, a touch of maturity, and a touch of magic. Regardless of the angle of view, 16 Knights has undergone a transformation at a terrifying speed, and this transformation makes him no longer an ignorant boy who has just arrived in the world of slashing the scarlet eyes. I think too much. No one knows what's going on in the future. What I can do is to take good care of the present. I have a lot of enemies at the moment. Once I get caught, the opponent will act mercilessly. What I need to do is to continue to stay strong and eliminate all threats. Thinking about it, the motivation for cultivation suddenly appeared in Shizuya's mind, extremely passionate thoughts. The thoughts came a little bit suddenly, but it made him unable to sleep, as if he was going to become a cultivator madman. After opening the eyes, the body has been strengthened by 2 energies, and it has just reached the physique for practicing the Navy 6 style moon step. You can use the time tonight to master the moon step, so that you can move in the air, even if it is attacked. Surrounded by thousands of troops, I can easily break through from the sky. With an idea, 16 Knights immediately took action. He quietly left the room and came to the unmanned courtyard. Tonight, I will be able to master the Navy's 6 style moonwalk. Standing in the courtyard, Ikuya had a confident thought in his mind. He closed his eyes slightly, and focused his attention on the detailed training methods of the Navy's 6 style moon step. Suddenly, 16 Knights entered a certain kind of epiphany, and pictures of moonwalking practice appeared in his mind, one after another about the use of moonwalk, and one after another about the movement of moonwalk space. 6 style moon step. Ikuyo's footsteps struck the ground dozens of times continuously, with the help of the huge propulsion generated, to form a high-speed movement, like a bullet shot out in a straight line, but it was only a high-speed movement, not a movement in the air. Uebu is really different from shaving. It failed for the first time, and 16 nights was not unexpected. Immediately afterwards, 16 nights performed the second time, the third time, the fourth time. Until Shiliuyu was sweating profusely, panting, exhausting all the physical strength of the whole body, there was no success. It's really interesting, I will definitely master you, Uebeo. 16 nights can feel that his feet have reached the critical point, and there is a deep soreness. The top is flushed and swollen, and it seems to be filled with blood. Fortunately, he has a perverted physique. If he is an ordinary person, he would already kneel. With the current condition of the legs, if you don't receive treatment sooner, you will be disabled unless there is an accident. Without the help of the God-level system speeding recovery, the time to reach the limit is so fast. It's a pity that at present 16 nights has turned on Kakiti, has the ability to rewind 4 times, and cares about the condition of the body. As long as he pays the price of his own time, he can regress his physical strength to the peak state. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. All of a sudden, Ikuya pointed a pistol at him, and shot the bullets gathered by Kakiti's strength into his body, and returned his physical strength to the best state. After that, Shizuie continued to practice Uebu, only failing again and again, but he couldn't help but deepen his use of shave, and then Uebu still didn't grasp it. Just when 16 nights used K Kadai for the 5th time, the beautiful female voice of the God-level system sounded. The host must master the key practice of the moon step. Although the principle of the moon step and the shave are basically the same, there is a very big difference between the two. The frequency of the moon step's pedal air is fast and low, and the strength and speed of each step must be to the same degree. Thanks, system. 16 nights heard the guidance and reminder of the God-level system, and immediately realized that he had entered a misunderstanding before. You're welcome, this system is just performing its own duties. According to the prompt of the God-level system, 16 nights began to practice again. Grasp the pedaling frequency again and again, grasp the pedaling power again and again, grasp the movement speed again and gradually control them to perfection, and more reach the same degree. Time is like water, always slipping through the fingers inadvertently. The flaming sun has already emerged from the east, and the dazzling sunlight is gradually falling on Linjian City. Navy 6 style moon step. In the courtyard, Ishikuya kicked the ground 100 times to produce a strong rebound force. The frequency was very fast, and the strength and speed reached the same level. It directly stepped on the air and moved upwards, suddenly appearing at an altitude of tens of meters. It's a great scenery. 16 nights' eyes looked down at the surrounding Linjian city, the rising sun, the forested houses, the flying birds, and witnessed the scenery he had never seen before. For a while, Shiliuyu took a deep breath of early morning air, and directly stepped on the air from a height of tens of meters to the ground. Always mastered the moon step initially. 16 nights enjoyed the results of one night's practice very much, and deepened their understanding of Shi and KKD, because they used it repeatedly too many times. That's the end of cultivation. Let's take a bath first, and then go out to collect some information. Presumably, the whole Linjian city is now lively. 16 nights left the courtyard and walked back to his room. Chapter 49, Taiko and number 039, S Consciousness. The dim morning gradually brightened, and the workers and merchants of the Mead Chamber of Commerce got up and busy early. 16 nights, led by the maid arranged by the old man Rod, entered the artificial hot spring, took a bath, and put on a new dress. After all, the black trench coat with the blood-colored coat of arms was too dazzling and belonged to engraving. The spiritual outfit displayed by the emperor takes time to maintain, so when you don't need it, you don't naturally need to wear it on your body. When the engraved emperor's spiritual outfit consumes time to maintain, it can also increase various effects, such as strengthening defenses, resisting various attribute effects, not contaminating dust, blood, etc. A series of effects. However, the maintenance time that consumes a small amount of time is not a lot for 16 knights. At present, he has killed hundreds of people, that is, deprived of hundreds of people's time. Such a large amount of time is enough for the current use. In the end, 16 knights asked the maid to find a white blindfold, and he directly put a white blindfold on his left eye to cover the golden clock, because it was so conspicuous. Even the maids saw the 16 knights' golden clock for the first time. With the left eye, they couldn't help being stunned, and then they talked a lot, but they didn't hate the left eye of the golden clock, but were very curious, even a little like it. Of course, there is 16 knights' handsomeness and his status in the Mead Chamber of Commerce. After all, the second-in-charge old man of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, Rod, has deeply told them to treat teenagers as they treat master middles. It can be seen that teenagers, the status is very high. Looking at 16 knights with a white blindfold in his left eye, the maids felt that the young man was a little less enchanting and a little more ordinary. When they saw the right pupil, they felt that there was a mysterious smell in the blindfold. Looking at his appearance in the mirror, 16 felt very satisfied. At least now he is not a poor boy in linen clothes, but a stylish young master. Then 16 knights bid farewell to the maids directly, went to Chelsea's room, and met Chelsea. When Chelsea looked at 16 knights, she couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, people depend on clothes. 16 knights explained to Chelsea that he was going out to collect information, then said goodbye to Chelsea, then turned and left. Chelsea understood the actions of 16 knights, and there was nothing to stop him, and could only respect 16 knights' choice. Looking at the back of 16 knights away, Chelsea's mouth moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. 16 knights left the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Immediately afterwards, Chelsea tidied up and dressed up, and left the Mead Chamber of Commerce to go to work at the prefect's office, and took this opportunity to gather useful information. Walking on the path, looking at the guards that suddenly increased, the number of guards increased by several times. Ikuya looked at the guards passing by, and naturally understood the reason in his heart. With the coming and going searches of guards and soldiers, as well as various surprise inspections, the entire Lingian city was panicked for a while, and many revolutionary troops were arrested. A small Angus deserves such a big fanfare. I really can't underestimate the minister's influence. Shaking his head and muttering, Ishiruya walked towards the city gate leisurely, but what he saw was that the city gate was closed, and there are thousands of soldiers guarding them, and they have the momentum of catching a net. The East Gate, the West Gate, the South Gate, the North Gate, and the 4 major city gates are also heavily guarded. In the last 16 nights, I walked to the huge square of Lingian city, which was already full of people. The center area was filled with high spears with heads inserted in them, surrounded by heavily armed troops guarded with cold light. His weapons reflect dazzling light in the sun. The huge square can be described as gossip and full of excitement. Countless people are talking about the killing of Angus and the murder of Angus' murderer. For Angus's death, countless civilians were delighted in their hearts. Only the nobles were afraid, for fear that they would be killed next. 16 knights learned from the crowd that the heads hung in the center of the square were all heads of revolutionary rebels. A large number of revolutionary army killers invaded the Taishao mansion late last night. Unfortunately, the Taishao mansion had already been in the air, so all the revolutionary killers failed. Be beheaded. With today's closed city gate, the whole city is sweeping away the revolutionary rebels. I was a little surprised by this 16 knights, and I was very grateful that all the attention would be focused on the revolutionary rebels. The killer of the revolutionary army actually reduced my troubles invisibly. 16 knights did not stay in the square for a long time. After learning the general information, he left the square and walked on a road with few people. Just when 16 knights walked to the end and corner, he smelled the smell of blood. When he passed the corner, he saw the corpses of imperial soldiers, and blood flowed into the ground like a river. For a moment, Shizue's expression became serious and his body tightened, and instantly he heard the sound of fighting coming from not far away. In an instant, his figure fled away like a ghost, rushing to a place where there was movement, to check the situation. Passing through a few alleys, in an empty clearing, hundreds of imperial soldiers armed with sharp weapons in their hands, surrounded a young girl in groups, covering 3 or 4 floors without giving anything at all. The girl has a chance to escape. The young girl is the Taiko of the Assassins Association. She has a cold and fearless expression. She holds a sharp sword tightly in her hand. Her graceful body has several deep wounds. Her mouth is breathless and looks tired and exhausted. Weaker. The middle-aged officer's stern and obscene gaze swept across Taiko's body, and the sharp sword in his hand swept down, shouting, "Brothers, capture the female killer alive, and then hand it over to the prefect." "Oh," a soldier present shouted loudly. "I am the of death, Oberg's breath is for the wind of impermanence, to lead you to the underworld." Taiko glanced with disgust at the soldiers around her, with the cold killing intent in her eyes. She immediately rushed forward, her figure was like a gust of wind, and she passed several imperial soldiers in an instant, with the sword in her hand. Blew away, setting off a violent hurricane. Hurricane slash! In an instant, several imperial soldiers were beheaded. "Brothers, catch her for me!" The middle-aged soldier shouted with a gloomy expression. For a time, a dozen imperial soldiers rushed directly to Taiko with sharp weapons. Faced with this situation, Taiko's eyes were cold, his hands were too sharp to resist the attack, and he insisted on not giving up, but the wounds on his body were getting more and more. Even so, she still had to deal with dozens of imperial soldiers. Gradually, her eyes became blurred, and her consciousness gradually faded. Looking at the imperial soldiers rushing up, she secretly said, "Master Barbara, maybe I will stop here, goodbye." Taiko looked indifferent and fearless. She held the Tato in her hand tightly, her figure was a little shaken, and she rushed directly to the imperial soldiers, and she had the consciousness of death as a killer. Chapter 50, Unexpected Encounter. A sharp knife flashed out, several blood spattered, and several imperial soldiers' eyes were filled with disbelief. They covered their bleeding necks with their hands, and gradually lost their vitality and fell to the ground, then died. Taiko once again beheaded several people with superb swordsmanship, making the imperial soldiers who rushed towards her timidly stop their advance. The bruised body forcibly used the sword skills, which greatly increased the burden on the body. The wounds on Taiko's body overflowed with a lot of blood, which stained her clothes and body. Clang! Due to excessive bleeding, when Taiko's body was shaking and unable to support it, she suddenly inserted the sword in her hand into the floor. The thick brick layer was pierced and penetrated deeply into the soil, showing the sharpness of the blade. Taiko supported her scarred body with the sword, her consciousness became blurred, and she insisted on relying solely on the killer's will, her eyes indifferent and fearless. It turned out to be a woman. 16 knights, who followed the movement, appeared on the roof of a building not far away. He clearly saw the open space. His eyes first fell on the rugged and exquisite body, which made him feel deeply astonished. "I didn't expect that the person who dared to fight with the army would be a woman." Surrounded by dozens of imperial soldiers, a woman with a sleeveless tights wrapped her curvaceous body, holding a sharp sword, and exuding a faint cold light, with a long black ponytail on her head, beautiful and indifferent. Perseverance has not changed because of facing dozens of imperial soldiers. The assassin woman's breath is weak and her body is stained red with blood. She is currently relying on the Tato inserted on the ground to support her crumbling body. Female assassin, has come to an end, catch her for me. The middle-aged officer looked at the weak Taiko and ordered loudly. Immediately afterwards, several soldiers approached Taiko cautiously, to be clear about the female killer in front of him, and killed dozens of people. Riding round eyes open. Looking at this scene, 16 knights chose to save the assassin woman, opened the right riding wheel eye directly, and attached the illusion fear reflection to her body to cover her identity. 6 Style Moon Step. Izayoi leaped high, and displayed Uebu directly stepping through the air to leap over the roof, appearing above the killer girl at a very fast speed. The following stared closely at Taiko's imperial soldiers, and noticed the Izayoi that appeared above. Just as the 2 soldiers approached Taiko and were about to capture her alive, Ikuya's figure fell directly from the sky like a falling meteorite, and appeared behind the 2 soldiers in awe. He stretched out his hands and held them tightly. His neck was pinched to death with a slight force, and he threw it out like throwing garbage. The bodies of the 2 slammed into several soldiers, and a bang sounded, directly hitting several soldiers like a bowling ball. After flying out more than 10 meters, they fell heavily on the ground with sprays in their mouths. With blood coming out, the bones are about to be shattered, and I don't know whether they are dead or alive and lose consciousness. The imperial soldiers present had no time to react to what happened. They stared blankly at the front, only to see a monster standing in front of the female assassin, and the monster he feared. At the moment, all the imperial soldiers couldn't help but glance at their companions who were killed by the monster not far away. They couldn't help but swallowed. In just a second or two, they were alive and well, but after a couple of seconds, they were still alive. After losing his life, he didn't even know when the monster in front of him appeared. It really made the imperial soldiers present had an extremely unreal feeling. Looking at the monster like Izayoi, I couldn't help but feel a deep fear in my heart. Who are you? The middle-aged officer looked at the monster that appeared in front of him. He was inexplicably scared. Suddenly, he thought of a piece of information. It was rumored that it was a monster that killed Angus and hundreds of bodyguards. Hearing this questioning sound, Shizue looked cold and silent, and looked at the middle-aged officer ruthlessly. There was no mercy in his eyes, no mercy, only invisible killing intent. Shoot in purgatory chains. In an instant, Ikuya stretched out his left hand and shot it mercilessly. A black chain shot directly from the sleeve of the shirt. The right riding wheel eye locked the heart of a famous soldier, and the 2 ends of the chain had prismatic tips floating in the air. In the middle, it split into dozens of prismatic spikes instantly, rotating at a high speed, setting off gales, like arrows shooting out. In an instant, the eyes of an imperial soldier flashed with prismatic spikes, and there was time to react. The heart was directly penetrated, and blood splashed out all over. Why? The middle-aged officer looked at the black chain that pierced through him, and gradually lost his life. Kill. 16 knights held his left hand tightly, and the black chains that all penetrated the soldiers were pulled out, and condensed into a black chain and retracted into the sleeves. A stream of blood bloomed like a flower, an imperial soldier died. And a corpse fell to the ground. Directly shooting an imperial soldier, and strangling him mercilessly, the flesh and blood fell on the ground like a blooming wave. For a time, the open space was very quiet, and the air was full of blood. Taiko's vision was a little fuzzy and her consciousness was a little fuzzy, but she noticed the scene in front of her. Dozens of imperial soldiers were shot and killed by black chains. It was so powerful. The strength is simply overwhelming. There was a touch of surprise on Taiko's indifferent face. She raised her head slightly and looked straight ahead. She saw a monster that was terrified deep in her heart. Who are you? Taiko stared fearlessly at the monster that appeared in front of him, and became deeply vigilant, holding Taito tightly in his hand, and asked. Ikuya and answered Taiko's words. His right eye was written and his eyes fixedly looked at the killer girl in front of him, and his expression was momentarily taken aback. With a black ponytail tied in front of him, a curvaceous and pretty girl, he had a very familiar impression. My mind couldn't help but think of the girl's face. Taiko. Ikuya secretly said in his heart. He thought of why the girl in front of him had an impression of herself. It was one of the killer sisters who had appeared in the Crimson I-0, an elite assassination unit belonging to the Revolutionary Army, and was one of Chelsea's early partners, unfortunately, died at the end of the knife by the red pupil. I was deeply surprised by the 16 Nights, and did not expect to encounter the killer girl from Zhang Kaitong's prequel. Chapter 51, Saved the Girl. At this time, 16 Nights was very surprised that he actually met the killer girl who appeared before Zhang Kaitong, and couldn't help but sigh that the world is so small, or that his luck is really good. All in all, I was really surprised by this 16 Nights, and I was very fortunate that I made a move, and then saved the killer girl I wanted to save. Looking at the monster in front of Ikuya, Taiko stared at Ikuya without saying a word with vigilance. When she noticed that the monster had relaxed her vigilance, she made a choice based on the killer's instinct, which was to kill her. Monster, and then live and leave here. In an instant, Taiko pulled and inserted Tai's word on the ground, ignoring his wounded body, facing Izuya with the posture of drawing a sword, his whole body tightened up and down, the wound overflowed like a stream, awe-inspiringly performing her strongest sword technique. Oberg drew his sword. As Taiko's soft drink fell, her figure was like an arrow that pierced the sky. The tato in her hand was pulled out and slashed at the extreme speed. The air was awe-inspiringly torn away, and the sharp blade had already cut the rock and slashed to 10. The heart of Liuye. At the moment when he noticed the dangerous aura, the right riding wheel eye caught Taiko's slashing trajectory, and Izao calmly chose to avoid the slashing. Shaved paper painting. At the moment the blade fell, Ikuyo's body cleverly avoided the slash like a piece of paper, and stepped on the ground dozens of times in a row, moving directly at high speed, and the figure instantly disappeared in front of Taiko's eyes. I was seen through. The strongest slasher missed the air, Myoko's pupils contracted slightly, and he sensed the dangerous aura appearing behind him. Just when she wanted to avoid it, she was shocked. Her body had reached its limit, she became weak, and her consciousness became more and more blurred. In an instant, Ikuya appeared behind Taiko, his right hand swiftly protruded, and with a hand knife, it landed on Taiko's white nape and directly stunned Taiko with ease. Taiko's eyes lost color, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. The consciousness of the whole person was lost, and the graceful body fell softly on the ground. It's really troublesome, I almost got cut. Ikuya looked at the unconscious Taiko and sighed in his heart, but he didn't have any regrets. Since he chose to save the killer girl who is not a normal person, he must have the corresponding awareness. Looking at the blood-like Taiko, the pale and bloodless cheeks, and the deep bone wounds, Ikuya knew very well how determined the killer girl in front of her was, and knew that she could not hold on for long with the current situation. Fortunately, the ability to turn on Kakiti is the power of 4 bullets, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Looking at the dying Taiko, Ikuyo took off the white eye mask on his left eye, showing the golden clock pupils, and the hour hand moved 4 times. Quarter of an hour. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. For a while, Izuya raised a pistol at Taiko's body, and black and spiritual power appeared at the fingertips, and it was condensed into a bullet, which instantly shot into Taiko's body, and the power of time retreat permeated her whole body. At this moment, Taiko's body, like a blood man, gradually turned white, all the wounds on his body disappeared, not even a little scar was left, even the clothes on his body returned to their original appearance. Taiko returned to her original appearance in all aspects, but there was no change in one thing, that is, her consciousness had not changed, she was still lying on the ground in an unconscious state. I saved a killer girl, but it might have caused a lot of trouble. Maybe everything I was there before is meaningless. Looking at the corpses of soldiers around, Ikuya knew what he had done, and would probably take it with him. It's a lot of trouble. Well, forget it, anyway, I plan to take advantage of the Revolutionary Army's killer. Since I saved the killer girl, I can just implement the plan in my heart. Ichikoya had a plan very early in his mind. This plan needs the revolutionary army. The help of the killer. The plan in mind can not only help save the killer girl, but also help him divert his attention. It's really fast. For a while, Izuya noticed a breath coming here, and there was a sound of neat footsteps. I could probably guess that the opponent should be an army. Izayoi directly hugged Taiko, with her palms resting on her calves and the back of her neck. She immediately felt the tenderness and smoothness like a warm jade, and the touch was extremely wonderful. Shaking his head, dispelling the thought, Ikuya held Taiko, and used the chain of his left arm to wrap the killer girl's tato around his waist, and then his figure disappeared like a ghost. After a while, an army of hundreds of people arrived and witnessed the corpses in the open space. The blood smell was a bit pungent. Everyone was staring at the scene, involuntarily inhaling a cold breath, eyes filled with air. Shock. Nearly hundreds of soldiers were actually buried here. Damn it, revolutionary killer. A middle-aged general who led this army, he clasped his hands tightly, raised his feet and landed heavily on the ground. There was a loud noise, and deep cracks appeared around his feet. It can be seen that it has good power. Looking at the generals who vented their rage, no soldier dared to speak. They all chose to be silent, not daring to touch the generals. If the order continues, this area will be completely sealed off, and the killer must be caught for me, the middle-aged general shouted loudly. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged general led the troops to conduct a rigorous search, with the belief that he would not let the killer go. Moving fast all the way, cleverly avoiding patrol guards and imperial soldiers, Ikuya carried Taiko and sneaked into an ordinary house, and quietly stunned the ordinary people living inside. Izayoi puts Taiko on the sofa, and the ordinary who has passed out in a house. Holding the killer girl, you can't avoid the heavily guarded area. After finishing all this, Shizuie breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the hall, looking at Taiko who was quietly sleeping on the sofa. I think I'd better find a way to wake her up, and then make plans. Shizuie's face was thoughtful, thinking about the method in his heart. Chapter 52, Fierce Collision. 16 Knights looked at the graceful Taiko, his face was distressed. Suddenly, he found that he only knew how to stun people, but he didn't know how to wake people up. It's really troublesome, it seems that I have time to learn this skill. Shizuie couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. He didn't want to stay here too much, and didn't want to run around with the killer girl in broad daylight. So it's better to clarify the killer girl honestly, and then the two of them act together. Forget it, just try the pain and see if it can stimulate her to wake up. Rubbing her hands, Ikuyo hesitated for a while, then stretched out her hand and was about to pinch Taiko's skin, using the pain to wake Taiko. However, when his palm was about to touch Taiko's body, the unconscious Taiko suddenly opened his eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness and shame, staring at Ikuyo. Are you awake? Taiko, who suddenly opened his eyes, gave Ikuyo a slight horror, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, keeping a certain distance, and explained, I just want to help you wake up. That's it, I didn't have any malicious intentions. Of course, when you wake up now, I don't need to help. Just after Izaoi's words fell, Taiko would naturally not listen to his explanation, and directly regarded him as a rude person. He held the sofa tightly with one hand and suddenly exerted force, her graceful body leaped into the air, and her left foot was the first to land and stabilize herself. Shaped, slender and white right leg, with a little bit of breaking wind, kicked fiercely in the middle of Ikuyo's legs. It can only be said to be a killer, and one shot is a terrible place. Seeing Taiko directly started, I sighed deeply and hurriedly stepped back, avoiding the long legs that came with the wind. I'm really not your enemy. Ikuya evaded the attack and said. Hearing Ikuya's words, Taiko looked cold, silent, and fixed his eyes on him. He noticed the tato on his waist, and his slender legs danced like a storm, kicking sharply towards Ikuya and looking for it. Opportunity to seize the sword. 6. Style paper painting. His body was like a thin piece of paper, avoiding Taiko's fierce legs attack. Ikuyo's face looked extremely calm, his eyes narrowed, and his sharp gaze found the flaws of the opponent as quickly as possible. Looking at Ikuyo, whose body was as weird as a piece of paper, avoiding all attacks, Taiko's face was filled with solemnity, with a little toe, and fiercely chose to attack again. When he attacked again, Taiko's pretty face changed suddenly. The enemy who had been evasive before her suddenly turned from a docile sheep to a desperate wolf, approaching her directly at lightning speed. The body suddenly retreated. Taiko concentrated the whole body's strength on the solace of his feet, and suddenly swept away to think of 16 knights. Faced with the kick, Ikuyo didn't choose to avoid it, his eyes were sharp to catch the trajectory of the kick, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to catch the slender leg like iron tongs, and a burst of softness spread into the palm of his hand, but he didn't have any enjoyment. Suddenly pushed it slightly hard. A fierce thrust caused Taiko's figure to lose his balance, and he staggered back a few steps, and she actually sat down on the ground. Then Taiko did not lose his intent to fight because of this, but still did not intend to stop the attack. Izayoi saw Taiko's intentions, and suddenly he rushed to directly overthrow Taiko's body. Taiko was stunned and reacted enough, and immediately wanted to use his hands to counterattack. It's just that Ikuyo is like a vicious tiger rushing to eat, directly suppressing Taiko's body, and firmly pressing Taiko's white wrist with both hands, making it impossible to move at all. Again, I'm not your enemy. If I want to kill you, you are already dead. Ikuyo knew that the ordinary girl couldn't calm down the girl, and suddenly he exuded a murderous intent, a chilling murderous intent, cold. Road. Hearing the words of the young man with killing intent, and deeply feeling the bitter killing intent, Taiko was slightly startled, and suddenly understood that the young man in front of her was a more powerful killer than herself, and she immediately calmed down. Looking at the boy in front of him indifferently, he believed the words of 16 knights. Taiko stopped the useless struggle, staring slightly diagonally at the boy's body pressing her two soft objects. The indifference on her face did not change, but her tone was ashamed and angrily said, "You can leave me." Hearing Taiko's words, Ikuyo realized that she was pressing Taiko tightly, and deeply felt the softness of a girl and the unique taste of a girl. "I can leave, but you must stop aggressive behavior," 16 knights said. "Since you are not my enemy, I have no reason to take action," Taiko said with indifference on her face, looking at Ikuyo with her eyes, and said seriously. Hearing these words, Ikuyo left directly from Taiko. Taiko stood up and checked her body. She was taken aback. Now she found that her scarred body had healed. She can't imagine what kind of power can reach this point. She was able to heal herself on the verge of collapse. For a moment, Taiko stared straight at Ikuyo, with a ray of eagerness to know the answer in his eyes, and asked, "What do you call everything in me? Is there a problem?" 16 knights said. "No problem." Taiko didn't delve into it too much. She knew very well that it should be a teenager's secret, and she listed the young man in front of her to the highest height in her heart. Taiko understood the strength of the boy in front of him, and realized that the other party seemed to be not hostile at all. For a while, she couldn't help but become curious, why did the boy in front of him save her? "This is your thing." Before Izayoi talked clearly, there was no hostility between the two parties. He directly removed the sword from his waist and threw it to Taiko horizontally. Taiko took her weapon, her eyes were looking at Ikuyo, and she had indeed believed that the boy was not hostile, and the hostility to the boy in her heart had disappeared, leaving only a sense of vigilance. Chapter 53, Save If You Want. Faced with Taiko's deep vigilance, Ikuyo didn't care. The blood-colored right pupil looked at her quietly, and whispered, "It seems that you temporarily believe that I am not your enemy." Hearing what the boy said, Taiko admitted that she did list the boy as not an enemy. At this time, she carefully observed the handsome boy in front of her, and saw him dressed in ordinary decorations, which seemed very ordinary, and it was worth noting that he was a monster. His blood-colored right pupil and his left eye, which was covered by a white eye mask, seemed to hide something mysterious, which made the young man look extraordinary as a whole, and his body faintly exuded a dangerous aura that could make wild beasts timid. "Who are you?" Taiko still had a natural indifference on her face, looking directly at Akuyo, and asked. She really wanted to know who the young man in front of her was? And why did the boy rescue her? "I'm just the one who saved you," 16 Knights said lightly. Hearing this, Taiko couldn't help thinking of the previous scene. It was a scene where a monster appeared in front of her and instantly killed dozens of soldiers with a weird chain weapon. In an instant, Taiko's eyes lit up, remembering that the black chain around the boy's waist just now was the weapon used by that monster. Suddenly, her pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, her indifferent face showed a faint look of shock, and she stared at 16 Knights blankly, and couldn't help asking, "Are you the monster that appeared before?" "First, I'm not a monster." Ikuya can understand why Taiko said this, all because of illusion. Hearing these words, Taiko understood that the monster that appeared before was the boy in front of him, and realized that the boy was not hurting her, but saving her. For a moment, she couldn't help thinking of the scene of drawing a knife on the teenager, and she knew how rude her behavior was, and at the same time she remembered the moment when she was stunned by the teenager. At this moment, Taiko's gaze when looking at Akuyasu changed, that was for the strong. At this moment, she deeply understood that the young man in front of her was very difficult, whether it was the scene of killing dozens of soldiers in a second, or the overwhelming uniform. The scene of herself, or the self-healing wounds of her, were beyond her imagination. What's more, the youth in front of her seemed to be younger than her. Unconsciously, there was an inexplicable unwillingness in her heart. She always believed that among her peers, she was already the best. But in front of the mysterious boy in front of her, she didn't seem to be a big deal. Suddenly, Taiko couldn't help but think of the mysterious assassin who killed Angus and hundreds of elite bodyguards. Suddenly, her eyes were staring at Isoya, and she couldn't help linking the boy with the mysterious assassin. She secretly asked, "Is he the mysterious killer? How could such a killer be a teenager?" Taiko shook her a little in disbelief. To know how much she respected the mysterious assassin in her heart, she really didn't believe that the mysterious assassin would be a younger boy than herself. Taiko buried this thought in her heart, looking at Akuyo, and asked, "I'm curious, you don't hesitate to offend the Empire and the Prefect to save me. What are you doing?" She really wondered why the mysterious boy in front of her had to risk such a huge danger to rescue her. "Even if I didn't save you, I would have offended the Empire and the Prefect," 16 Knights said lightly, because he had already killed Angus, killed the soldiers of the Empire, and saved the killer sister of the Revolutionary Army. "Tired of debts? You didn't clearly tell me why you saved me." Taiko was not satisfied with Ikuyo's answer, and continued to ask. "Do you need a reason to save you?" 16 Yes said with a faint smile on his face. "Don't you need it?" Taiko asked with a dazed expression. "As far as I am concerned, I can save if I want to. That's my reason," 16 Knights said lightly. "That's a reason for self-willedness." Taiko knew that the boy would never tell her the real answer. She hung the sword in her hand on her waist, as if she didn't want to waste time with Ikuyo, and said, "Then, goodbye." After speaking, Taiko turned around, planning to leave. "Do you think that with your own strength, you can safely leave Tian Lutuang's temporary construction city?" Ikuyo's voice faintly sounded, and Taiko couldn't help stopping, with an unprecedented firmness in her eyes, and said, "As a killer, I have achieved death consciousness. Enlightenment can't stop death, I can help you leave Linjian City." Ikuyo looked at Taiko's back and whispered, "What are you trying?" Taiko turned around abruptly, staring coldly at Ikuya, and questioned. "My plan is very simple." With a faint smile on Chai Zui's face, he slowly said, you are the killer of the revolutionary army. I need you to help me divert the attention of the prefect. Divert the prefect. When Taiko heard it, she couldn't help but wonder, did she offend the prefect by what she had done in front of her? You should be very clear. Ikuya looked at the puzzled Taiko and said lightly. Hearing these words, Taiko's eyes shrank, and she suddenly thought about Angus's affairs. She couldn't help but stared at 16 knights in disbelief, and said, "You are killing Angus and hundreds of bodyguards. Mystery killer." At this moment, Taiko connected all the information, thinking of the unfathomable strength of the boy in front of her and what the boy wanted to do. She began to believe that the boy in front of her was the mysterious killer. "Is there a problem?" 16 knights asked rhetorically. Hearing the boy's answer, Taiko had already got the answer in his heart. He looked at Ikuyo, raised it to the highest position, and said, "No problem, I am willing to accept your cooperation. I was a little surprised, you would promise to be so refreshed." 16 knights said. Looking at Itokuya, Taiko said with good reason, "Angus was originally the target of my assassination. Since you killed Angus, which means that we have a common enemy, then we are not enemies. I can accept the cooperation that is not the enemy." Ikuya looked at Taiko unexpectedly, and the girl who looked indifferent in front of her was very smart. Chapter 54, We Are Lovers. Ikuyo intends to use the killer of the revolutionary army to attract the attention of the imperial forces, so as to reduce the attention of others to him, so that he can better carry out his own affairs. To do this, we must first ensure that there are living revolutionary army killers, because the dead will soon be ignored, so there must be living people to attract the attention of the imperial forces. Now 16 Knights has just saved the revolutionary killer sister, so he can use the identity of the killer sister and safely take the killer sister out of the temporary construction city, so that the attention of the empire will move out of the city with the killer sister. At present, the two of them are walking on the street heading to the Mead Chamber of Commerce. 16 Knights naturally looked around. There are many pedestrians on the street. There are various stalls on both sides of the street. From time to time, a team of guards patrols and guards the street. It makes the atmosphere tense, and it is almost two completely different situations from the usual temporary construction of the city. It has already shown that the whole city is looking for the killer of the early revolutionary army. Taiko, who was following by Ikuyo, tightly held the Tato wrapped in a white cloth, her face tight and unnatural, her eyes were extremely alert and looked at the guards passing by, as if facing an enemy. "Relax, the people coming and going on the street have helped us cover. At the moment we are just ordinary couples walking on the street." Aizuya sensed Taiko's nervousness, and he stretched out and hugged her directly on her waist. Wei drew her closer to herself, allowing her to clearly understand the current situation. "You." Faced with the boy's behavior, Taiko was slightly stunned, but her body was close to the boy, and she was deeply aware of the taste of males, and deeply felt the toughness of being held around her waist. After this experience, a slight blush appeared on her indifferent face. "Naturally, we are lovers now." 16 Knights clasped Taiko tightly, and he said with a smile. When Taiko heard Ikuya's words, she understood the current situation, concealed her own shyness, and did her best to cooperate with Ikuya. It's a pity that Taiko's appearance is still a bit unnatural, and she sincerely feels that killing people is 100 times easier than this. What's more, she has no experience in intimate contact with the opposite at all, and she is deeply uncomfortable with 16 Knights' behavior. At this moment, a group of more than a dozen guards passed by Ikuya and Taiko. It was natural for Ikuya to not pay attention to the guards, but Taiko's eyes were a little sharp and wary of the guards. Because of Taiko's beautiful appearance, it attracted the attention of a lot of guards. When they saw the teenagers holding the girls, they knew that the famous flowers were in charge. One of them was a real deputy guard captain, who looked like a middle-aged man. He looked at the girls' unnatural appearance, and noticed that the teenager avoided them consciously. For a while, the middle-aged man became puzzled. He stepped directly out of the team and walked to the two of 16 knights, and said, "You stop and check temporarily." Hearing these words, Taiko's expression condensed, and she thought she had revealed her identity, and tightly grasped the long waiter wrapped in white cloth, as if preparing to fight. "Calm down, I'm here." Ikuya held Taiko's waist, and couldn't help pinching Taiko. He smiled at her and said softly. Hearing the gentle words of Ikuyo, Taiko was stunned for a moment. Looking at the gentle-looking boy, her heart throbbed inexplicably. It was an unprecedented feeling. I don't know why Taiko has a sense of peace of mind. In the bottom of my heart, she can't help thinking that this young man is trustworthy, and at the same time has a deeply strange feeling. Am I sick? Taiko didn't understand the strange feeling in his heart, secretly said. At this time, Ikuya looked at the guard's middle-aged man, and said lightly, "Is there something wrong?" At this moment, more than a dozen guards all looked at Ikuya, and suddenly one person inside, his expression was stunned, his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole, and his eyes looked straight at Ikuya. He knew 16 knights, and he was Captain Martin who was stunned by 16 knights. He looked at 16 knights in disbelief. Originally, he planned to persuade the boy to leave, but the boy planned to face Angus alone. However, the next day he woke up, something earth-shattering happened. It was Angus and Angus. Hundreds of elite bodyguards were killed. For a moment, he thought of the boy, and hid all the boy's things in his stomach, and let them disappear forever. However, what was unexpected is that today, he actually met a teenager. The young man who dared to challenge the power. A teenager who dares to challenge the darkness. The middle-aged man glanced over Izuya and Taiko, and said, "Report your identity and name." Just when 16 knights was about to answer, Captain Martin walked out of the team, looked at 16 knights, and said, "These two people are my friends. You don't need to check." The middle-aged guard heard Martin's words, and his seriousness and vigilance disappeared. His eyes became enthusiastic, looking at Izuya and Taiko, and said, "It turned out to be the captain's friend, but I was rude. The captain's friend is me. Friends, sorry for what happened just now. Your apology, we won't accept it. After all, there have been too many things happening recently, and there is nothing wrong with the dedication of the inspection." Shizuya smiled and looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Sure enough, it is the captain's friend, who knows how to understand our hard work." The middle-aged man looked at Shizuya and laughed. Taiko watched this scene quietly. She didn't even react to this weird change, but she knew that there was nothing left, and she looked at Ikuyo incredulously. "I have to say, your girlfriend is really beautiful." The middle-aged man glanced at Taiko and said to Shizuya, "This is the greatest luck that God has bestowed on me." 16 knights said with a smile. "It's true," the middle-aged said. "Okay, we still have things to be busy." Captain Martin looked at the two familiar men. He was deeply surprised, and then looked at 16 knights with gratitude, and whispered, "Thank you." He is grateful for what the young man has done, so his friend's family deserves to rest in peace. 16 knights didn't say anything, just looked at Captain Martin with a faint smile. Then, the middle-aged bid farewell to 16 knights, and Captain Martin led his team to continue patrolling. Chapter 55, Get Together. After bidding farewell to Captain Martin, Ikuya and Taiko returned to the Mead Chamber of Commerce without incident. Izuya temporarily placed Taiko in her room. Chelsea, who didn't have to come back early from work today because of the revolutionary assassin in the next room, naturally noticed the movement of the next room at 16 Night. For 16 Night's return, Chelsea's face looked excited and nervous. Her eyes could not help but fell to the old grandmother lying on the wooden couch with scars, anxious not knowing what to do in her heart. The grandmother in front of her was the person she met on the way back. She saw that the grandmother was wounded, so she couldn't bear to save her, but when she brought her back to her room, she realized that she was the revolutionary killer who assassinated the prefect. "Ah, I'm such an idiot. This kind of critical time will cause him trouble, but since I chose to save my grandma, I can't give up easily. The only person I can rely on is him. Chelsea plucked up the courage in her heart, she took a deep breath, then opened the door of the room and came to the door of 16 Knights. Gradually, she attached her heart to 16 Knights and regarded him as a person to rely on. It can be said that 16 Knights has entered Chelsea's heart, and received Chelsea's recognition and trust from the bottom of her heart. Just when Chelsea was about to knock on the door, 16 Knights opened the door and saw Chelsea standing at the door, but he was in harmony with his wishes. Originally, his plan was to find Chelsea. Looking at Akame when the door was opened, Chelsea jumped in horror. She stared blankly at Akame in front of her. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the curvaceous and pretty Taiko standing inside. Suddenly the whole person was taken aback, and there was inexplicable unhappiness in his heart, as if his beloved thing had been robbed. For a moment, her mind went blank, forgetting what she wanted to say, and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I disturbed you." As soon as the words fell, 16 immediately understood what Chelsea wanted to express, and suddenly he was slightly stern, and directly stretched out his hand and unceremoniously tapped Chelsea's little head, and said, "Little fool, what are you thinking about?" Chelsea touched her head, pursed her mouth slightly, and whispered, "I'm not a fool." "If that's the case, then don't think about it," 16 Knights said. Chelsea replied softly. She looked at Taiko in the room, very curious about who the woman was. Taiko looked wary, stared at Chelsea indifferently, instinctively guarding the appearance of strangers. Perhaps it was fate. In the original book, the two themselves were mutually dependent partners, and they met for the first time in such an unexpected way. Suddenly, Chelsea remembered about the revolutionary killer grandmother, and she couldn't help feeling nervous as she watched Akame, and seemed a little worried that I would be blamed by Akame. It's just such an important matter, 16 Knights must know, otherwise it will probably affect him. Chelsea looked very serious, looked at 16 Knights very solemnly, and said, "I have a very important thing to tell you." 16 Knights noticed Chelsea's unusual seriousness and solemnity, and asked, "What's the matter?" Chelsea glanced at Taiko, looked at 16 Knights, and said, "Come to my room." Akame nodded, turned to look at Taiko in the room, and said, "You are waiting here." Immediately afterwards, Chelsea led 16 Knights into her room. As soon as 16 stepped into the room, he smelled the dangerous breath in the air. For a moment, his expression condensed and his heart became vigilant. Chelsea led 16 Knights to her wooden couch, looked at the unconscious grandma lying on the bed, and said, "I saved a revolutionary assassin." Hearing this, Akame looked at the grandmother lying on the wooden couch, and could see that the other party was seriously injured. Judging from the other's appearance, he was a bit familiar. The killer of the elderly grandmother. Suddenly he understood who the grandmother in front of him was. In the original book, Taiko and Chelsea were trained to become killers. For a while, Shilioi opened the mouth and said, "Headphone girl, go and bring the person next door." When Chelsea heard these words, she couldn't help but wonder, but she didn't have any doubt about the decision of 16 Knights, and she left the room directly and went to the room of 16 Knights. The moment Chelsea left the room, Ikuyo's body was slightly tense, looking at the lying grandmother, and said, "The killer is really the most cautious species. Even in the case of serious injuries, he will never forget." On alert. As Ikuyo's words fell, the grandmother who was lying on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, her hand hidden in the black robe tightly grasped the sharp blade, and slowly got up, her muddy old eyes stared at Ikuyo sharply, and said, "You can see through my hiding, but it's not an ordinary person. Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is whether you let her be targeted." 16 Knights regarded Chelsea as the closest person from the bottom of her heart, but she coldly asked if she didn't want her to encounter any danger. "You care about the little girl very much. I am not a killer who spurs her feet." Naturally, she will not leave any horses behind. The little girl at least helped me. The best I can do is not to affect her as much as possible. The grandmother said lightly. I hope so. 16 Knights said. I never thought that there would be someone like you next to the little girl. The old lady looked at Shiliuyu with muddy eyes. She couldn't see the boy in front of her, but instinctively felt that the boy was very dangerous. There are so many unexpected things in life. 16 Yes said lightly. At this moment, Chelsea walked in with Tycho. At this moment, the grandmother looked very surprised, her eyes tightly looking at Tycho who walked in, and she lost her voice, Tycho. At this moment, Tycho naturally noticed the old grandmother. She looked very surprised and lost her voice, Master Barbara. When Chelsea heard the words of the two, she was taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise, looking at the two, and secretly said, so they know each other. I really don't know if it was fate. In the original work, the 3 members of the Revolutionary Army assassinated troops gathered together in this way. 16 Knights looked at the 3 and couldn't help sighing. Chapter 56, We are indeed doing stupid things. Looking at the safe and sound Tycho, the old grandmother Barbara couldn't help but feel relieved. The girl in front of her is her best disciple, and also her favorite disciple. Naturally, she sincerely hopes that the girl will not do anything. If Tycho can appear here, she can probably guess that it is a boy. Barbara looked muddy and stared at Akuyeo, becoming less and less able to see the boy in front of him, vaguely feeling that the boy was enveloped in mystery, and slowly said there are so many unexpected things in life. I really underestimated you. I am becoming more and more curious about who you are. You only need to know that I am not your enemy. Ikuyo said with a smile. He never exposes himself too much. It is enough to say 3 points to people who are not close to you. This will only benefit him, not harm. Hearing what the teenager said, Barbara understood that the teenager would not tell too much information, and she did not insist on it. Excessive investigation of a person's identity would sometimes cause unnecessary trouble, especially if she could not see through it. Figure. At this time, Tycho's figure was like a gust of wind, directly passing by Chelsea and 16 Knights, and appeared beside Barbara. She lowered her head slightly, her mouth was close to Barbara's ear, and she whispered something to explain. After listening to Tycho's detailed words, Barbara was shocked for a while, her old face was shocked, and she looked at the boy in front of her with muddy eyes. She never thought that this person would actually kill Angus and hundreds of people. The culprit of the elite bodyguards, and the benefactor who saved Tycho from hundreds of Imperial soldiers. Really, accident, the boy turned out to be that mysterious killer. She originally thought that the boy was probably the master bodyguard invited by the Chamber of Commerce to protect the little girl, but unexpectedly, the boy in front of her was the mysterious killer who killed hundreds of elite bodyguards overnight. In that case, this young man is really terrifying. Does he come from that mysterious killer organization? Or from the disciple of the legendary super killer? Barbara was very shocked by the young man's strength, and she couldn't help but wonder. From Tycho's words, Barbara also understands that the main purpose of the boy's rescue of Tycho is to use the killer of the Revolutionary Army to attract the attention of the Imperial forces, so as to ignore the behavior of the boy. If teenagers use this purpose in exchange for their chance of survival, it would be a very reasonable deal. It seems that you know a little bit about me. Izayoi noticed Barbara's emotional changes. He probably guessed what Tycho had said to her, and said, then I'll be straightforward. I'll help you escape here. You help me attract the attention of the Empire. Hearing the boy's words, Tycho and Barbara behaved very calmly. Only Chelsea, who stood quietly by her side, seemed more excited. According to her understanding today, the current Lingian city can be described as a net of heaven and earth, wanting to escape from Lingian city. It's as difficult as reaching the sky. For a while, she was deeply worried about Ikuya, her mouth moved slightly, trying to say something to stop Ikuya, but she never spoke, because she understood the purpose of Ikuya. We helped you to attract the attention of the Empire. You helped us escape from the current temporary construction city of Tianluo Daiwang. For us, there is no loss at all. It is better to say that we made it. Barbara looked at 16 knights, slowly said. Immediately afterwards, Barbara continued to speak, you can take my disciple out of Linjian City. As for my damaged body, I can do anything for you to escape from Linjian City. She knew that her body could not escape Linjian City at all, and would only hurt others. What she could do was to become a stepping stone and help those in need. Tycho heard Barbara's words, her heart trembled, but she didn't want her master to die. She couldn't help but think of the boy's healing of herself, and instantly looked at Shizuya. At this moment, 16 knights spoke lightly, one more person has more power. You have great strength. It's a shame to die here. After speaking, Ikuyo took off the blindfold covering his left eye, showing that the hour hand kept turning the golden clock, which represented the passage of time. Tycho, Barbara, and the two immediately noticed the left eye of the juvenile golden clock, and deeply felt that it contained unimaginable power. In an instant, Izayoi raised his pistol at Barbara, and the golden clock in his left eye turned to 4 quarters. The instant black and blood spiritual power condensed on the fingertips, and gradually formed a bullet. For a moment, Tycho held the tato in his hand tightly, and pulled out the blade slightly, watching Ikuyo's actions coldly in her eyes. Barbara couldn't detect any murderous intent of the boy, and a trace of murderous aura, she just looked at Shizuya calmly. Engrave the 4 bullets of the Emperor. The bullet hit Barbara's body, and instantly all the injuries on her body retreated and disappeared. At this moment, Tycho thought that the boy had taken a shot at her master, and instantly rushed towards Itokuya and drew out the sword in his hand. At the moment when I was about to take a shot at Izuya, a figure appeared in front of Tycho like a ghost, and a sharp blade ran out to block tattoo in Tycho's hand. Master! Tycho looked at the person blocking him and lost his voice. You have a good disciple. Ikuya said, looking at Barbara who was blocking Tycho Tato. Barbara inspected his recovered body, and instantly made Tycho put away the sword, and put away the blade, and said in surprise, you can heal my injury in an instant. You really have an amazing ability. In this regard, she probably guessed that the young man in front of her was probably the emissary. Perhaps. 16 Yes said lightly. Tycho looked at the vigorous Barbara, and he knew that the boy was using his ability to heal her master. He knew that he had misunderstood the boy, and looked at Shizuya with a hint of apology. At this moment, Chelsea, who was standing quietly, looked at 16 knights, and said lightly, Big idiot, you don't plan to do stupid things again, do you? Hearing that, 16 knight looked at Chelsea and said, aren't we all doing stupid things? Hearing these words, Chelsea looked slightly stunned. She looked at the girl and the grandmother, and she understood, and secretly said, we are indeed doing stupid things. Chapter 57, Crazy Plan. When I was worried about the idiot, I forgot what I did. Isn't it the same thing as the idiot? Chelsea faintly smiled and secretly said. In that smile, she was quite relieved. She looked at 16 knights and understood in her heart that what she could do at present was to believe in 16 knights' choice. Even if the sky fell, she would still believe him. Big idiot, no matter what you want to do, I will not allow you to forget your confession. Chelsea's small smile stopped and became serious, with a tone that does not allow resistance. Listening to Chelsea's words, 16 Ye remembered his promise that he would not die. Deeply feeling Chelsea's concern and worry, and deeply feeling the joy of being cared for, 16 Ye's face showed a gentle smile from the heart, looked at Chelsea earnestly, and slowly said, Little the idiot's request will naturally not be forgotten by the idiot. I'm very serious when talking to you. Chelsea said with a stern face, but there was a little shyness in her heart. I won't forget. 16 knights said firmly. Chelsea smiled genially at 16 knights, which contained her trust in 16 knights. Looking at the smiles from the heart of the two and listening to the conversation between the two, Taiko deeply felt that the two of them had a bottomless bond, even deeper things. There was a slight movement on her indifferent face, and she could vaguely understand that fetter, because she has had such fetters before, but the way to kill her is the way of losing, building fetters and losing fetters, gradually becoming numb. Barbara can understand the fetters of teenagers and girls, but she doesn't appreciate the so-called promise at all. It is just the young people's ignorant thoughts, and very naive. To take the path of a killer is destined to lose a lot of things. This is the ruthless road, that is the experience she has come over half a lifetime. She can't help but understand more about the teenager, has a formidable strength, but is not mature enough in thought, and her thoughts still stay at the naive level. For a while, Barbara started pouring cold water and said, "Our road forward is destined to be the way of loss. I advise you to give up that naive idea, otherwise you will not be able to bear the pain of loss in the end." Chelsea, 16 Nights. When the two heard these words, their expressions and thoughts were different. Chelsea was extremely shocked, she felt a deep chill in her heart, her face was a bit ugly, and her body trembled in disbelief. The smile on Shiliu's face suddenly became serious and sharp. He suddenly turned his head to stare at Barbara. His right eye opened awe-inspiringly, showing a horrible gaze with a cold and terrifying gaze, and an oppressive radiance from his body. "Breath," shouted, "don't talk nonsense to me, naive thoughts. It is because they are naive, that's why I choose to protect them. The so-called pain of loss will not exist because I am here." At this moment, Barbara was drunk by the boy's words, stunned by the boy's eyes, and stunned by the boy's breath. The boy in front of her seemed to be an emperor, so irresistible. At this moment, Taiko was also drunk by the boy's words, and she stared at Akuyo in a daze. At this moment, Chelsea stared blankly at 16 Nights, the blow in her heart disappeared, and the stuffy mood disappeared. "Little idiot, what are you shaking?" Akuyo stretched out his hand and knocked Chelsea's head hard, said. "It hurts. I'm sorry." Chelsea smiled from the heart again, looking trustingly at Shiliu. What is it that makes him have such a belief? Taiko's indifferent little face moved, and his numb heart was moved, and he secretly asked. "It's the old lady, I've lost my words." Barbara slowly recovered her calm, her muddy old eyes looked at 16 Nights quietly, and slowly said, "We don't need to continue wasting precious time, let's talk about your plan." Hearing that, 16 Nights converged to the horrible look just now, and said to Barbara, "No problem." All of a sudden, Iria cleared his thoughts, his mind turned flexibly, and slowly stated the plan in a simple and clear way, which was roughly a matter of cooperation and a method of escaping from Linjian City. After listening to Azaoi's detailed plan, Barbara, Taiko, and the two of them looked a little gaff. They looked at Izui like a madman who was not afraid of the sky. I was very shocked by Akuya's plan. To put it simply, 16 Nights' plan was to break through and escape directly from the main entrance of Linjian City, and the time was set in broad daylight. This was not a plan at all, but to die. Barbara's expression was extremely serious, her turbid old eyes staring sharply at 16 Nights. She couldn't believe her, "This kind of death plan, are you really kidding me? It should be clear that the front gate is guarded by more than 1,000 heavily armed Imperial soldiers, and there are a large number of very mobile reinforcements. Even if the Imperial soldier is broken, how to break through the giant steel gate that requires tens of thousands of jins of effort to open, as break through the city wall more than 50 meters high? It is precisely this kind of plan that can give full play to your role. If the incident does not make a big noise, the attention of the Imperial forces will not stay on you for a long time." 16 Nights was always very confident, with a faint face. Said with a smile. "Even so, we have to live to attract the so-called attention." Barbara still couldn't believe the madman-like plan of 16 Nights, because she couldn't find a reason for success. After all, it is impossible to trust 16 Nights completely. "Do you think I will accompany you to die?" Isaoi looked serious, and said in an unquestionable tone, I won't, because I won't choose to die. Chelsea looked at 16 nights quietly. She would not question 16 nights, she imagined 16 nights from the bottom of her heart. Taiko's eyes fixedly looked at 16 Yi, thinking of 16 Yi's previous performance. Her heart did not know why she was telling that she could trust the young man. At this time, Taiko looked indifferent but serious, looked directly at Barbara, and said, I believe him. When she heard Taiko's words, Barbara was taken aback. She didn't understand why Taiko chose to believe in this young man. Chapter 58, Divine Prestige. Barbara's face was solemn, her muddy old eyes looked at Taiko, and said, Are you serious? Taiko's face remained as usual, and his tone was still firm, My life was originally saved by him. In this case, let it go and make a big fuss, it doesn't matter to me. Ikuyo looked at Taiko with some surprise, but didn't expect the indifferent girl in front of him to trust him in such a simple way. Barbara's old face was a little helpless, she couldn't help sighing, and said, Hey, since it's your choice, I don't object to it. Anyway, Grandma, I will live half my life, so I don't mind accompanying you through the ghost gate. Looking at the two of them, Ikuya understood that it was done, and slowly said, Since you all agree, we should be ready to act without delay. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it is, and it is even irrelevant. People. Barbara looked at 16 Knights in a muddy way, and said, You are now the leader, do whatever you want, we only follow your steps. The words are full of the killer's absolute observance of the instructions. Ikuyo looks very pleased. It is simple to cooperate with the assassin, and not that complicated. In addition to instructions, it can be said that almost all assassins live by instructions. Then we will completely let go of the construction of the city, which is a warning to the prefect here, as well as a warning to the so-called Angus family of the empire. 16 Knights will not forget the heavy tax imposed by the prefect here. Lingsha village, some of the villagers lived in the deep waters, and even rescued him back to the village. 2 people lost their lives, and 1 lost his arm. Now that he has the ability, he can help if he can. Of course, he will not forget the enmity he forged with the Angus family, presumably the other party will not give up at all, revenge is only a matter of time. Others can't move you, I'm different. There was a smile on Shizue's face and a touch of fearlessness in the corner of his mouth. Looking at Ikuyo's smile, Barbara could feel inexplicably scary from it, and couldn't help but say, You are such a lunatic. Perhaps, said Shizue. He is crazy because he has crazy strength. With the ability to write round eyes and engrave the emperor, with the physical skills of the 6 navy styles, he does not need to be afraid, because he is confident. The goal chose the path to the strongest, standing on the top of the world, he didn't need fear, because he was strong. From the front gate of Linjian City, he broke through Kyunjun to escape. He was not unscrupulous to die. On the contrary, he was confident. He currently has a variety of abilities, enough for him to deal with Kyunjun. Moreover, he has just mastered the Navy's 6-style moon step and his air movement. His greatest advantage, he could not stop him from leaving Linjian City. We must know that the current empire does not have a regular air force, and there is nothing that can stop the movement in the sky of 16 Knights. Izue looked at Barbara and Taiko, and asked, What do you need to prepare? Barbara said her request, Since we leave the front entrance, we must hide our true face. As a killer, the most taboo is to expose our appearance. You should understand this very well. We only need a black robe. A mask. Because of this, I will come back here. 16 Yes said lightly. When things are ready, we can act. Barbara said. Wait a moment, I will leave first. Izue used his eyes to burn the figures of Barbara and Taiko into his eyes, and he left Chelsea's room to prepare what he needed. After all, this is the Mead Chamber of Commerce. Basically everything is available. These 2 things are not hard to find. Barbara, Chelsea, and Tycho, who were left in the room, looked at each other. After a while, Ikuyasu found Mids, and directly explained to Mids what he was going to do and what he wanted to do. Mids looked shocked and speechless. Looking at Aoi is like looking at a lunatic. I couldn't help but sigh the young man's madness and boldness, and what he was afraid of, but he also understood that the young man's approach was indeed a good choice. However, Mids was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't imagine the situation against the enemy thousand army. However, according to his understanding today, Angus and hundreds of elite bodyguards were all killed overnight, and he knew very well that it was the young man in front of him. He understood that it was impossible for a teenager to imagine this. He respected the decision of 16 knights, and quietly provided help, and at the same time he rotted everything that happened today. 16 knights bid farewell to Middles, and he walked to Chelsea's room with what he needed. Looking at the fading back of 16 knights, Mids couldn't help shook his head, and exclaimed in his heart, "The world has changed so fast, so many things have happened in Linjian City, which has lived for more than 10 years in a short period of time. However, all this seems to revolve around that young man. As a small businessman, I have witnessed so many things. It seems that I may be witnessing the growth of a great man." Mids sighed deeply, and he resumed his original appearance and continued his work. After a while, Ikuya returned to Chelsea's room with the needed things, and gave the things to Barbara and Tycho. For a moment, Barbara, Tycho, and the two wore black robes and masks on their faces, perfectly hiding their faces, making them look mysterious and unusual. At this time, 16 knights put on an exquisite mask with extraordinary textures. This mask is a legendary item collected by Mids. It has the effect of completely concealing its own face. It is said that a certain kingdom is intended to cover up own ugly face, and carefully crafted mask. The 16 knights after putting on the mask has a mysterious smell, just like a superhero. God's prettiest. The hour hand of the left eye of the 16 knights' golden clock turned a few times, and a faint blackened aura filled his body, and the aura instantly condensed into gorgeous clothes, which was a black windbreaker with a coat of arms. Barbara, Chelsea, Tycho, the three of them watched this scene in a little surprise. Chapter 59, The whole city is surging. 16 knights revealed the spiritual outfit. The clothes turned into black windbreakers with ancient blood crests engraved on them, and were filled with light red and black spiritual power, and they wore black masks on their faces with delicate textures and fullness. Mystery and extraordinary. The 16 knights in this appearance is very mysterious, very enchanting, very weird, with an indescribable coldness and handsomeness, and exudes a very powerful aura. This is the young man's imperial tool. Barbara looked at the black trench coat with the scarlet coat of arms worn by the young man. Tycho looked at the boy in front of him, just thinking that the boy was getting more and more mysterious, and he couldn't understand it, whether it was the boy's behavior, the strange eyes, or even the black trench coat that appeared. Not bad, a bit cool, a little handsome. Chelsea looked at 16 Knight's gorgeous dress. She just admired and looked at 16 Knight's black trench coat from the perspective of a girl, and expressed her sigh. Kakiti's divine mighty spiritual suit is more comfortable to wear than any ordinary clothes. Ikuyo enjoys the comfort brought by the spiritual suit, and can feel the pure spiritual power contained in the spiritual suit. Let's go. Izayoi slowly said while looking at Barbara and Tycho, who were ready. Tycho's indifferent face became a little more solemn, holding Tato firmly in his hand, and stepping forward from the previous period, without saying a word, looking at Ikuya in her eyes, expressing her determination in her eyes. I'm already a lot of age, and I chose to go crazy with the young people. I'm crazy too. Barbara took a step forward slowly, muttering to herself, holding the weapon sharp in her hand and expressing it too. There was a resolution. Chelsea didn't say anything affectionate anymore, she chose to be silent, with a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes quietly looking at Shizuya, so as to watch him leave. 16 Knights took a deep look at Chelsea and smiled softly at her. He led Barbara and Tycho out of the room. The figure jumped up to the roof very flexibly, looking towards the main entrance of Linjian City. Keep up! The figure of 16 Knights flew over the roof of the Mead Chamber of Commerce like a ghost, leaving the Mead Chamber of Commerce at a very fast speed, and left without being aware of it. Tycho and Barbara followed closely behind him. The speed of the two is not slow, but they are not very strenuous. It can be seen that they both have good strength. In terms of strength, 16 Knights is currently at the pinnacle level of the 6th level elite, Tycho is at the 5th level master level, and Barbara is at the 6th level ordinary level, which are beyond the reach of ordinary people. After a while, the three of 16 Knights appeared silently in a dark corner hundreds of meters away from the Mead Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Mid stood at the gate of the Mead Chamber of Commerce, looking at the direction of the main gate of Linjian City, and said secretly, "Young man, I wish you a long way." "Master, do you have anything to worry about?" The old man Rod looked at Mids, who was standing at the door, and could not help asking when he noticed the change in his emotions. "I'm fine." Mids shook his head and said lightly. The old man Rod no longer continued to ask more, and proceeded with his own work with peace of mind. "Currently there is still some distance from the main city gate, can you keep up with my speed?" Shai Zuiye, standing in a dark corner, looked at the two and asked softly. "I can," Tycho said plainly. "Just do what you want," Barbara said. "Then it's time for us to make a shining appearance, and then let's make a lot of noise." After speaking, the figure of Akuya leaped onto the roof like a ghost, followed by Tycho and Barbara. For a while, the figures of the three of people swept across the area with few people at a very high speed, and appeared directly on the roofs of the streets with more people. Their bodies galloped on the roofs like ghosts and jumped over the roofs of buildings. It was such a conspicuous way of movement that instantly attracted the attention of countless people. "What is that?" Many people lost their voices as they watched three dark shadows leaping across the roof. "That seems to be three people," many people exclaimed. "In broad daylight, what are they doing? Are they the revolutionary killers?" The people who witnessed the movement of the three people in the 16 Knights couldn't help sighing. At this moment, a large number of guards patrolling, searching the army, special police, and so on, the departments that arrested the revolutionary killers, they noticed the presence of the three people. His face became serious. "Captain Bolton, that's a killer. Follow me all. Sir Nick, see the killer. Immediately mobilize the special police team and notify the police officers in full." "Yes. General Heller, found traces of the killer. Immediately send a signal flare to notify the generals at the gates to strengthen their overall security." "Yes. Assemble the troops and catch the killer with me." "Yes." For a time, patrolling guards, searching the army, special police, etc., the major organizations became busy, as if a flash flood broke out, all of them started to take action. All of a sudden, an army was chasing the Izao and the trio at full speed, but unfortunately their speed could not catch up with the Izui and the trio. Even the patrol guards chasing the Izui and the trio for a while, they were caught. Throw it away, and they are all out of breath. Suddenly, above the sky of Linjian City, a loud explosion like thunder broke out, and a very dazzling green light flashed out. The explosion sounded endlessly, and the dazzling green light made the city's eyes cast on the sky. "This is a signal for the killer." Looking at the green light in the sky, the troops at the major gates of the city were all guarded one after another, with a solemn expression. This revolutionary killer really wants to planning to break through the gate and leave. The soldiers of the Empire are all ready, and no revolutionary rebel killer is allowed to let it go. As the signal flares sounded, the generals of the major city gates faintly sounded an indifferent command, which is ushering in a vigorous momentum, and every imperial soldier is fully prepared. At this moment, the whole city before being built was lively, and the whole city was on guard, an unprecedented scene, as if it had been invaded by an enemy, so busy and nervous, and so vigilant and surging. Chapter 60, Direct Spike. The 1,000-man army at the main gate of Linjian City is fully armed, with solemn expressions, and the suffocation of soldiers exuding all over them. They will go all out to deal with the revolutionary killers. Tim, do you think the assassins of the revolutionary army will break through and escape from the main city gate? It was a young general who was speaking. Because of the door, basically no one stays here, even if they want to keep the army, they are not allowed. Levi, we just need to do our job well. Tim replied with a serious look. This man is a burly figure, strong like an ape, holding a sharp axe, and is a lieutenant leading an army of thousands. Hey, Tim, I don't think the revolutionary killers dare to break through the front door, because the guy who dares to do this, unless he is an idiot, is a lunatic. Levi's face looked a little leisurely, and he didn't care much about the so-called in his heart. Revolutionary army killers, because of the current combat effectiveness, it is impossible to break through with just a few killers. At this moment, 3 black shadows leaped from the roof not far away, jumping directly down from the roof, awe-inspiring to stabilize the figure. The instant figure sprinted out like an arrow, and suddenly the 1,000-man army far away from the majestic city gate stopped 100 meters away. The 3 figures that suddenly appeared were directly watched by the thousands of soldiers at the main gate. The atmosphere became tense. The weapon in the hand was tightly held. At such a heavily guarded main gate, a revolutionary army killer appeared. Levi's complexion gradually became embarrassed. He looked directly at the 3 faces in front of people wearing masks and wearing black clothes. Among them, his gaze fell as far as possible to the guy in the coat of arms and black trench coat. It is clear that this person is the leader without any explanation. Revolutionary killer. Tim's expression became solemn, and he pulled out the giant axe in his hand, staring closely at the 3 people who appeared. I underestimated it. It turns out that the revolutionary army killers really have idiots and lunatics. Levi looked at the 3 who appeared with a gloomy face. The people who appeared were Iswia, Barbara, Tycho, and the 3 of them looked at the dense army in front of them, the huge steel gate, and the tall city wall that couldn't leap over. Hee, it really is the gate of the city. It is not only majestic and indestructible, but there are also many guards. Looking at the 1,000-man army in front of him, Shiliuyi smiled faintly. In that smile, there was a bit of warfare and inexplicable excitement, which was to enjoy the battle. Hound troops, come forward. Levi ordered behind him. At the end of the conversation, 10 soldiers walked out from behind the 1,000-man army, and they all led a very fierce big dog, each showing sharp teeth and drooling in his mouth, with the intention of tearing people to pieces. Dangerous species. Shizue looked at the 10 fierce dogs that appeared, and could perceive that the fierce dogs in front of him were not ordinary dogs, and the strength level was about level 3. Sharp-toothed dog. Barbara looked at the fierce dog and couldn't help saying that she recognized the dangerous species in front of her, which belonged to the more ferocious intermediate dangerous species. It was a dangerous canine species that could be trained, but only the Imperial Army controlled it. Method of training. As its name suggests, its teeth can easily tear its prey, and it has the characteristic that it will not turn its mouth when biting the prey. It is a very difficult and dangerous species. Sharp-toothed dog, let it go. Levi looked at the 10 sharp-toothed dogs in front of him with satisfaction. Perhaps he could solve the revolutionary killer in front of him without the use of the army. The 10 soldiers immediately let go of the sharp-toothed dogs. For an instant, their fierce eyes stared at the 3 people of 16 knights, and they ran at full speed, very fast. Tycho, Barbara, the 2 clasped their weapons tightly, and their figures were about to rush to fight. These beasts can be handled by me. Walking out slowly, Shiliuyi opened the riding wheel with his right eye, staring sharply at the sharp-toothed dog that rushed up, and the black chain on his left arm gradually extended. As Ikuya came out, it instantly attracted the ferocious gaze of all sharp-toothed dogs, and they all rushed directly to Akuya. Watching this scene, Levi sneered, "What an idiot, attracting the attention of the sharp-toothed dog alone is purely looking for death." Even the 10 soldiers who drove the sharp-toothed dogs looked at 16 knights like idiots. That seemingly thin body could not withstand 10 third-level sharp-toothed dogs at all. Chains of Purgatory. In an instant, the black chains of Shizui's left arm stretched out crazily and hovered around, splitting 10 chains instantly. The prismatic spikes at both ends rotated at high speed, and the right riding wheel eyes suddenly locked each sharp-toothed dog. Controlling the prismatic spikes to shoot like a bullet, the perfect attack trajectory does not give the toothy dog a chance to evade. Call out. Puff. Like a tiger descending a mountain, carrying a fierce killing intent, instantly the black chains pierced through the sharp-toothed dogs, splashing blood. In an instant, the black chains entangled the sharp-toothed dogs like a python from the inside to the outside. Strangulation. 16 knights coldly shouted. Puff. Laugh. Blood spattered like waves, and the sharp-toothed dogs were strangled, and their flesh and blood spilled on the ground. The city gate was quiet. Everyone stared at the sharp-toothed dog that was easily strangled by the black man. At the moment, they all swallowed involuntarily. The 10 sharp-toothed dogs were killed in seconds. It seemed that it took 3 seconds. No, it really made everyone at the gate of the city feel extremely unreal. How could this be? Looking at the shattered sharp-toothed dog, Levi opened his mouth slightly, looking at 16 knights with astonishment on his face. The enemy, very strong. The general holding a giant axe, Tim condensed, looked at Akuyo, and murmured, "It was only a moment when the opponent killed 10 third-level sharp-toothed dogs. He, really strong." Taiko looked at Liuye, his eyes a little yearning for that level of power. Seeing the young man's shot with my own eyes is really shocking. Looking at the ruthless and spike of 16 knights, Barbara knew in her heart that she couldn't make a spike in such a short time. I am afraid that she would have to pay a little bit. Only at a price can you completely kill 10 sharp-toothed dogs.